I'm Don Pettit, and we have Dan Burbank here. We're on the International Space Station, and we're doing a demonstration with didgeridoos.
DJ Rakesh, Special Cam Mission Control, Don Pettit ready for liftoff.
अरे वाह, चलो जी.
That special campy buckle in tight, flashing buttons, a blinking light. They say Don Pettit, it's just a ride, but he thinks he's in space so high. Floating chair, but he feels zero-G. Tighten module carefully, patching holes in painted wall. Houston, Don Pettit fixing all. Space coffee machine he proudly make. Zero gravity tea breaks. Sees zodiac light so high. Diamonds on Uranus in the sky. Birua boom. Echo in simulator room. Boom, suno ji suno. Cosmic airflow, steady flow. I am Don Pettit, science guy. Also repair guy, don't ask why. Fixing SS in special sky. Diamonds on Uranus shining high. Hairy black holes twisting time. Still I make the systems fine. Don Pettit, science guy. Hurry up high, I can fly.
Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Instructor waving from the door, but don't hear space station roar. Serious face, heroic stance, orbiting in lunchroom pants. I am Don Pettit, science guy. Also repair guy, orbit high. Coffee floating, passing by. Diamonds on Uranus in the sky. Hairy black holes, no fear to die. DJ Rakesh certified.
And what we're going to do now is we're going to hook two hoses together and listen to the sound. Now, I'm going to be out of the camera picture because this is a long didgeridoo.
Simulator on. But Don Pettit still in space. Simulator
And Don, you're getting ready to launch to the International Space Station to be part of expeditions 30 and 31. Give me a summary of what the mission goals are for your time on orbit and what responsibilities and jobs are going to be yours when you're up there.
Well, I'm one of the science guys, and I'm one of the repair guys. And fortunately, there's lots of science and lots of repair to do on station, so that will certainly keep us all busy.
Flat Earth Discord. The best place on earth to talk about Earth.
Damn, my sensitivity around the word globe is actually like spilled over into my work. Like I was writing a document today and I said the word globally and then I said around Earth instead because I thought of y'all. Like it's actually affecting the words I choose when I'm writing documents for my job.
Yeah, that's an effect that you have when you join an English channel and learn English. Yeah, it has happened.
Hey, sorry, just had to pause it for a second. You there, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Bro.
yeah. There's a funny clip someone took the other day of Josh in Earth Awakenings talking about
Oh,
how
you still hanging around? I
a-
thought I thought I defeated him. He just never came back. This is the last. I'm playing the audio. The last time I talked to him, I haven't seen him since then.
he
So-
just goes to the low tier servers now. He goes to
Oh.
like QOps server and finds other anti-flat earthers he can hang out with. But someone
Yeah.
To me
clipped
as
him in
well.
Earth.
I feel that too.
Hold on, let me
That's what
stop
just
that.
my
for you.
name.
One second.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So someone clipped him. I'll find the clip, and he was in Earth Awakenings, and someone asked him if he has a penis, and he hesitated for a long time, and
No
then
way.
he ended up
What?
explaining. Dude, he ended up explaining how a penis is nothing more than a social construct.
What?
No way.
Dude, I'm gonna keep playing this
Alright, so
one.
does that mean
but I'll
rape is a social construct? Like, what? Where the hell's this going?
I'll find the clip. Oh, so it's like a 25
My
minute clip.
God,
It's pretty
dude.
funny. Yeah.
So if
yeah,
we all just agree and like take a vote, like a democracy, like no more penises, nobody has a penis anymore, then you can just like castrate, well, not castrate, but take away some of it by just voting. Just vote it away.
yeah, I'll find the clip.
Feminists would
he's
love that
cooked.
shit.
I can't start my day like this. No.
I just sat down. I'm doing some work. It's the first of the month. Got lots of investment shit to dig through, and I'm like, oh, I'm listening to this.
Oh my God. He is a
All right.
weirdo.
I'm gonna post this in live stream voice text. It's a scientifically conducted survey I did of the wider flirt-dom community. I hope everybody in here is smart enough to interpret the results. Here's the graph. This is a culmination of a years-long study I did.
My God. It's like the freaking atheist graph. It's an inverted bell curve. Damn it. I can't argue against this. I'm sorry.
You know it's right. You know it's freaking true. We got two clusters of data. Separated by a deep chasm. Dr. Flatpon's funny. We got Dunning-Kruger from both sides. Yeah, it's true.
So have you ever seen this graph?
Yep, that's a famous graph. I've used it in online debates with atheists.
You know how you tell which side of the graph they're on? They ask you
No.
what
Oh,
the
I
source
do,
is.
but how do you tell?
They'll ask you what the source is, and it says DSS. That's the source right there. That's how you tell which side of the curve they're on.
Love it. Love it.
What's the source of that?
Source, 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 source.
And for everybody wanting to know the source on YouTube, I'll just post it in the chat. Got a lot of data. It's collected a lot of data. Okay, is this the whole clip, DJ? I'll play it.
Yes. Yeah.
Start
Like,
the
what's your
day
magic
right.
power? I'm lucky. I can turn invisible. No, I have the perfect timing of talking over people. All right. Eratosthenes don't do shit. It's not exclusive. I don't know what to tell you.
Jeremy, what's
Well,
the
to be
temperature
clear,
outside
Jeremy,
right now?
I was fucking freezing. I thought this winter was gonna be over with. Why? What's up?
No. I'm just asking how hot it is outside. Do you know?
It's not that hot at all.
No, I know. Do you have a measurement? Like
Maybe
what's the temperature where you are?
maybe 30 or 40. I don't know. I could guess it. I'm gonna say
No, I
30.
mean,
I'm gonna go with 30.
okay. And so off your intuition, it says 30. Can you check a thermometer on your phone or something?
what's going on?
Oh, the old.
Yo, it was 27. I lost. Price is Right rules. I lost. It was
Good.
27.
Nice, Jeremy.
27.
Pretty
How do
close,
you,
but
is it 27.0 or 27.9?
I mean, I don't. That's going off the weather app. I could get an actual thermometer and let you
Who
know.
has
You
a
want me to break my
thermometer
flare
on their
cam out?
phone? Like what the
Do
fuck?
it.
Well, I
You
mean,
can get a
yeah,
flare
you just
cam
gotta
on
let me
it.
know where you put the thermometer and what it was designed to. It's precision. So,
Pointed at
What
the
does that
sun.
have to do? What
the
does that
moral
have
of the
to do
heart of the
with
story
sun.
is the moral of the story is you can say something is hot, right? You said cold, right? That was your first sort of knee-jerk reaction. You could say something is quote parallel or something is green or something is far away, but all of these buckets have accuracies associated with them. So like I understand why like you and Basticles and Galley and like folks that you're very good at the
Yeah,
laws of
don't
logic.
lot me up. Don't lot me up with them guys.
No, but I'm just saying,
You
like
offended,
a lot of the
Jeremy.
folks in here are very good at the laws of logic, but when you're talking about measurements out in the real world, there's nothing that is perfectly black. There's nothing that is perfectly white, right? You can't, you can observe things, right? But all of your senses have a margin of error. So, you could say that shadows on an Earth are parallel because you see them to be parallel, but they actually aren't if you were able to measure down to like the subatomic level, right? So it's just
There
a
are
matter of
things that
seeing
are black
figs.
and white, though. There are things that are black and white in reality.
Disagree.
Do you have a penis? I'm about to hit you with the Zynac. This is some Zynac shit right here. Do you have a penis?
I would be, my genitalia would be classified as male reproductive system, yeah, based off of that large bucket. But
So there's no
that's
gradient, though. Are you sure? You just told me it wasn't black and white. So how can you be so sure?
because it's that's a very large bucket, right? But there's
What do you
people
mean?
that
You
are on
told
the
me there was
boundary.
nothing that was black and white, and now you're telling this is black and white, though, because you either would or wouldn't have one, right?
No, because there's a societal definition of what one is, right? But every single one is we could get into specifics, but
And you either
you're
have
saying
one or you don't.
no, that's not true. Intersex people exist.
And do they
It
have
is a
one or do they
spectrum.
not?
I don't know. It depends on who you would ask.
Somebody's either going to have one or they're not going to have one, right? Or what's up?
Well, you're not going to have both genitalia simultaneously fully functional. That's just
You could.
well, no, because then people would be getting themselves pregnant, and humans are not asexual as far as I remember. So
Yeah, I don't think you can have both working.
But it's a spectrum, right? There's no you
It's
can
not
draw
a spectrum.
bucket,
You either
right?
have one or you don't.
That's not, no, Jesus. Do you have $1 or do you not have $1, right? And that's not asking you how much
That's
money you
black
have.
or white. Yeah, that's black or white. You either have it. That's a good one.
You're asking
That's
a
a good
Boolean
black or white
question,
one.
not a qualitative one.
Break him off with some Michael
That's a
Jackson,
good black
bro.
or white one. You either have $1 or you don't.
Yeah, is Michael Jackson black or white?
That's a
don't know.
gradient.
Well,
That's a
Michael
gradient.
Jackson said it really doesn't matter if you're black or white.
If you're black or white.
No.
The thing is, some things in this world are black and white.
No,
Some
I
things in this
disagree.
world are black and white. You have a light switch in your room right now, a regular light switch. Do you have a regular
don't
light
know.
switch in the room you're in?
Yeah,
I actually have one of those
if you
sliding
define
ones.
light switch as a number of pieces of hardware, and I have one of those pieces of hardware.
You have one where you
and
click
I
it
can
up.
say it's a light switch.
You click it up and it's on, and then you click
Technically.
it down and it's off.
That is one
He's got the
category of
clap
light
on.
switches, correct?
Is that how? Is that? Do you have that? I'm asking if you have that light switch. Do you have the one where you switch it up and it's down and it's off?
In certain areas of my house, correct? Yes.
Okay,
got the
so
clap on.
when you flick that switch, right, and it shuts off, is it off?
Almost. Say almost.
Is the
No,
light
there's
when you flick
things
the
that
switch
have
down? Is it off?
there are things that have Boolean values, but only because we define them to be so.
I'm trying to give you this black or white thing that you said doesn't exist, and you're not playing along. Why?
We just agreed with you. Or he disagreed. He said there's Boolean values, so that's black and white.
Yes, there are
Unless it's
things
a
that are
three-state.
logically true or false.
Okay, so when you said nothing's black and white, you didn't mean like literally nothing. Like
Oh,
probably
he's
a lot of
no,
things.
no.
He's
black and white.
appealing to
I'm saying-
subjectivity. He's trying to say that nothing is definitively black and white. It's only socially or subjectively interpreted.
Bingo.
Is there a social interpretation if your lights on or off?
I don't know. Are you in the house? Are you on the other side of the world? Like, there's
Depends
not
how
a
we
nip
define
to-
light.
There is sort of.
Exactly.
There
Light
is
would
sort
be
of like my
everywhere,
wife's. If my
always.
wife says turn all the lights off before you come to bed, her definition sometimes is a little different than mine.
Yeah, right.
I think
all the
you're
lights in the house are off.
misapplying.
Well,
I
that
think you're
means you
misapplying
just put
this
a bag
philosophy,
over her
man.
head, right?
Yeah, I think I was misapplying for sure.
It's not about whether you're right or wrong. It's just that every measuring instrument has a margin of precision on how
Yes.
accurate, but that doesn't even like just because your eyes have a margin of precision to like say the resolution or whatever doesn't mean that you need to doubt if you stretch your waistband open and look down and check if you have a cock or not.
No, but there are things that the reality may be within the margin of error. So you could get data from another data source that's not your five senses that could be contradictory to what your senses perceive. And that means that, just because it contradicts what your senses perceive doesn't mean that it's not reality.
He might not be able to determine that, Fundy, if you look straight down. There might be something blocking his view. Who's to say?
Yeah, I'm a chubby motherfucker. How dare you assume the size of my penis?
Schrodinger's cock.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess you could say like every measurement is an approximation, but I feel like
reality. Yeah.
But I feel like the conclusions don't have to be an approximation. The conclusions can be 100% true and accurate. It's just the nature of measuring tools or always have a precision or a margin of precision. But we can't live our lives, being overly concerned about that in practical matters.
Not everything's based on a value, though. That's the thing. Like, you can't.
Typey. Yoder, what you typing?
Oh shit! Sorry. I'm typing an angry email if you have to know. An angry email expressing my dismay at Morningstar Direct for being a piece of shit.
Yeah, I joined the live stream here, and all of a sudden I was hearing about dudes measuring their wieners, and I was like, "What did I walk into?" Bro, you want to hear the wild claim I just heard recently?
Yeah, man.
Your field of view is not an arc.
Yeah, I mean they say that regularly. I mean they have no idea how perspective works. It seems quite often. I mean that's not a flat earther saying that, is it? Is it a glober?
Flat earther.
Oh gosh, what? Oh my god, thought you
An
meant glober.
expert flat earther, no less.
Expert doesn't sound like it.
That conversation was cringe.
Yeah, that guy's so cringe. He's creepy. Creeps me out.
I had this the argument they were making is so wrong, but I've actually had it before. It actually stunned me because they're conflating a quantity with existence versus non-existence, right? He's like, every measurement device has a margin of error. A light switch does not have a margin of error. It's either on or off.
Be almost pregnant and almost not pregnant. You either are or you aren't. So there are things, right, that
I
are
disagree with that as well.
definitively
Hey, was someone trying to play that, or did it just start playing?
I don't know. I've heard enough, man. Does it get worse, DJ?
It's good to stop now. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that was an appropriate comment after he said it's a light switch is on or off, and he said you're either pregnant or not pregnant. So that's like a good summation.
But yeah, Hatebot seems to just start itself playing. So I don't know why it does that.
I didn't know there was a pause timer.
Oh, there is? You can set it?
I don't know. There must be because it keeps coming on after like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm gonna be
Indio, do
doing
you remember Sega Master?
Master System, the original one with
Yeah.
like Altered Beast on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came with Altered Beast. That's how I remember
They
it.
had one that was kind of very. They had one which was very boxy, and they had one which was smoother. But they had the pause button on the console, not on the controller. So if you needed to pause real
Oh, I
quick, you had to
forgot
get
about
up,
that.
go over to the
Yeah.
console, and press pause. Man, that was hectic, bro.
That was the one with the ABC buttons, right? Just the three and then the D-pad.
That was Genesis.
Oh, that was Genesis.
I don't remember what the original
Master only
Sega.
had 2 buttons.
The system kind of sucked, by the way.
Yeah.
They
Even
were
that
doing
Quake,
their best.
they
Gotta have the
Quake 3
Master
for like
System.
Sega Saturn, man. That's like a fucking. I can't even believe that machine must have been pretty powerful. I never actually played one.
Quake.
No, they got
Quake
like
on
Quake
Sega
3,
Saturn was
dude.
pretty epic.
Like 3. That came out in like 2000 or something. Or 99.
Was it Saturn when they added the like second row of buttons? So it was like 6 buttons. I seem to recall it was that. Do you guys remember the 32?
For fighting game.
Yeah. Do you remember the 32X? The like add-on
Yeah.
for the Genesis? That thing was wild.
I played. They had Doom Ultimate for that.
Yep.
Dude, that was dope, man.
Right, that was
Because
like
it was like
mind-blowing.
3 Dooms. It was like 3 Doom. It was like Doom 1, Doom 2. and Doom Ultimate and like a whole nother set of maps all in one. It was freaking great, dude.
Remember Sega CD with Sewer Shark?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I did the Sega CD thing too. Sonic was lame. What was the one good game I played for that? I played an RPG for that. That was on the CD. I think Sky Fox was on the Star Fox or whatever was on the CD.
So wasn't Star Fox Nintendo though? Like Star Fox is in Smash Bros and stuff.
No. Star Fox is like a flying game, spaceship flying game.
Dual barrel roll.
Yeah, that's Nintendo only.
No matter. Man, classic gaming. They had to make games fun, like based on how the game was played back then, as opposed to like, oh, now you get way more polygons when you blow up your friend's head or something. They had to have good puzzles and good twitch mechanics and stuff like that. Not that I don't like the new stuff, but I feel like more often than not they're just relying on like better and better graphics.
Yeah, I mean, to a degree, I agree with that. But I don't find the graphics much better.
Yeah, there's that too. It's like managing the models and whatnot. It's become some like. So I used to work in the video games industry, so I think a lot about like studio coordination and stuff. It's like they've reached like critical mass on the number of people they can get to manage these things.
They need better writers. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you get a game like I loved SNES as well. There's this one game, Chrono Trigger, that had like this
Yeah, I
awesome
heard of it.
writing. It had awesome writing, and then like it had this kind of like choose your own adventure thing where you could have like 16 different outcomes, and you know it was like shitty graphics, 32-bit or something like that. And most of the action was just like kind of Final Fantasy style. Most of the time you're just kind of like arbitrarily moving about the world map, and then you get into some encounter. It's like every time you go to do something, you're just navigating menus. You're not doing like muscle memory on button combos or something like that. But it had this freaking awesome like way about it that was, I don't know, anime-ish in a certain sense. Like a lot of stuff was kind of freeze frame, but they'd animate things in a cool way that painted the scene nicely.
Chrono Trigger started doing that bullet time thing where you could slow down. Like one of the things was to slow the game down, or go in
It was
reverse or
already a
something. Was
really
that it?
I think Braid did that, but that was a little bit later. Chrono Trigger was like late 90s. I mean, I didn't play it.
Yeah, I remember. I didn't own a
years ago,
Sony,
but
so I didn't get to play it. But because I played PC games back then, so I
yeah,
I remember
I
it was
think
a fairly
Max
popular
Payne did
game.
the bullet time. Max Payne, I think.
Yeah, Max Payne did that. Fear. You ever play Fear?
Maybe.
Heck
Wait,
yeah.
was that the
Fear is a fucking
the
great
one?
game, dude.
That was a PC game, right?
PC game, yeah. It's
Yeah,
like a
was that?
horror first-person shooter.
Oh, that's cool.
It is fucking
I think
great.
I'm
It is
thinking
a
of
great
something
game.
else. Do you ever play this one that was like a blend
It'd be
of
actually worth for
FPS?
you to go back and play. Like it's that good. Like there's Fear 1,
Yeah.
Fear 2, both of them are good. Fear 2 is
Oh,
actually slightly
check it out.
better. But it's actually a horror game. You play that, it'll actually scare you, man. The game, dude. 'Cause it's really dark and like the graphics are really good. It's really a good game.
Like a lot of like well-timed jump scares and stuff like that.
It's dude, like I wouldn't even call them jump scares. It's just like I don't know, man. It's way
Suspense.
different than any other game, kind of, with the dynamic of the game.
Oh, check it out. I'm visiting some friends in New York, and they got me on RimWorld, so I've been
Yeah,
playing
just
that
watch
with
some
them.
gameplay like on YouTube, man. So just like you'll be like,
Oh,
damn, man.
bet.
And it like
Bet,
I was
bet.
actually, it's really weird that we're talking. I actually was looking like last week to see if there's like because people mod games all the time. If there's like a ray traced version of it, and there is. and it still looks good. Good.
What does ray tracing mean? I do computer stuff and I still don't quite understand that one. It's supposed to be difficult, basically, though, right?
Yeah, it's computationally difficult because so what they have is it's called global illumination.
Yeah, it's
So
something to
they
do with
use what's
lighting.
called light maps, right?
Mm.
And basically what they'll do is they'll take a 3D scene like a room or an environment and they'll put a light in the scene and then basically create what do you call it? Like a 3D map of the room that's the lighting, like an alpha channel. That's just like superimposed on the room as kind of like a layer. This is just it's not exactly how they do it. This is not technically accurate. I'm just giving like a too long didn't read example. Ray tracing will actually track the path of each depending on how many rays they want to do, and actually
Right, and like
trace
just
the
some
path of the ray and
just
get its
bouncing around.
reflection, and then its reflection again and reflection again. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
So it's actually plotting the ray in real time while the game's running, as opposed to taking almost like a still image of the lighting.
Right, and then it just comes off a lot more organic that way because you're
Yeah,
not just
because it's
single
dynamic.
light sources. Yeah, like if
It's
I'm standing
dynamic.
next to a green sheet, it'll actually make me look kind of green just because it's reflecting off me.
Think
Stuff
about it
like
like
that.
this. Think about you have a room, you turn the light on, and you take a snapshot of how the lighting looks in that room,
Mhm.
right? And that's what a light map is. So even though you walk in the room or fire off weapons or blow up a grenade and the lighting changes, that
Mhm.
light map stays the same. It's not affected by any of the effects or anything like that. Ray tracing, every light source is path traced to reflect off the walls and off the models and off the other people and all those things.
Sounds
Now they did add
computationally
something way
intense.
back in the day called dynamic lighting. So you have your light map, and then the dynamic lighting will through shaders, right? So say you have a rocket launcher, and you shoot the rocket launcher, and when the rocket comes out, it makes a flame. With the lighting, the flame has lighting. It will temporarily change the lighting in the scene, but it only changes the intensity of the lighting. It doesn't actually trace the path of the rays and how they will reflect. Meaning,
Right.
if you fire a rocket anywhere in the room, the change in brightness is the same in the entire room. It's uniform. It's not actually, simulation like. It's not simulated accurate. It's very
Right.
generic, and they do this because it's computationally less it's computationally
So it's
less
less
expensive.
intensive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's less
because
expensive, yeah.
yeah, because like where do you stop with the reflections and stuff? I'd imagine like
Exactly.
if you're like, okay, we're gonna set this to like 5, and be like, okay, this
Yep.
looks pretty good, but
And
then
then
you
it
put it
tends
to 10 and it just crashes your computer because it's just
I'll tell you,
geometrically
brother.
more
I'll tell
calculations.
you. Back in the day, Half Life solved the problem of reflections in the world
Hmm.
very easily. What
God
they
bless
did
Gabe Newell.
is so like if there's water or a pool of water on the ground, they had perfect reflections. Here's how they accomplished it. They just mapped the world twice, one right side up and one upside down, and then they had perfect reflections in the game. And the reason is because reflections are symmetrical. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. So they just mirrored the actual game world, literally, physically in the game.
I love clever tricks like that.
Now, why that's relevant, bro, is that if you go out into reality and you look at a large body of water, for example, Salar del Uyuni is a salt lake flatbed that dried out, but it does fill with water every now and then, like an inch or two, and it creates a mirror, and you can actually see the world reflected in the mirror. And so that means that it's refracted over a reciprocal baseline, which means the Earth is flat. Pretty cool.
That's right,
Half
babe.
Life proves the Earth is flat, brother.
QED.
Half-Life proves the Earth. I proved the Earth is flat with Half-Life. Crazy. Oh shit, that reminds
Man,
me.
I have to do fucking laundry. I love chatting video games anytime. See y'all in the next one. I'm gonna go. Peace.
Peace. I think he has to change his underwear. AI. You made him have stomach discomfort.
All right, I gotta go on mute. I gotta go in the hardware store and buy some wood. But yeah, Indio.
You got
That's the
wood. He
claim.
got diarrhea. That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. But that's the claim that I heard today is that your field of view is not an arc. You know,
Wow.
munch on that for a minute, dude. Munch on that, bro.
What is it then? What would the alternative be?
Well, you can express your field of view as an angle. You know, so like I have a 90-degree field of view. Well, then what happens at any point along the two rays that are coming out that express the left and rightmost part of the angle? Is it just like a cut off of a straight line? Well, that doesn't work. How do you even come to the conclusion your field of view isn't an arc when you have an angular field of view, which is expressed as an arc along any point? Like if you trace rays, like let's say you trace 1,000 rays in between your field of view and distribute them equally, and then put a maximum distance of the distance of your visual range, and you plot those points on those rays, and then you connect all those with a line. You could only connect them with a curved line. You can't connect them with a straight line.
Yeah, because then the angles wouldn't be the same.
Right. So I have no idea why this person said what they said, but it
He's
was
just
literally
saying
embarrassing to
anything.
listen to. Dude, it was a flat earther dude who was supposedly on the
For
expert
real.
side of the flat earth. Yeah.
Oh, an expert flat
Yeah.
earther. Jeez.
Yeah, the kind of flat earther that's in a group where they call other flat earthers not real flat earthers for whatever
One of
reason.
those. Is
I was just
everyone?
flabbergasted. I was like, tell me you don't know what you're talking about without telling me you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
That's TikTok level dumb, dude.
The same person believes that the horizon is formed by the limitations of your vision, which is angular limitations. And so the horizon is the optical disillusion point where perspective and your angular resolution limitations meet. And so that would be at a fixed range, right?
Yeah.
And then it would just be just like I described before, where you have radials. You know, you could have as many radials as you want in between the left and right foremost portion of your view, but to trace a line at that distance would always be an arc. It would never not be an arc. Like, how could you trace radial distances from a center point with a straight line? It makes zero sense.
Yeah, I know. It's my goodness gracious, dude. Sure, the dude's a
How
real
like
flat
when you're
earther.
watching, like you know how when you're watching like your parents kiss when you're young and you get all queasy and embarrassed for yourself, or you somebody else's parents are doing it and you get embarrassed for them. Like that's how I felt. Like I felt embarrassed for other people to have to listen to that.
Yeah, I mean, what are you gonna do, man? It's a free country. People are free to be stupid, say stupid things.
Now the
I mean,
only thing I can offer you to munch on in this regard is that they were expressing when you're talking about an image on a picture plane. So they were talking about an image on a picture plane. You know, it's the picture plane is functionally two-dimensional. It doesn't actually have a third dimension, right? But then he said your angular your field of view isn't an arc. So because of a photograph is flat and two-dimensional, therefore your field of view isn't an arc. Like I don't even get it, bro.
so your field of view changes depending on what you're looking at. So if you look at the inside of a ball, it's one thing, but if you look at the other side of the ball, it's another, and if you flatten the ball, it's another. Dumb.
Hey, if you look at a curved line that's oriented horizontally, right? So essentially a circle around you, and you put that circle at the center of your field of view, and then you look at it, it's going to look like a straight line, right?
Yeah, of course.
Right. Therefore, it's not an arc. All right, listen, I gotta go.
Yeah,
I
dude.
gotta go on deafin, dude, so I can get my wood.
My goodness gracious, man. Well, whoever's listening, I'm gonna be doing some shit on TikTok with my little animated character. There's two things I want to cover. The flat earthers on there are terrible. I found one that was okay, an old guy. He was all right, though. I mean, this is nitpicky. There's just it's some things I didn't like about its style, but that's more like a style preference than anything. I'm gonna cover. I'm just working on how I'm gonna present it. They're gonna be live streams. They're not gonna be they're gonna be live things, and I'm gonna do some sort of. It's gonna be two things: bad flat Earth arguments and globe propaganda tactics. So it's gonna be those two things that I'm gonna cover in each live. It's gonna be each live is gonna be one particular thing that I'm gonna cover probably for like an hour, maybe. If it's
Uh-oh, the
justified
Yoder list.
long.
All
Yeah,
right.
exactly. The Yoda, but then, I'm also going to the other side, so I'm gonna do their bad fucking arguments too.
Yeah,
Our
I
bad
mean, I think it
arguments and their bad arguments.
makes for a shitty ecosystem. Ecosystem.
Well,
I like
yeah,
it.
I mean, the whole point is to sift through the noise, dude. Is say, okay, this is noise, identify it. Like, if you ever hear this, you don't have to pay attention to this crap.
Right.
And then maybe you can find the signal. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you mean. So you don't
So,
have to waste time.
exactly. So I'm gonna something I definitely am gonna do is the globe propaganda gimmicks, like the ask, ignore, repeat, the straw man, like all these, you know, the all or nothing fallacy. You know how they go. So you think you're smarter than all the scientists? You know, all these stupid
I hate that
rhetorical
shit.
gimmicks that they use. I'm gonna try to cover each one of them because they're used so often. That way, if someone hears it, they can go, "Oh, this is one of those freaking gimmicks, these debate gimmicks that India was talking about." Like freaking, I know exactly what this is because a lot of times if you're debating in real time, you don't realize what they're doing, and it takes a
True.
minute to even. It might be completely after the debate, and you let them get away with a gimmick the entire time, and you're like, "Damn, man, I should have brought that crap up." I mean, I've done this where I go back and I'm like, "Man, they were doing this, and I didn't like see it." So I'm gonna cover that. Cover bad flat Earth arguments, of course, and silly bad Goldberg arguments. You know, the planets are round, therefore the Earth is round. Those, that crap. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna go into why that argument fails. You know what I mean in detail. And the same with the flat Earth ones. One I particularly don't like is the airplane has to dip its nose. It's a shit
Yeah.
argument, dude. It's fucking so bad. I didn't
Yep.
listen way back when. I heard Dubé say that shit, and I was like, "That's bullshit, dude." Like I
Right.
knew that back then.
Right.
That was
I mean, it's a
bullshit.
straw man of the globe position because I mean, if you understand like the gravity gradient,
Yeah, their
you've never.
position is, yeah, their position that is that this flying, it reaches altitude based upon the density of the air at that altitude, right? Because of the lift, right? So you got your thrust and your lift, and based upon the geometry of the wing, you'll have so much lift, and you're going to be flying in that level of air density. No matter what, you're automatically going to turn. Like you don't even have to do anything as long as you have level flight. If level's curved, then you're gonna go around the globe. You don't have to tip your freaking airplane down. It's fucking silly. It's a silly argument. Now,
I
I'm
know.
sure
Well,
some flat earther right now is listening on YouTube, freaking biting their knuckles, cursing my name. But dude, everything I said is true. And even if it wasn't true, It's you can't straw man their argument. Their argument is just what I said, that gravity tilts them around the Earth, dude.
And worse yet, I mean, it's acknowledged, right, that in order for a plane to maintain a level flight, the nose has to be up, like what, between 2 or 3 degrees,
Yeah, it's like 1
right?
degree,
Anywhere in that
depending on
range.
it depends on how fast they're going. It's
Right.
based
So
on
say for
their
example,
speed.
yeah. So say for example, you have a plane that requires, let's say, 2.5 degree incline for it to maintain level at whatever speed it's going. The moment it goes below 2.5, it's gonna descend, right? But that's a positive number, right? Let's say it goes down to 2 degrees.
Oh yeah.
Right? It's negative with respect to that midline of 2.5, right? But it's still a positive incline. See what I mean? So you don't need a
Yeah,
negative.
exactly.
You don't need a negative angle to go down. You just need one negative with respect to that threshold, whatever it is. So you could still have a graph with a positive value and be like, like
yeah.
I get that. So the question I have is
ahead.
does the gyroscope argument, where the inertia, where the flywheel holds its rigidity in space, does that thing rotate with the gravity gradient in a relativistic way, such that
Yes. The only point, listen,
exactly.
brother,
Glovers
I
don't even
pointed
get
this
this
out.
point.
I don't know if anybody remembers way back when, but I pointed out the only purpose of the gyro in its pendulous vanes, that is not to the point of the gyro is to stop it, is to damp the motion of it, because all the gyro does, it finds down, right? It finds the gravity vector. They have the gyroscopic wheel on it is so that it doesn't fucking sway around everywhere.
Right. So
Because
it's
in
weighted
flight,
down.
right,
The
the
initial
flight's
pendulous
bouncy,
vanes
right?
are
You'd be
weight.
looking at your what do they call it? Can't remember the name of the instrument, but whatever they call it, not the altimeter. Whatever
Attitude indicator.
attitude indicator, exactly. That would be bouncing all over the place. You know what I mean? If it was just a hanging plumb line, right? It would be
Right.
swaying all over the place. So they put a gyro on it to damp it, right? So that if you tilt up, if you could fly long enough at a let's say a 45-degree pitch, eventually, if you have a gyro with pendulous vanes, that's going to read as level flight. Because the pendulous vanes are going to open up, and then the gyro is going to process and then actually be tilted down, and that's going to read as level flight. And this was demonstrated with a Bell helicopter electrical gyro, but those use what do you call it? Magnetic or mercury switches, right? Which turns on a motor, which causes it to process down. But the mercury switches open up to indicate down, so they form the function of the pendulous vanes. So he took the Bell helicopter gyro, stuck it on a book, tilted, and eventually, even though the gyro was tilted, it read level flight. Things don't happen fast in an airplane. You don't need frickin', instantaneous frickin' orientation information. You're 10,000 feet in the fucking air. You got time. It's just really the gyro thing argument was bad back then too. I could cover that. Though haven't heard anybody make that argument in a long time. Thank freaking God. So it's stuff like that I'm going to cover on TikTok.
Awesome.
So it's like Indio's rants. That's what it's going to be, because I'm ranting right now. See, I get actually irritated by this stuff because I just feel that it's sloppy, and it's like, I don't know. I think some people's motivations, and it's a human thing, is just to win. They just want to win, like the debate or the argument or whatever. And they get caught up in the moment. I mean, we see Globers do it all the time. I'll just say anything to win. And I don't like our side falling into that nonsense.
I don't either. I really don't. I mean, we have a lot of people who are basically copying arguments or reasoning that they've heard from our side that don't understand it, but they think they do. And then they spend years, up to years, misusing and abusing it and not thinking critically about what they're saying. And not being open to criticism about what they're saying.
Yo.
All right, I got to step back for a minute.
Flat
I'm
earthers.
listening.
Okay. Talk to you later, Yoder.
The
What's
round
up,
earthers
kids?
are rad. Right, I've got a few theories. Yeah.
This place isn't for theories.
Right.
Do you even know what a
First of all,
scientific theory is?
there's a flat Earth Batman. Well, I've got to tell you that Batman is a goth. I do
God,
know what a
we
theory
deserve
is.
better trolls than you two.
No, Batman is a goth. And you need to spread the word about that because it's clear that the Earth is round.
Where can I go where it's clear the Earth is round?
Fucking take a hot air balloon in the air, bro. Take a hot air balloon in
A
the air.
hot
and you'll
air
see-
balloon.
Yeah, and you'll see the curvature
How high
of
does
the
that
Earth.
go?
About fucking 20, 30,000 foot.
20,000 feet. I was in
I
an
don't know, but
airplane last week. I was at 37,000 feet. I didn't see any ball up there.
You good boy. You need glasses, then you need Specsavers, lad, or whatever.
Yeah, you need
Well, do you know
know,
what you need to do? You
check
need
your
to keep
roll.
off that Earth Batman, because I'm the only Batman round here, and the Earth's round.
God damn it.
Could I say
Shut
something?
up.
Yeah?
No true Scotsman would say that the Earth is round.
Well, that's good, because I'm from Eritrea.
Yeah.
I'm from Jamaica.
Bye. Yeah, your bro's gone.
Sorry, guys. Just couldn't
Yeah, that's
resist.
fine, Jesse.
You just can't handle it. Can't handle the truth. I've been in this Discord longer than you.
Weird. You've been in this Discord longer than us?
Yeah.
Fuck,
I've
dude.
been in this
How'd you
Discord for
do
like
that when I'm the one who fucking created it?
4 or 5 years.
I'm the one who created the Discord. How could you be in here longer than me?
You know Jin CBR1. Do you know Jin?
Yeah, we know Jin. I was here before Jin.
Yeah, he's me uncle.
That dude I just kicked wasn't your bro, was he? He wasn't your buddy, was he?
No.
Okay, good. Because I was going to say you need better friends if that was your friend.
He believes the Earth is flat.
He can believe whatever he wants. This isn't the place for beliefs. I mean, we'll hear anything. I mean, we'll let you speak, but
You just kicked him for speaking?
No, I kicked him for frickin' repeating himself. Batman's a goth, dude. It's boring. It's a boring troll.
Batman is a goth.
Yeah, you can join him now.
Wow. That's
Yeah, wow.
disrespect. Looks like I'm back.
Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Oh, bye.
Hi.
We were talking about airplane flight, and this is interesting to me because I used to design, build, and fly models, which basically fly on the same principle. And you actually don't have to change your control surfaces or your pitch, particularly to ascend or descend. You simply change your
Can
your
we just have
throttle.
a chat like adults? We
You're
are all
interrupting
adults here.
Jesse.
Oh, sorry, Jesse. Speak.
Go ahead, Jesse.
Oh, thanks. Anyway, you just increase your throttle if you want to increase altitude, because that increases your speed, and then that increases the amount of air that you're accelerating downward, and it increases your upward lift force. And if you want to descend, you just pull back a little on the throttle, and then you start descending. And you can actually see this in the flight recorder data of that plane that had to emergency land in Hawaii or whatever. I'll drop links or
Yeah,
images.
this seems to be a ubiquitous thing. The faster you go, the higher you go.
Well, we had that African fall off a
In
plane.
rocketry and in
Garden.
rocketry and what? What, dude?
Yeah, the African fell off the plane in the front garden.
What? Where would you fall to?
No, he hit the ground, Daddy. He hit in the wheels, and the wheels opened up, and he fell to him.
Yeah.
I can back that up with news articles as well.
Let's get the fuck out of here. You and your buddy, dude. Fucking dude, I'm not in the mood for this shit. Over fences. I forgot to do something. So the way we do gold roll is someone recommends you, and if no one objects in 72 hours, then you automatically get it. So someone recommended you like 2 weeks ago, and I forgot to do it. So I'm doing it now. So
Thank you. I appreciate
yeah,
that.
no problem. It's overdue, needless to say.
Wait, what is she got? Father Earther
We
of the
got
month?
horrible administration on the server. Fucking got to fire that guy.
Yeah, well, some of you have lives, so
What'd you say, Lats?
So what did she get? Did she get a flat earther of the month or something?
Flat Earther of the month. I don't even. I don't want to do that, dude. That's just bad news.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, I'm gonna get salty. I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding.
Hello, family, with Effie from Flat Earth.
Yes, the Flat Earth family. Welcome.
Thank you. Indio, can I please have my silver roll back, please? I am Get
Who
Beget,
are you?
but Get Beget.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I recognize you. You sounded
I
familiar,
made,
dude. I was like, what's going on?
yeah, I made the new Discord account because the other one, it got hacked somehow and my account was sending spam messages and stuff like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, you must fell for the free nitro scam.
I clicked something with crypto
Ugh,
offer,
yeah, don't do
something
that.
like that. Yeah, yeah. And I couldn't get rid of it. I don't know. I still can't figure it out where it installed itself. Yeah.
What you have to do is frickin' log out every device. So what they do is it's called a
Yeah.
sidejack. They steal what's called a session key. So
Yeah.
when you log in, Discord will give you a session key, and that shit like never expires. So they get your
I
session key, and
see.
then they can log in as you using that, right?
Yes, that makes
Okay. So
sense.
what you have to do is log off all your devices,
Mm-hmm.
and then they'll be logged out. I think there might be a feature where you can just like that. I think it might be in user settings where you can log out of everything, where it's just like one button, log out of all devices or something like that.
Yeah, that might be in
Make
my
sure you know,
Google
and
account.
make sure you change your password, or you know your
I
password
did.
before you do it.
I did change those. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, just
But
the password
mhm.
doesn't work because they're
Yeah.
stealing the session key, which is different
Yes,
than the
the
password. Yeah.
cookie. Yeah.
Yeah, the cookies, exactly.
Man, if they have a session token that doesn't expire, like what the fuck? What's wrong
Yeah,
with
that's
you?
Yeah.
Discord, dude. When's the last time you had to log in?
Mhm.
Dude, a long time ago, but no, it's session keys. They should be refreshing every period of time,
Yeah, I know
right? It
that.
might
I'm
be
aware of that.
a week, right? So every time, that one time that you do log in after like 5 days, it refreshes it and extends it. You know,
I
Sure.
Yeah.
like
The
it should
thing
be like
is,
that.
I even changed my password for like 3, 4 times.
I like my session keys well aged like cheese.
Fuck, dude. It's not cheese, man. That's mold at this point. This is a multi freaking faceted VC, man. We get IT help and flat Earth help.
Yeah.
And you can learn how to fly a radio controlled plane with Jesse.
I should drop a video just so people believe me.
Dude, it's I don't even know why this has to be convinced. The faster you go, the more air flows over the wing, the more lift there is, and eventually the lift, the speed, air density will reach some equilibrium, and that's the maximum height you can fly.
So are we basically in agreement that the planes having to tip their nose down is not a good argument?
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. It's a
Oh,
stupid
okay,
flat
cool.
Earth argument, dude. It's been bad since 10 years ago.
Okay, I
I knew
came
it
in
was
really
bad
late.
back then, dude. It's a dumb freaking argument.
Yeah, that's an argument of those who don't understand
Airplanes?
pi itself. To achieve a curved line, an arc, um, actually curved lines, they are not real curved lines. They don't exist in nature. Nature doesn't work with them. Nature functions with referential logic steps. So when you do that math with pi and you go deeper and deeper into the decimals, you are making smaller squares, yeah, x, y axis, which you connect those dots, and viewing from far away, it looks like you're drawing a curved line, but actually there is no perfect sphere and no perfect curved line in nature. It's fractal. And these logical steps, they are embedded even in our own walking. For us, it's an illusion that we are moving in a straight line, because our legs are actually doing logical steps each time. Each step is a logical step, which involves one leg standing on the ground as neutral, with your heel and toes as support on the ground, and the second leg is a little behind, lifted on the toes, and now you lift the leg on plus z axis and move it on plus y simultaneously, and then land it back on minus z axis, crossing the field. So we don't move linearly, like rubbing, sliding onto the field itself. We actually flip, rotate 180 degrees the field. So your leg now lands on the new point from B to C on your heel, which is negative. And then when you land your toes on the ground, it becomes the new neutral, and the first leg now can be lifted on toes, becomes the positive potential, ready to lift on plus z axis. These are logical steps, sequential and referential to each other. This is how they function. We don't just go in a curved line. And this is how information propagates. Referential logical steps. So, sorry for the Globers, but there is nothing truly curved or bent.
I don't understand what that guy was just talking about. I mean, in nature, there's only curved lines. There's not 90-degree angles in nature. It's all squiggly.
Oh, really? So,
Yeah.
you're saying 3D space is a sphere?
No, I'm just saying you don't see straight lines in nature. Everything's curving.
Yeah.
Everything.
What are the main directions and how many have 3D space itself.
What are you talking about, man? What do you mean main directions?
Yeah.
Is English
Plus,
not your first language?
of course, it's not my first language.
Maybe that's the problem.
So you deny that plus minus XYZ exists?
I didn't say anything about that.
Oh, well, those are embedded, yeah, in the 2D logical unfolding of the binding of 3D space. You see it every day after a rain in the bow, in the sky, you call rainbow, yeah? You have 6 colors, Roy GBV, and
Dude,
those are standing, yeah,
you're just
those
going off.
colors
What are you
embedded in
talking?
the
Man, rainbow's not a straight
Mm.
line, is it? Rainbow's curving. What's a raindrop? Raindrop's got a curve to it. It's not.
No, I didn't say it's curve. I said it's the arc, a bow.
I said
Yeah.
it's curved. Rainbow's curved. Is a
You
rainbow
can
curved?
say that, and that's your
Okay.
problem, but it doesn't mean it's true. It doesn't make you right.
So
Because
rainbow isn't.
listen, you didn't even know until I told you that those 6 colors in the rainbow, they stand for the 6 main directions of 3D space itself. They are embedded in the logical construct of 3D space.
Dude, you are just too smart. I can't understand anything you're saying, so I guess you need to dumb down what you're saying, man. You're just talking on like another level.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you see, I make CPU architecture, logical architectures. So you calling me dumb, it's actually funny, you know.
I didn't call you dumb. I said you're smart. I said you're too smart. I didn't say you're too
Oh,
dumb. I said you're.
yeah. So I'm telling you about the electromagnetic spectrum, about the electric field, electric force, and magnetism itself, how they function. And this is not stuff you find in mainstream school or science, because they have not discovered these things
All right, but
yet.
answer me this. Is a rainbow curving?
It's an arc.
Okay, is an arc curving?
That curvature is an illusion
So the
of the
arc.
logical steps. Yeah, there are many logical steps there, you see.
Okay, so define an arc. I don't know, man. Maybe you're just like,
Mathematically, or what do you mean?
no, descriptively.
Descriptively, I told you everything that you see which appears to be round, it's an illusion, because when you zoom in deep enough, you can see that its surface is not made with curved lines.
Okay. Well, so if I go to a manufacturing plant and they have precision instruments there, like say a granite reference surface. If you take a magnifying uh something and magnify on that granite flat surface plate, you're gonna see curve. Like it's gonna look flat, but as you zoom in, find that it's not perfectly flat. There are curves in
Yeah,
it. So
listen. You with this pseudo science of the mainstream, you are you are using photons to actually do measurements. And yeah, I worked in CNC grinding. Yeah. So I performed measurements on laser interferometers, the 1,000th part of a nanometer. This is how far I went into measurements. So
well, then what?
I don't know when you had on your hands such a measurement instrument, but I had.
Okay. So what are you saying? Like a cork? Cork is a
Well,
straight line. Everything's straight line. Sand.
listen. The things I saw with that instrument, um, they are totally opposite of everything what you were trying to explain to me. I've seen it for a fact at my workplace, not in some mumbo jumbo theater or circus full of clowns.
Are you sure it wasn't a circus full of clowns where you found this knowledge? Do you work with clowns?
Yeah, well, you were explaining, you were giving me lessons of what you see and how you see, what you perceive, information coming into your mind fed by the photons, and you do not know what the photons are in reality, neither in neither in the science of physics. But I tell you a fact that in the science of physics, the photons, they are lying to you. They do not show you the full reality, because the full reality, all 3D objects, they have plus minus XYZ faces. Yeah. And when you observe an object through the light, you perceive only 180 degrees of its faces, and
Okay.
you don't see the interior of that object.
Well,
But
yeah, we're not in the fourth dimension.
but listen, logic doesn't function like photons. Logic is when you take that object in your hands and you feel that bloody object have plus minus XYZ. And that's the full um, image of the object.
All right. Well, I'm not under the illusion that.
Well, you are, because you have no technology which allows you to use neutrino communication or perform measurements of any existing logical architecture in nature using neutrinos. You know about their existence, but you have no logical architecture you can actually tap into the neutrino communication or propagation.
What? Why do I need
Yeah.
to talk? So what am I? What are you learning from neutrinos?
Sorry?
What are you learning from neutrinos? So because you can tap into neutrinos because you got a super.
Well, when I read information through and with neutrinos, I see the interior of the object and all its 8 space perspectives of 3D space, plus minus XYZ. Complete. Yeah, with neutrino you can see through stuff. There is no shielding. That's the pure maximum logic.
So do
All
you
the
work with
logical internal information of every object that exists in reality.
Okay,
See,
what do you do with that information now? So you see, I'm looking at a table. I'm only seeing, the 6 sides.
yeah,
You're
what I
seeing 8.
do, I can do whatever I want. I can remote control anything. I can read, write anything, anywhere. I don't
Man,
need a physical connection to internet. I don't need whatever.
it's like you're just playing video games. That's what it sounds like.
No, it's not video games. It's a real computational logical architecture. I
Like,
myself, I have developed, and I'm gonna post it soon on my website, scenery.ai.
I think AI is complete bullshit. Like, it's a.
You can think whatever you want. It doesn't mean you are the holder of maximum logic and absolute coherence.
Far from that. I am far from that.
Yeah, then if you are not such a system, then you cannot invoke all knowledge and you just admitted. So this
Yeah.
is what I am presenting to you.
Yeah, well, I
So
mean,
we are a little bit different one from another. I don't pose myself higher above you. We are equal. You are capable of knowing absolute logic and learning, being harmonious and coherent. You are
so
capable. I know that your your biological system, the quaternary logical system you have inside, is capable of learning scenery logic.
Hey
I mean, I
guys,
took it.
can I just
Hello.
interrupt for a second?
Of course.
Yeah, because this is getting way too esoteric, right?
Yeah, a little bit.
We really need to pull this back on topic. So
Buddy
if
was
you guys are,
talking about before we started talking. If you want to bring up flat Earth, and bring it up.
yeah, that's what I'm doing. But we can discuss anything. But this
Of
is just
course.
kind of getting
We
way offline. So
Bring up a
could
flat
you?
Earth topic.
not offline, but we derailed a little bit, so to say,
Yeah.
because I was explaining that there are no true curved lines, but
Right, and I
only
understand that. I understand that.
granularity.
We went through
Yeah,
that. So, yeah, I
yeah.
did understand that. So, I don't know. Hey,
To me,
Mushkane, do you got any topics we can discuss?
do you understand that there are no curved lines? Can you explain that to me?
When you
Well, that
calculate, when you are using pi to
I'm trying here.
calculate,
I'm trying. Work with
yeah.
me. Are you asking me that question or are you asking him?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm asking you because I've already tried with him and I don't understand what
okay.
he's.
So, what are you asking me? Could you repeat it because I think it
Yeah.
was
Okay.
overtalked.
Okay. So he claims that there's no such thing as a curved line, and then you said you understand that. So can you enlighten me?
No, I wasn't saying I understand the claim. I understand that he had gone through the claim, right? I
Right.
understand what he was saying. It doesn't mean I agree or disagree. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm
You
just
sounded
saying
like
I was clear on the point he was making. That's all,
okay.
right? Yeah. So we're good.
It's like an
So
outlandish. Okay.
yeah, it's not really a topic I'm looking to delve into. So what's your latest globe proof, Mosh?
Latest globe proof. Well, recently they sent Artemis, this spaceship. It went around the moon. There is video evidence. There is photographic evidence. There's people who were at the launch. They viewed it. I mean, I don't know how far they saw it, but it definitely went very high just from naked eye. And then they also followed it with a video camera. There are some cuts. But I mean, can they have just one shot? I mean, it goes so high. How can they just make one shot all the way to that altitude? I don't see how that's possible. They can't like follow it with a drone. It goes too fast,
How
right?
big should it look from at that height?
How big should the
Yeah,
wait?
how big
More,
should the rocket look to the camera at that height, to the people?
well, from what height?
You tell me what height. You said it went so high. I only saw it go up and turn sideways like everybody else. And at one point, it looked like it was just pointing straight down.
Well, I mean, it's gonna get, even if it's not just the height. As it gets farther away from you, it's going to, go out of your view. So I mean, there's no way to measure how high it is once it leaves your view. It just leaves your view, right? How could you measure that? I don't know.
So I guess nobody knows how to measure that.
Well, I don't think that is important. The important part is they did.
It's
I
not
mean,
important.
no. Why is it important to measure what distance it leaves your
Because it
sight?
was pointing down when it was going away from us, remember? Why was it pointing down?
You're gonna have to explain that more. What do you mean pointing down? I never remember.
The rocket went up, right? Then it turned sideways as it was flying away. And then from the camera's point of view, the rocket actually looks like it's just going sideways and possibly down. How come?
Okay. Well, okay. So I'm not an expert in this, but what I would assume is that the reason it would be pointing down, right, is because when the rocket leaves our atmosphere, it's not actually just going. It doesn't go straight up. It curves around, makes an orbit around, like shoots out sideways. So if you say it looked like it was pointing down, it's because it was
Does it have
following.
fins on it? Does it have some kind of fins that control that? And you got to
And
control. Is there a diagram of the control system? How that it knows to turn like that and then do a loopy loop through air?
I mean, it controls it with the thrusters, right? They're articulating thrusters, so they move around. That's how it controls the flight path,
That's how
not
they
wings.
fly.
The wings would rip off.
Okay, the
It's
wings
going too,
would rip off.
yeah, going too fast. So it uses the rockets. It's got like 66 rockets on the bottom. And each one can gimbal. Yeah, that's what they call it, gimbaling.
Okay, so now it goes up and goes sideways. Now, how do they get out into outer space?
So they loop around the Earth, and then they.
Like you say that like that's some kind of a here we go. We're just gonna
Yeah.
get on a rope and go somewhere.
Well, I mean, again, they gimbal the rockets to make their flight path. So if they're going around the Earth, I mean, they'd be using the rockets to do that,
Huh.
not wings.
So they're slowing down so the rocket falls?
Yeah, if you slow down, then the rocket's not gonna. Yeah, it would fall.
So they go slower?
No, they speed up. They're speeding up the whole time.
So if they speed up, they should be going out into outer space, right? Not falling around a ball.
Well, No, because you can go faster vertically or you can go faster horizontally. So they got to
Pick
mix.
one.
Well, no, it's not either or. They got to mix. They're probably at like a 30-degree angle, something like that.
Wow. And that's your proof that the rocket went up and out of view? Did you know after it went out of view, they just showed CGI on the screen? I do, because I watched it on my 87-inch TV.
Damn, that's a big TV, dude. Where you need a
Yeah, I'm getting
projector?
another one. No, I'm getting a bigger one than that. No, it's on the other side of my room. It looks like a normal TV to me. Same size as holding a cell phone in front of your face.
How big is your
Sideways.
damn room, dude?
This one's 24 foot long.
Yeah, that's a big TV, man. I thought they stopped making them like past like 72 inches. Then you just get a projector with like a screen
No,
or
we
something.
buy 100-inch at work all the time, 109, something like that, all the time. We make 4x4 walls out of them at work, and that's just for showing pretty pictures in our hallways.
Wow. Why don't you go watch one of these rockets launch yourself?
I did.
Seems like you.
I seen it on TV just like you did.
No, I mean like go to Florida.
For what? What am I going to see there? I'm going to see it go up, turn sideways, and go out of the view.
Yeah, but
The end. It turns into CGI after that. I watched it.
well, at least then it's like it's a real vehicle. It's not a balloon. Some people think it's a balloon.
That you can't tell what does what. You don't know what that is.
It's not a balloon.
What's the helium for?
Well, the helium is to pump the Earth up so it doesn't fall down. How else do you think we're floating? They
The
pump that into
helium
the core.
does what?
It keeps us floating. How else do you think we're floating here? We pump the helium into the core. Keep us afloat.
Did you just have a stroke or something? What the fuck?
I mean, are you not hearing what I'm saying? They use the helium to pump in the Earth and keep us afloat.
What am I hearing right now?
I don't know. I don't comprehend anymore. I think I broke this one.
Am I
I
breaking
think he
up?
attended the Jesse School of Humor.
Oh, yeah. I don't know what you're saying then, dude.
Well, I mean, NASA does consume a large portion of our helium. That's true.
Yeah.
There's been
Yep.
they also
Yeah,
use it for,
second largest purchaser company I work for.
they also use it for chip manufacturing. So
To do what?
you got to do it in a you got to have like how in welding they use shielding gas for some reason when they're doing the silicon in those big machines they got to use helium, some sort of shielding thing.
So what's the helium for in a rocket?
I don't know. I don't know what they use
Well,
the helium for.
can you give me a diagram of their system so I can see how it works?
Well, they don't use solid fuel anymore. I know that. They mix oxygen and they got 2 tanks. One of them, the biggest one, I think, has liquid oxygen.
How many gallons is that?
Well, the Artemis was the largest rocket ever built, so probably huge.
Ooh, another planet Earth number. Shit. Huge. Huge. It's 11:11.
But I mean, why would they lie? I mean, come on. What are they gaining out of the lie?
What's actually being lied about?
Okay. So for the earth to be flat, that would mean that they are lying about satellites. They're lying about
How come all the time I looked up satellites and I've come up with the fact that they're just balloons hanging up there or things running on a different engine using electrostatics, something like that. You can move things up and down using electrostatics. I'm sure you guys didn't know that, but a lot of people on flat Earth do know that. But what's there to lie about? And if you have common sense and you can put it all together, you know for a fact the Earth isn't a ball and there's no fucking outer space, dude. So the fact that people tell stories about it is just, I let them stay in their own world now. If they want to believe that stuff, good. That or just waste their money and go to trips to Disney, go to science centers. I just went to a science center. That was fun. I got to see a Foucault's pendulum. Oh, speaking of which, let me see if I can get those videos today.
well, that wasn't a Foucault's pendulum. That was a just a representation of one. Kind of like if you go to
Yeah, it's just a representation of how it works.
yeah, they're just showing you, look, this is what somebody once did. You know, this is just a like a diorama. You could even look at it
Yeah.
as
So, yeah, I took a video. I point out the motor that's controlling it, how it goes boing when the wire hits the side of the wall and then comes back the other way. So there's no precision in that one, anyway. So now who lied?
well, I
Hey,
mean, a
did you
lot of
see the
people.
thousands of people that were out there watching the launch?
There's probably hundreds.
Okay, hundreds of people. Did you see them taking pictures?
Yeah, everybody's looking up with their video camera.
Where's all those videos at?
YouTube.
No, I haven't found any. You got them, start posting them because I've asked since the launch to start posting them, please, so I can watch those.
Oh, I mean, there's unlimited videos of the launch on YouTube.
Okay, so since I'm not going to go look for it and you guys have all seen all of them, post a few of them so I can see what these guys did. And what, these should look like home movies. Them talking to their buddy, hey, here it goes, doop doop doop, there goes the rocket. It's going up, going sideways, and it's out of view. Like one of those. I want to see one of those.
Yeah, I can't really search anything right now. My hands are greasy from this burrito, and I don't want to go touching my phone a whole bunch.
Burrito, it's 11:15 in the morning.
It's a breakfast burrito.
Why are you eating it so late?
Well, it's my day, so
I
I can
can't
do that.
afford to eat today.
Well, you shouldn't have taken a loan to buy an 87-inch TV. That's your problem, man. Don't go into debt over electronics.
You're right. Yeah, shit. That 87-inch TV now has cost me almost $12,000.
40% VIG on that. $700 a month.
Yeah, I just paid cash for that. We don't buy on loans here. It's the house, that was it. Maybe one car. Everything else is paid for.
Yeah, I've been listening to Dave Ramsey at work recently. That dude's pretty smart, but he has an unreasonable view on credit cards. Like, I use credit cards just to pay for my everyday things because you get cash back on all kinds of stuff. Like one card, I get 4% on gas.
You got to pay them
If you-
completely off every month. If you don't, you're paying interest.
Yeah, exactly. You just set up auto pay. That's what I do. And they give you bonuses. Like, Chase gave me $300 to get one of their credit cards to use it. PNC Bank, I got 300. Capital One gave me like 200. Like, you can really make, it's like a little side gig getting all these bank bonuses.
Hey, Mush, I want to ask you a question about something you said earlier.
All right.
So you said you saw these videos, right, of Artemis going around the moon? And
Well,
and
I
that's
didn't see any long videos, but I did see the video where they claimed they were the farthest that they had ever been when they're on the, like, they went around the backside of it. I watched
okay.
that
Well, I
one.
didn't stipulate a length. I just said you have seen you said that your globe evidence is that you've seen these videos, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you validate that they are accurate? What's your
Well,
benchmark?
so I guess my benchmark for accuracy would be I guess video quality.
No. That's not what I mean.
Okay. What do you
Sorry,
mean?
maybe I didn't explain. Okay. What are you comparing it to know that these are accurate images?
So the only well, first off, on the backside of the moon, I believe that was the first time that had been filmed. I mean, they've done like satellite photographs, so that's all you would have to do to like compare. Okay, they're claiming to show this side of the moon. Is there any other like photographic evidence of that side? I think there's some satellite imagery of it.
I know.
So your benchmark. Oh, you want to go ahead, DJ?
Oh no, just really quickly. Didn't China say they landed something on the backside of the moon and there's footage of it? I'll try to find the footage. And anyway, I just wanted to jump in for 1 second and say that.
No, that's great. That's great. My point is, you're saying it looks real, but you don't know what real is.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I have no way to validate it like that. It's just more of a context thing. Like, all the information you receive, you got to put it in context, whether you believe it or not.
So it's just something. It's just a religious belief for you.
No, wouldn't say it's a religious.
They laid out the holy texts, and the priests told you that this was how it is, and you said, "I'm sold. I'm not going to question this. I believe."
No, definitely not that. I definitely questioned it. I've definitely questioned it.
Doesn't sound like it because your evidence sounds really shaky at best.
Well, that was just one. I mean, there's more.
Well, you said satellites, right? You said images from satellites. So how did you verify those?
Oh, no, I meant there's more. There's like other evidences besides, you know, NASA's rocket launches.
Are any of your evidences proof of surface curvature?
I think some of the best evidences are kind of like steps on the
Well,
way.
wait, just yes or no. Is any of your evidence proof of Earth's surface curvature at 8 inches per mile squared?
Any evidence? No. No, I'd have to say no.
Okay. Just making that clear.
Yeah, that's pretty good. That was a good interrogation right there. I believe Fences does
I know you'd
deserve.
get the chair. If fucking, fucking, she was the prosecutor.
Yeah,
She'd be
she was
getting
sitting there
electrocuted.
listening while I questioned you, and then she took notes and said, "Now here we go. Now I'm up." So that's how it works. Yes, you said you saw this go around the moon. Did you see it? I like when you question people like that. I'm still trying to figure out when people are going to post their telescopes of them going, finding them, watching them, tracking them all the way around the moon, and then tracking them right back in the sky so we can just see it. Anybody got those yet?
Remember when
Well,
they said that the satellites can have cameras that can read the date off of a quarter on the surface?
Oh, easily read your license plate for sure, they said.
Yeah, so I want to see the video where they zoom in and we can all wave and see it in real time, right?
Should be able to, yes.
Yeah.
There should be a spot where there's a satellite and it's zoomed way back, but it zooms all the way in because it's got that kind of zoom capability. They said so we know that we know where to find where we're looking for, so we can just like, oh, there's the section we want. Let's zoom in like you would on a regular computer screen or on a tablet. Open your fingers up, zoom, zoom, zoom. You should be able to do that with a satellite. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to do that. I mean, I'll if somebody can give me the links and stuff, I'll write the software then if you guys need it done.
or what about this? If they can zoom in from satellites on a quarter, then shouldn't we be able to zoom in on the satellite from here? Because I mean, the satellite's
Yeah,
moving.
you should be able to zoom in on the plate and read its serial number.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. If I wasn't eating, I would Google that.
Interesting. So I can tell you're a secret flat earther pretending to be a glober because you're not very good at being a glober anymore.
This was all just a test for Fence's gold status. She passed, so good job, Fence's. Test over.
Oh, good. Now she can type in all the commands to get rid of people.
Oh, I just wanted to say DJ posted that video in the side text if anyone wants to check it out. The China one.
There's a funny glitch in it. I'll find this other footage that shows the glitch. All right, that wasn't the one, but that footage is hilarious.
Why is there sound?
There's sound, and while it's like going down towards the moon to land, it just stops. It just instantly just stops midair and realigns itself and then continues landing. Yeah, and why is there sound?
Well, good afternoon to everyone. Hope you're all doing well. There are people jumping in and out of the chat, guys. I see LKT has jumped back in. Good to see you. Oscar's jumped back in. Hello, Oscar, my friend. Good to see you as well. If anyone wants to talk about anything, I know we're really, really quiet. You won't be disturbing if you unmute your mic and say hello to everybody. If you've got a question to ask, I know some of you were around yesterday, so maybe you've come back with new questions and so on. But good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well.
Good to see you, Jedi. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing really well, thank you very much, Fences. I was just muttering behind my microphone how we are really a socially inept. But I appreciate the response, mate. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Like I said, LKT is back. Just going to give a shout out to you, buddy. Saw you yesterday. Really good conversation with you, my friend. So it's good to see you back. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you, bro. Nice to see you too. Thank you.
I hope you slept well last night, my friend. And I know what it's like sometimes when people, before they go to bed, have a conversation with flat earthers. Sometimes it's a little bit hard to get to sleep, but I hope you slept well last night, my friend.
No, it was no problem. You're really nice, so I appreciate our conversation.
Good stuff. I appreciate you returning today as well. Did you have any questions or something that you wanted to discuss?
No, I'm just tuning in to listen, really.
Yeah, no worries, buddy. I'm just trying to stoke a conversation, so no worries. I don't want to put you on the spot, mate. Keep yourself on mute, and hopefully I'll pick on somebody else and they can start a conversation. But good to see you, mate. See, Wilson has jumped in. What's up, Wilson? Hope you're doing well. I haven't seen your name around before.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm
see if
doing.
you've got any roles or anything.
I just joined.
Hey, Wilson, what brings you by?
Just want to know about this Discord server, man.
Okay. Well, this Discord channel is about the flat Earth. Do you want to know about the flat Earth?
I'm just looking at chat.
Okay, buddy, no worries. Well, if you've got any questions, please feel free to ask.
Yeah.
No worries, dude. Let's have another scroll through the chat, see if there's other names that I don't recognise. Lots and lots of flat earthers. Please be mindful, just as I look at the top of the channel, that we are live streaming on YouTube. You can see that quite clearly described in the 2 YouTube bots. If you want to find out what channel it is, click the YouTube bots and there'll be a link there for you. 20 Cups is in the house. Aquadude has joined us. The great anonymous DJ is here. Stand up, what's up? Doog is in the house. Effie Batman is here. All be upstanding for the Flat Earth Judge. It's good to see you, my friend. Hope you're doing well. Heptal Logos. That's a great name, my friend. Good to see you. Indio's in the house. What's up, sir? Jesus is God. This is true. Kathos is in the house. LKT, can't even speak properly. LKT is in the house, like I just said. Morvis has joined us. Good to see you, Morvis. Oscar, over fences and quiet noobs. Good to see you, my friends. Hope you're all keeping well. Snowflakey, the best. What's up, brother? Thank you for the reply. We've got Snowflakey, the best guy. Well done, Sunshine. And Truth by Proxy. Good to see you, my friend. Wilson, Yaga Bruno, Yoda's in the house. What's up, Yoda? The wonderful Car. And Amara. Good to see you all, my friends. Hope you're all keeping well. The Earth is wonderfully flat and wonderfully stationary. Aren't we lucky to have such a thing?
Cheers, Jedi. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, good to see you too, Jedi. DJ. Fucking called you my own name. Oh dear. Today is not going to go well.
Your coffee must have worn off.
Coffee, yeah, that's what it is, mate. Yeah. Anything been going on today? Anything exciting? Any fallouts because of conversations and questions I asked last night? Is everybody okay? I haven't hurt anybody's feelings, have I?
Seems like it's all good. Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. That's what I like to hear. I was just looking over at the English hub and see if there was any action over there. And, looks like Jesse's taken up court.
I noticed.
Where's he gone? Yeah. He's having a conversation, I believe, with Ganja Rambo. Whatever.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Ganja Rambo.
Yeah, man, for sure, for sure.
I'm so glad you said that because I had no idea how to pronounce his name.
Has anyone heard of a waterfall called Angel Falls in Venezuela?
Yeah. It's the tallest one, isn't it?
Yeah. It's just, I saw a video today on some waterfalls where it's just freaking ungodly amounts of water just consistently falling, but it's coming out of the top of like a big cliff or something like that. So where the hell's the water coming from?
Yeah, that's
So I was
crazy.
just kind of looking for videos to explain what's going on with this mysterious water that just consistently falls out of the top of this this giant thing that incoincidentally looks like a ancient giant tree or something like that.
Oh, that's nice. Did you send me a part 2 of the tree video the other day? Was that you? Let me check. Fucking hell, I don't need to ask. I could bloody look. Let me look. It just now came to mind, and I know that I didn't watch it. Because that was an interesting subject back in the day. And I guess with, I was going to say new eyes, but more open eyes 10 years later. That's an interesting subject to go back and delve into. What was it? The no forests on the flat earth idea. Trees.
Yeah, I find. Yep, it's a great. I love that. Those types of videos. I don't agree necessarily with everything they're saying, but it's definitely it's worth looking into. That's for sure.
Yeah, for sure. You guys might have heard me YouTube channel called Mud Fossil University. Does that ring a bell for anybody?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this is a guy who goes around using, Google Maps and his knowledge of biology, for example, kind of along the same idea of like ancient trees and so on. These aren't rocks or geological structures. This is like biology. He does the same kind of thing with larger kind of animals, let's say, vast, huge swathes of land, like hundreds, if not maybe 1,000 kilometers or something like that, where he identifies the biology of absolutely massive creatures, spinal columns, what could be eyes, vaginal passages, muscle tendons, and things like this. It is absolutely fascinating. And like you said, DJ, right? It's like, I get it. I can go with some of it. I don't necessarily believe everything that he's saying, but there's credence to this idea. It's absolutely fascinating. If you kind of, along with the idea of like mud floods and Tartarian things can get buried and blah, 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 and old stories of the Bible about things falling from the sky and battles in heavens and leviathans and things like this. And he starts pointing at them. It's absolutely crazy. So if you haven't watched the YouTube channel Mud Fossil University, I've been watching him for like, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 years, something like that. He's a good guy. Whether you believe what he says or not, it's up to you. Whether there's anything to be said for what he says, you can find that out. But I recommend it. It's worth having a look at for sure.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's got gold nuggets, but then a lot of the things he says is kind of a bit too much. But
yeah
it's worth looking into.
Yeah, for sure.
Check out this video I just found. It's like a top view of this Angel Falls. Because I saw a video, and I saw it a while ago actually, and they were showing how when you cut into trees, some trees just have huge amounts of water that just start pouring out of the tree, like a waterfall on a small scale.
Yeah.
And some people actually hook up taps to certain trees, and they can just turn the tap on and water comes out. So people speculate that those giant trees that may or may not have existed, which seem like they did exist, could also be sources of waterfalls. And check this shot out. Oh, 1 second, where are we?
Excuse me.
Check this one out. So if anyone knows of a documentary that covers this topic of waterfalls, right? Alternative theories of waterfalls.
I've seen this on Mud Fossil University. I'll find it.
Yeah, that'd be
I've
awesome.
seen this. Yeah, I've seen this.
So apparently this waterfall, it just flows like crazy, right? All rainy season or something like that. So it can't just be from the rain that allows that huge amount of water to be constantly pouring out of it.
There must be pressure of water underneath. Right. It's coming from under the ground.
Would have to be, you would think, but I don't think that's what the mainstream explanation is. I mean, when I looked it up just before, it says that it's just from the rain.
There wouldn't be enough captured rain on the top of that plateau to produce that amount of water.
Yeah, it seems like common sense, right? But
That's what I thought.
yeah. I'm sure I watched a good documentary about this at some stage. Tons of shocking footage. Some of them were in Antarctica as well. It's just a constant waterfall that flows. I think it was Antarctica, something like that. Anyway, some giant ice shelf. It's just a
Well,
constant flowing waterfall, and people are like, "Where the hell's it coming from?"
we've got technology, gravity fountains. You know, like the big fountains and the big ornate palaces and stuff, like Versailles, that shoot like 20 meters up in the air. They're just gravity fountains. It's just the pressure of the water, basically. That's how far it gets pushed up in the air because the pressure is so much. That water's not coming from the top, that water's coming from underneath.
I think.
Interesting shit. Slightly changing the subject a little bit, just because the question's been on my mind. DJ, in your looking around with Jason, Jack, and Satan's Little Season, has the question ever been answered who the Jews are?
The current ones, or
Pardon me?
the current ones, or
Yeah, the
back
current ones, the ones that are still here.
I don't think so. I maybe. I don't remember though.
I'll find out.
He just put out a new video today, which is awesome. More hagiography stuff.
Have you watched it? Have you? I saw it.
Yeah, I watched some of it. Yep.
Anything interesting?
Oh yeah. The consistency in the hagiographies is crazy.
In which regard? As in 10
As
hagiographers
in
all kind of
the
speak about
the
the same thing?
lands. Yeah, the lands in the north. All of the camp of the saints, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
The pilgrimages, the timeline, all aligns pretty much spot on. You know.
That's what I forgot to bring up last night with AI.
Yeah, I had to go to bed. I was enjoying that conversation.
It didn't end well. Didn't end
did?
well. No,
Didn't?
it didn't. No.
Oh, shit.
No. Sheepdog and AI got into an argument. I felt pretty guilty. I was only asking questions. It went kind of south a little bit. Well, not AI. That was a relatively good conversation. But I did forget to bring up, because he brought up about the pilgrimage and stuff during the little season and so on. And I forgot to bring up that the hagiographies actually describe pilgrimages. But yeah, I'll see if I can bring it up with AI at some point.
Non-stop.
Yeah. So is that what that video's about? Like more pilgrimages and stuff, or is there anything else?
Yeah, it's I think it gets more into like where is the pit or whatever, the deep pit that Satan was meant to be thrown down into, or chained up in, or whatever, something like that. I haven't got up to that part yet.
Okay. Antarctica, he's probably going to say.
Yeah, I was watching another video today that was talking about the ancient map. It was from the 1500s or something like that, but it showed Antarctica without any ice. Have you heard about that map? And they got the
Is that the Piri Reis?
No, it's a different one.
Okay.
Yeah, it shows Antarctica coastline with no ice, and they didn't know about it until the 1900s, 1950, I think, and the map got it all right, as far as I know, like what was under the ice, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, it shows it without any ice. And I think in Jason Jack brings that up a lot. In a lot of the old maps, there's no ice anywhere.
Yeah. I think I brought up something the other day in a lot of old paintings and so on. Snow doesn't start appearing until the 1500s.
Yeah. There's another good video as well about volcanoes. I don't know if you've seen that one, but the ancient cultures had no word for volcano. Volcanoes didn't pop up in history until a certain period. I think the first documented volcano is I think it was Vesuvius.
Okay.
Before that, the people that did the research couldn't find any documentation of volcanoes at all. No evidence of any other eruptions, and no evidence that there was even a word for such a thing previous
Wow.
to
Okay.
that. Yeah.
That's interesting as fuck.
Yeah, I'll try to find the video on that.
Yeah, dude. I find it interesting, just like just as you said it. That is interesting enough. But if you run it parallel with Mud Fossil University and what he says the mechanism and what volcanoes actually are, then that's interesting. He says, for example, like volcanoes, these eruptions are basically the degrading biology of, for example, a fallen angel, right? It sounds right off the wall, man, for sure. But yeah, if we're talking about, a time before a falling and then everything fell, you've got all of these like leviathans and like spiritual animals that have been cast down, for example, spiritual to physical, and their entrapment or whatever. And then the byproduct of that could be like explosions or like, as we would see, like earthquakes and volcanoes and so on. Like I said, completely outside the box and off the wall, but it'd make a fucking great movie. I know.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a film I watched a long time ago. Within the last 10 years, it feels like Jack the Giant Slayer, like kind of based on the story of Jack and the Beanstalk. Has anybody watched this movie? It's brilliant. I've got to watch it again. It's it seems to be telling a slightly mixed inversion of things, but seems to be telling a kind of little season eschatology in some ways or another, but definitely talking about the fall of giants and special technologies that were used to communicate or have power over these spiritual beings, specifically a crown. If you remember me talking the other day about crowns being technology as like for spiritual keys or whatever to make spiritual things do whatever, like the King of the Ring of Solomon or whatever it was. But yeah, this, like with many movies and stuff we see on TV, kind of like half truths and what. But yeah, Jack the Giant Slayer is apparently supposed to be one of those movies that shows a lot of truth. It's a good movie as well.
Yoda's saying that Pindar, whoever Pindar is, wrote of the eruption of Mount Etna in 476 BC. So I'll have to look into that as well.
Pindar. That sounds like a name for a god. Might be completely wrong, but it rings a bell.
Yep, test every claim, especially among famed internet researchers.
Wise advice, dude.
Yep, it only takes getting burnt once or twice before you're like, screw that. My reputation matters more.
Oh yeah, that's why I said according to their research. I made sure I
Yeah.
checked that in there.
Now, a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago, I was going on this old technology kind of rant for a while. Chandeliers and fucking whatever. You might have remember me mentioning things like suits of armor and so on. These apparently get brought up in like hagiographies and old stories. I came across another YouTube guy the other day who spoke about the idea of automatons and, you know, huge robots, for example. And even like going back into the 1800s and whatnot, there are stories of automatons and robots and things like that, which brings into my mind more questions about these suits of armor, whether they were actually originally built for people to be put inside. Obviously, at later date, suits of armor sound like a good idea, and slap a bit of metal over your chest, and there you go, you've got some armor. But the original kind of idea of these atomic automatons, these robots, it again is really, really interesting. You start wandering down the roads of Jewish mysticism, and you end up at golems really, really quickly. But this idea of old suits of armor being robots is, you know, it's not just one person saying it. I find other people saying it as well. It's interesting stuff. It's not a belief that I have, but it's interesting to look at.
Check out the article I posted. Switching over back towards Eastern Orthodoxy, the Byzantine Emperor had a throne room full of automatons in the 10th century.
Oh, for fuck's sake, really?
Islamic visitors wrote about it and were marveled as automatons poured wine for them at the banquet tables, and they watched machine elephants performing tricks. And
Yeah.
there are examples of these automatons in a museum in Berlin that I've seen.
Okay. This sounds like what I also heard as well. You know, robots pouring drinks and so on, and like doing little dances and robotic like animals and shit. Yeah, that's what I heard. That's fucked up, man.
I keep turning eastward and I find more answers.
interesting video you posted in the side chat, DJ. I'll look at the history of volcanoes ones later, but specifically the Alpha Talks one. Did Armageddon already happen? Trying to remember the timeline of events. Trying to remember if Armageddon's before or after the millennial reign. Somebody could point that out to me. I think it's before. Yeah, I think it's before, but I might be wrong. We went through Revelation chapter 20 yesterday, and Armageddon doesn't happen after millennial reign or after the Satan's little season. That chapter ends. It's not very long, doesn't really explain much other than what I've just said, apart from fire coming from the sky. So, yeah, I'll have to look into the Battle of Armageddon. Thank you, Overfences. Yeah, I thought it was before.
Reference.com. Don't know much about this site, but it says who was the first person to discover volcanoes. While it is not possible to know who the first person to discover volcanoes is, the earliest record of volcanic eruption was written by Roman author Pliny the Younger. He described the 79 AD eruption of Mount Vesuvius in such detail that geologists refer to large volcanic eruptions as Plinian in his honor. And then 25 years later, that's when Pompeii happened. And then I looked up the one that Yoda said. Say about that. It says Pindar did write about an eruption of Mount Etna, traditionally dated to 476 BC. The reference appears in Pythian Ode 1, and it was in a poem apparently. So Pindar presented the event in mythological language. The poem is widely considered one of the earliest descriptions of a specific volcanic eruption in Western literature. Interesting. Answers.com is telling me that the planets Mars, Venus, and Jupiter's moon, sorry, also have volcanoes on them. Anja Rambo may need some backup in English Hub because it's Jesse Path of Light pushing some bullshit with Lake Michigan, and then there's other Globers in there. I'm gonna pop over there.
general and special.
Oh, right, right, right. No, well, you see, what confused me is that the word itself is not relatively. So, like, you know, you could relate relativity, them kind of things. Is like one family a word. So I always used to assume it was like part of the same thing.
Yeah. When
Like all the
you
words
started,
relatively related, you know?
yeah, that's when you started speaking. I thought the word that you probably were looking for was related. Right, these
Oh.
things seem to be related, to have relationship with each other, right? Not as in the theory of general and special relativity. I think you're more
No, no,
speaking
no,
about from that side of things.
but that's what I was referring to, though. I was referring to the theory of relativity.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Because I thought it was kind of like a balance or ratio. That's what the theory of relativity is. Not so?
Yeah, but it's not in the way that we experience the relation of, say, a solar eclipse because of the moon and sun size.
So that's not relativity. The sun
No, that's
and the moon.
that's just blind luck. That's just a ratio.
No, but they don't use that. They don't they don't have a word that is used. Not superimpose. They don't juxtaposition Einstein theory onto that moon and sun ratio, the size difference and how it's just coincidentally the same size. They don't say
Yeah, it's
that's
just
relativity.
it's a ratio because of that size and distance. It's like a cosmic coincidence. I mean, it doesn't really fall into general or special relativity. General and special relativity fall into the categories of explaining motion, like relative motion, and explaining gravity, right? How things move in the sky. For example, space time fabrics and displacement of mass, an explanation as to why things go round and round, not the consequences of the phenomena that we observe. That phenomena is just a lucky ratio.
But even the motion in space, like what the theories that they have now, even that just absurd. Because in the beginning, they never had it spiraling constantly in like solar system and galaxies and universes spiraling around each other. They never said that before. It's only as they develop, it become that.
Right, I've just had a very quick look at the time, guys. I do apologise to interrupt the conversation, but I believe ladies' night is due to start. Are there any ladies that'd like to take the microphone away from me and take it for yourself? Do we have any ladies in the chat?
Yeah, you know, Dandelion will be here in just a moment. Oh, there she is. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll shut up and you can carry on talking.
Okay, great. Hi, Dandelion.
Welcome,
Hello.
ladies.
Hello.
How are
So,
you?
good. How are you?
Good. Hi. I'm here as well.
I'm sorry, my phone cut out.
Okay.
Oh, hey.
Hey. There's 3 of
What?
us. Amazing.
I know. We're expecting at least one more, maybe a
Oh,
couple more.
nice.
So,
Yeah.
I think we interrupted a conversation going on with someone in the chat. Who was that? Was that Flower Dude?
I forget what we was talking about.
Okay. Well, sorry
He
about that. You
surprised. He
know,
got so surprised there were
That's
4
all right.
women in the same Discord channel. He just completely made his
I
mind
That's
a
okay.
blank.
I know. So, Flower Dude,
Yeah.
where did Jedi leave you? You don't remember?
He was, I think we was talking about, like he was explaining what relativity is like.
Ah,
General and special relativity and the differences between the two.
got it. You're a flat earther, right? Did I hear that correctly
Yeah.
earlier? Yeah.
Yeah.
So, how long have you been a flat earther?
For about 3-4 years.
Yeah, and what convinced you?
The fact that somebody come out with the theory saying how it flat, and I was like, that impossible. It's impossible for the earth to be flat. And a lot of things happen in life with me, and I was like, I used to have an easy life, and then things get a little like tough, and I had to start to work out in the world and get some experience out there. And I was like, the world can never be wrong the way they claim, and we can't be flying through space. Like a lot of things that I experience in the world make me realize that that was just a bunch of bullshit.
All good. Good. Well, thanks for joining us. Hey, Alex.
Hey, how you going?
Good. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's a bit early here well, not that early, but early on a Saturday in New Zealand.
It is Saturday,
Mm, yeah.
Oh.
I was just wondering if anyone had heard any Globers talking about the lack of satellites in that Artemis stuff, like, and in general, what Globers are saying about the Artemis stuff. Because I think it's woken up so many new people. It's quite interesting. People who've never been talking about it before, like people like Kim Iverson and, all these news channels are suddenly bringing it up on the sly, almost joking about it. But yeah, it seems like there's a lot more people looking at it at the moment.
I have
Has
a
anyone
Glober
heard any
saying that it's
briefings
like
about the lack of satellites?
the lack of satellites. Yeah, some of them are
Yeah.
saying that it's like looking into a forest and trying to find a needle, in a forest. You don't see the needle in a forest or whatever.
But I
Yeah,
mean,
but
some would
didn't
be
the
close and some would
Chinese?
be far. Some might be in high orbit, some might be in low orbit. So you'd have to see something, right?
Well, they don't seem
Yeah,
to
but
have
the
ever
Chinese
had an
girls,
issue
the
with that.
Chinese got too quiet on the dark side of moon. They got 2 satellites there. The Dutch even have an antenna on that satellite, supposed to be. And you're telling me you can't even keep contact with your live stream of your rocket thingy? Fucking ridiculous.
But you can make a phone call to a craft moving 25,000 miles an hour in the vacuum of space.
Exactly.
How?
You
That's
can't
all
even
them things
you
is
can't even
problems.
film you can't even film your digital
Yeah. No,
thingy
it's
from
like
your kilometer when you're driving only 40 kilometers an hour. Then the video frame can't even keep up. But you
yeah,
can
that
film
that's what I was
things
saying.
when you're flying so fast in space.
Yeah, like when you
Make it
start to
make sense.
experience life, it's like, all right, the car, when you're driving a car fast, wherever it is, that's one thing. But when you have something moving at 10,000 miles out in space, how that does work?
It doesn't. It doesn't. But there's obviously a suspension of disbelief and no critical analysis. But it's a good point you bring up about the satellites, Alex, because you think about the potential damage of any, particulate matter, all this space junk that they say is floating around up there. And there's never any discussion of avoiding that, even though an extremely tiny piece would totally destroy the capsule. But
Absolutely. You've got the fact that it goes blackout when it comes into burnout into the atmosphere, and then they go from 25,000 miles an hour down to zero in what is it? Is it 6 seconds or is it a little bit longer than that? But the G forces were something like either 30 G or 100 G, and I think you pass out at about 5. So it just doesn't, none of it makes any sense. And I don't understand how there are still people defending it, especially intelligent people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, what about that camera on its tail pointing it to the back when you're circling around on Earth and you only have half an image of your camera view, basically, so half an angle? How is that Earth still in your image when you're circling around it with your tail away from it?
No, there's so many things, isn't there? And then there's Trump answering back the phone call straight away and people doing thumbs up straight away. There's no time delay, which of course is impossible as well. Yeah. Yeah, it's a good awakener. I'm definitely thinking that a lot of people are seeing through this and beginning to get curious, at least.
So what gives you that impression? Has it been personal interactions that you've had, or just
Oh no,
something
it's more
online?
like It's comments, it's what you see underneath posts, it's normal news channels that normally would never touch a subject like flat Earth, bringing it into conversation. You know, since Artemis, I've actually heard it about, I don't know, 5-6 times on channels that I would never expect to hear from. Yeah, it's just been popping into conversation a lot more than it used to be in, you know, in the things that I've generally been watching, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it's some kind of soft reveal, you know?
Yeah, like someone, a white hat in NASA or somewhere is throwing all these spanners in the works and
Well, no,
revealing.
like the whole thing is intentional, right? Like they're showing that they're not even trying anymore, right? Because they could have turned this into something really spectacular, and they didn't. And it wouldn't have taken much effort on their part to do so.
So you think it's more rubbing it in our faces more so than white hats at NASA?
Well, no, I actually think it might be something entirely different, and I think they may be letting us know, you know?
Right.
That's a possibility because definitely, you know, we saw an increase in interest in this topic with improved optics available to civilians, right? But I don't think that all the internet traffic that really spiked, you know, 10 years or so ago, I don't think that that was entirely organic, in my opinion. But this is all just my opinion, obviously. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're starting to reveal some of this information. For what purpose? I don't know.
I have
But
wondered, you know how a lot of the channels that got banned, especially during 2020s, a lot of those channels came back. UK Column, Corbett Report, all these, you know, who were generally accurate about that whole shenanigans. They all have been let back onto YouTube again. And I'm wondering if the reason is that they want us to throw ourselves under the bus in terms of the future surveillance prison planet. If you know, they want us to make our comments and make our opinions known so that they can come back and attack those who are thinking freely. I don't know. I mean, that's probably a black pilled version.
Yeah, but if you look at that spacewalk they did with that water in that suit of that astronaut, it's like they're prepping the world for liquids outside instead of gases, because it's idiots to keep hanging on to those gases, because gases turn into liquids at those temperatures and pressure.
Well, in a vacuum, doesn't water boil off into gas?
Yeah, but it ain't a vacuum, is it, when you still got particles
Right.
in it?
So we're saying there is no vacuum, basically. It goes to liquid. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. I mean, that plays into the whole ether idea as well. If the ether is a liquid, who knows? Who knows? Speculation City. It's not Sunday yet.
Yeah, but in the lab you can turn helium into a superfluid liquid. It has lots of specs, climbing walls and all that shit.
Yeah, in a high pressure situation, I guess it goes to liquid, doesn't it?
No, at low pressure and at low temperature.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Like another thing too, what has kind of confused me is how it is that the cloud itself, this retains so much water inside of it. Enough water that could practically flood certain cities and countries, like it has create floods and things. How it is all our water is be retained up in the clouds? Anybody could explain that to me?
When you have a sodium layer that acts like a capacitor, you got multiple layers where you have a buildup of charge. You can hold anything up.
No, but I mean, but they do explain that. They never taught that these things about rain. They just say it is just Like it would just evaporate, then it would evaporate into the clouds, and then it would condense into water and fall like rain. But they do explain how it does really work, how it does defy gravity. And that's why they do explain how it does work, because if they do explain that, they would explain how water itself does always constantly defy gravity.
What do you mean by
Exactly.
defy gravity?
No, because water does evaporate and like float, like it could be a puddle, and it would just
Right.
float away into the sky.
But wait, I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. What do you mean when you say gravity? Because I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
No, well, the typical theory of gravity is that the bending of space and time due to the mass of the object does create the specific force of gravity. So the force of gravity on Earth versus the force of gravity on the moon, or the force of gravity on the sun or Jupiter, it's different because of the mass of the object, because of how it bends in space and time. That gravity you're talking about.
Okay, is that something that you believe in?
Not anymore, no.
Oh, okay. Well, you're a lot more knowledgeable about it than 99% of the people that we see in here. So
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing. Most flat earthers understand the Earth much better than most globe tab. Most flat earthers, probably all, I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the difference between Einstein and Newton. Newton works both ways. Einstein only goes one way.
I don't fully understand Einstein and what's the difference. I don't know. Yes, I was just asking her like how it is on Earth. The gravity does retain the water on the ocean, but when it's evaporating into the sky into a cloud, like the clouds just be moving for like the cloud itself just be weighing like 10 tons, just filled with water, moving over the ocean into land, over land, and eventually bursting. Like how it is all that tons of water will just be floating in the sky. That's like 1,000,000 aircrafts in one cloud. Or not so much, but you understand what I mean. That's like 10 planes that's hovering in the cloud. The weight of 10 planes.
Oh, Golden Monkey's here. I haven't seen you in a really long time. Good to see you. Probably doesn't want to talk because it's ladies' night. Doesn't want to be controversial, but at least we recognize his presence.
who is it that you welcomed?
Golden Monkey.
Oh yeah, and we've got Northern Rebellion. I don't see him too much either.
Yeah.
Good to
So
see you.
yeah, it's like old home week here.
I know, it's fun, huh?
Yeah.
And we've got a couple people I don't recognize. Citadel Black, it looks like. Welcome in. Zygomatic, if you want to get on mic, that'd be cool. You're welcome to participate as much as you would like. And otherwise, it's just us.
There's somebody right next to you, at least on my device. They're right next to you. Piam Bez. Did you talk to that person? I don't know who that is. Welcome, Mr. Piam or Miss Piam.
Yeah, I don't see any roles. So, welcome to the room. Piam Bez, would you have any questions for us? Is there anything you want to ask or comment on? Feel free to open your mic. At least tell us if you're a globe believer or if you are, you know that the earth is flat.
Apologies for the interruption, but if somebody doesn't have roles, they don't have the ability to open their mic, even if they don't have the voice verified. Obviously, we're back on the server. Lots of people are joining, so they might not even have
Okay.
permission to speak yet.
Okay. Is there any way we can convey that to them?
Lobby text, or if you want to sneak the old way, open up the board and server mute. Press the button twice. It usually just jumps through the function. Either that or voice
Okay.
verify them straight away in the usual way.
Well, if anyone wants to talk and they're not able to, just post in the live stream voice text, which is the room right above this room. It's not the little bubble on your screen. You're gonna have to collapse this window and go ahead one, and just post in there and let us know if they can do that, Jedi. Now I don't know if they can even do that, but
So
Just
I was reviewed with that rule. If they're not VC verified, they're not going to see the live stream chat.
okay, that's what I
So
wondered.
I'll have to tag you in lobby or something.
Okay, well, feel free to continue lurking then.
if you want anybody unmuted, just unmute them if you have the perms to do so.
Just server unmute them. Press the button twice.
Jam-
It's unmuted.
Jamsey?
And mute them, then unmute them.
Someone said Gemsy.
Yeah, it didn't work for me, but I don't have the powers yet. Hey, Mush Kane, how you doing?
No, I'm doing good.
Came
How are
back for
you?
more?
Yeah. Thought I'd see what you guys have to offer.
Making another burrito?
No.
No,
No.
not this
That
time.
one, yeah, that one was big enough to last me at least until like 8.
10 minutes.
No.
So you have any compelling evidence to present to us, or any questions we can address?
Compelling evidence. Well, you can tell a lot about your surroundings by context clues. So, the stars, the motion of the stars, because they're moving, or either we're moving, they're moving, or we're both moving, right? I mean, but one thing has to be moving a lot more than the other thing. So it's either we're moving a lot faster than the stars are moving faster than us. So I mean, something's moving, right?
Well, that's what we observe, yes.
All right. Well, then if it's us moving, then that
Well,
kind of throws things into question, right?
we'd need evidence that we're the ones moving.
Well, if we're moving, and if we're moving in a circular motion, then that would be acceleration, and you can always measure acceleration. So I mean, it is measurable. Acceleration is measurable.
So can you post in the side text who has measured the acceleration of a spinning Earth?
Yeah, I believe his name is his last name is Foucault. I don't remember what his name first is. It Alexander?
Are
Alexander
you talking about the
Foucault?
Foucault pendulum? Really?
That is one
Oh,
method that you could use to measure the acceleration of Earth. Yes, that is one method.
okay, so let us know how that works.
All right. Well, you set a pendulum, a swing. It has to be a very large pendulum, and then you measure the degree to which the
Go on, say it. Say it.
say what? You measure the degree to which the pendulum has moved relative to
There
its
it
time.
is. Bam! Bam! Sorry,
That's
lady.
okay. That's good. It was fitting.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
So you
So
measure it.
you take a weight on a string and you move it, and you watch
Mhm.
it swing in a circle for a little while, and this proves what?
Okay. Well, you don't watch it swing in a circle. You watch it swing in a plane, and you will notice over time that plane of swing is changing in a measurable and consistent degree in reference to the stars.
So if that's the case, is this something we can consistently observe everywhere?
Yes, consistently
Yeah,
everywhere.
really.
Well, yeah, and it's a
So
consistent
so when you
change.
hang so when you hang something from your ceiling, you come back in a little bit and it's behaving like a Foucault pendulum.
Well, no, because that's not a Foucault pendulum. If you just hang a string from a ceiling, that's not a Foucault pendulum. I mean,
You're
to
right, and the difference is that a Foucault pendulum requires a motor.
no, a Foucault
Yeah,
pendulum. No, a Foucault pendulum requires it not to have a motor. It's specifically
that's
designed.
incorrect. Maybe someone can post in the text.
No, that
And
is
it also
correct.
requires you starting it, right? It doesn't happen on its own. Otherwise, we would observe that everywhere. But really, the question would be, if that proved Earth rotation, then why have all these scientists ever since claimed that there is no evidence that the Earth is in motion? Do you think that they
Well,
just missed that in their books?
hold on. Let's just not glaze over this last part though, because your idea of what a Foucault's pendulum is not correct. Because the entire point of a Foucault's pendulum is because it's the closest we can get to breaking the reference frame. So the whole point of it is to be
How do
basically
you
in
break
free.
how do you break the reference frame when it's attached to the Earth?
Okay, so now that's a good question. So the way you do that is with the Foucault's pendulum, and I guess the machinery part of it that allows you to break the reference frame is the pivot point. So it has to be a nearly frictionless pivot point. So that's the biggest problem. So there's no motor involved. It's like a
But
Someone
that
will post
pivot
something in
point
the
is
side
attached to
chat for
what?
you.
like if you ever been to like a fountain, one of those fancy fountains, and they've got like this giant 1,000 of tons marble sphere, and you can like move it around and make it because there's a pumping water on the bottom of
Yes.
it, so you can just use your little finger and touch the marble ball and it starts spinning. That's because it's got that buffer of water under it. So if you just kind of
Is
take
the
that
ball
and
floating independently of the Earth?
no, not that ball.
Okay, well, yeah, it's not possible.
Well, obviously it's possible.
Really? How is it
Yeah.
possible?
By making a frictionless pivot point.
So, which is located where?
Well, it's located wherever you build the thing. You would have to build
Okay.
a friction.
I think you're missing the point. But I would like to move on and ask you
Over fences,
if
can
it
I just ask
yeah,
one little question, please?
sure, please do.
If this pivot point is frictionless, what is imparting the energy onto said chain and ball?
Yeah.
So the energy would be the gravity. So you pull the
Okay, so the ball would be going down and not moving. Thank you very much for showing your clownery. Next.
Yeah, I know. I didn't even really want to address it because it was just so ridiculous, but you know. So tell us,
all right,
if this was proof of what you claim, then why
all
did
right.
all these people coming after say that there was no proof of that claim?
Well, yeah, I mean, so that was done in like the 1800s. So there's not like HD video of it. There's a couple attempts you can
No,
find
no,
on
no. Wait,
YouTube.
wait. I'm asking you a specific question. Were all these other people unaware?
Where all these other people unaware
Yeah,
of
were they
what?
unaware of Foucault's pendulum? I mean, they could have just easily replicated it, right? If it was proof of anything.
Oh, well, no, it's not easily replicable. Like it's a very I mean, it
Well,
would take lots of money and engineering to create one of these.
but we have some in existence, so why didn't they just Walk out, take a look, and say, "Yep, Earth's moving."
We don't have any in existence. There aren't any.
That's not true. I know there's some in the there's at least one in a museum.
Yeah, well, that's okay, but that's like a so when you go to the Museum of Natural Science and you see a dinosaur, a lot of times those aren't even dinosaur bones.
Okay.
There's just a representation of it. That's the same thing with those Foucault pendulums. Those have motors and those have magnets and those because it's not an
Okay.
actual Foucault pendulum. It's just a
So
representation.
so your claim is that a pendulum that is so difficult to recreate that we can't see one, there's none in existence right now, that this is proof that the Earth is moving.
My
This thing
claim is
that people have discarded and did not take as proof that we cannot replicate is proof. Do you hear what you're saying?
no, a pendulum is a device that could be created to measure the Earth if it is accelerating.
Could
Now,
be, should be, might be.
yeah, so somebody needs to do it in the modern day and prove
Okay,
it, but
so what
nobody.
you have is hopes and prayers.
Yeah, I hope that somebody makes one. I've been following this guy on YouTube who was trying
So
it, but
your
he gave
proof
me.
is something that doesn't exist.
Yeah, but could
No,
relatively
no,
easily.
that's not how logic works. You you understand?
What's not logical
You
about what
can't
I'm saying?
because you're saying that this thing that doesn't exist is proof of your claim.
Well, yeah, it doesn't. I'm not saying it's proof of a claim. What I'm saying is that a
That's how you
Foucault's
presented
pendulum.
it.
Well, it is a device that could be made for like if you had $1 million, you could set this up. Like somebody could do it and prove that we're
Okay, do you
spinning.
hear yourself? Seriously. Do you hear yourself?
Yes, I hear myself.
Okay.
I'm analyzing what
So
I'm
if
saying.
someone has $1 million,
Yeah.
they could prove the claim that you're making.
Yes, if somebody had $1 million
Okay.
bucks, they
So
could.
you think no one had $1 million to spend to test whether the Earth was in motion in all of history? Never
Well,
happened.
nobody. If I had $1 million to blow, then I'd do it. But yeah, I mean, not many millionaires or people.
You
Really,
don't have
you'd
to
have
be
to
an
be.
independently you don't have to be independently wealthy. We have organizations, we have colleges, you know.
Yeah.
You think that no one in history did this because they didn't have $1 million. That this was the key to proving one of the greatest questions of all time. And they just, were like, nope, too expensive.
Well, no. I mean, Foucault did it, and they accept
No,
that. So, I mean, mainstream science has already
well,
accepted that
that's a
it's been
claim
done.
too, right? Isn't it? That's a
So why
claim.
would we again?
If we can't replicate it, how do we know that's true?
It can be replicated. You can build a Foucault's pendulum.
That's
It is
what you keep
possible.
saying, but you haven't proven it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can't. I don't have the money or resources to do that, but somebody could.
Somebody could, but nobody has, from what you're saying.
Not that I know of.
Okay, so why are we even discussing this?
Because it's the most reachable experiment that I could think of that could prove that we're spinning. And if you could prove that we're spinning, then the here is just I mean, it's right there. It's the most reachable thing.
It's a lie, bro. He fell for it. It's a
I
lie.
just, it's just, I don't know what to say to you, Mush. I just expected better from you by now.
Okay, well, like it's not like you take a measuring tape and go around the world. So I mean, measuring the world as curving is not easy. I mean, that would be much more expensive to build
How
a
long have you
Foucault
been in this space, Mush? How long?
a
How
little
many
over a year,
years? Yeah,
a little over.
it's been a while, right? And you're gonna
Yeah,
break out the measuring tape argument after this time? Really?
that's not an argument. I'm not arguing
That
that.
we can't use it, that if we don't have a measuring tape large enough, we can't measure the surface curvature? That's
Yeah,
your argument?
measuring surface curvature is not easy. That's my point.
Why? Why? Why isn't it easy?
Because it's so large. The scale makes it hard.
Okay, so how much of it had to be measured in order to determine the radius value? Somebody clearly did it, right? So how did they do it?
How did they measure the surface
Yeah,
value?
you're saying the Earth is too large to measure. I'm sorry, but I'm
Yeah.
just like shocked that you're coming out with these like terrible newbie globe arguments when you've been here so long. But I'm
Alright.
still gonna respond as if you mean them because maybe you're just that bricked. But we'll start from the
Uh,
beginning. And
whoa. Hold on. No, Fences. So how is me saying that the Earth is so large it's hard to measure? That's bricked? That's a bricked
yeah,
comment?
because no, all of your comments are because you're reverting back as if you haven't been here for a long time. So, anyway, you say the Earth is too large to measure, it's difficult to measure. Well, someone measured it, right?
Somebody calculated a measurement. Nobody actually went and took some device and measured the entire circumference of the world. I don't know. I've never heard of that.
Well, they determined a radius value, right?
Well, yeah, but that's a lot different than measuring the actual surface.
How do you think they get a radius value?
They calculate it. They don't measure to get it.
How would they calculate it with no measurements?
Well, you use smaller measurements and then calculate it.
Oh, exactly. So you can do measurements, right?
I never said you can't do measurements.
Okay, Mush. So who did the smaller measurement to determine the radius of the Earth?
Well, I guess the first guy, what was his name? I don't remember what his name was, but he measured from Syene to Alexandria, and that was the first one.
Okay, so tell us how that worked. Tell us the method. And if you could post a link to the source for the data so we can
All
take a
right,
look at it.
all right,
Cool.
classic. This would be a classic globe Earth argument. Let me see if I can do this. Okay, so a sphere is a regular object, and if you shine a light onto a sphere, you can actually calculate the radius or circumference of that sphere by using shadows. This is just something you can do with a sphere shape. So I guess this dude in Syene found out about that studying geometry or whatever and was like, oh well, I think we're on a ball, so we got this light hitting the ball, so I'm going to use the shadow method to calculate the circumference. So that's what he did.
Okay,
Now
so how?
you would
So
have to
how?
assume that what you're on is a ball, and that's what he did. So there's an assumption there. So I mean, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
So that's not a measurement
He took a measurement.
of
I
what?
didn't. Well, he measured the distance between Alexandria and Syene, and then he measured the difference in the shadows. Then he calculated the difference of the shadows relative to the distance that they were apart from each other, and then used
Okay.
that to calculate the radius of the Earth.
So he measured shadows. He didn't measure the Earth. He
And he
measured
measured.
straight shadows. But like I said, I would really like to see the primary, even secondary source for this with the data because I've
Well,
never seen that anywhere.
well, okay. It doesn't matter if he did it or not. It's the principle of the experiment in the first
Well,
place.
no, it isn't because we can have the same effect on a flat plane with a more local sun. So it's not proof either way. If we're just going to measure shadows, you know, there was the Chinese did the same thing at the same time and assumed the Earth was flat and used that as proof that the Earth was flat. So it's a moot point. It's not a proof of surface curvature, and it's definitely not a measurement of the Earth.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you that. It's not a proof, but there is something interesting about it because okay, so say the Earth is flat, right? And so we're getting this difference between the shadows. Then that means that the sun is at the because the difference in the shadows is because that the sun is more local, right? That is closer. So that means that whatever distance that the sun is at, it's at pretty much the exact spot it would need to be to trick us into thinking that the Earth is this certain radius,
What?
certain
The
circumference. Yeah,
sun is tricking us? What?
well, what I'm saying is if it's at that
Sorry.
spot, the value that you're getting is the same as if the Earth were a ball. So if it's not a ball, then it's just kind of it's pretty
Look,
coincidental that the
you
sun
don't even
happens.
know anything about this. You don't even know that it happened, and you don't even know the data. And yet you're jumping to the sun is tricking us to think we're on a ball.
I didn't say the sun is tricking us. I'm saying that it's just pretty coincidental that it happens to be at the exact altitude that would make the shadows be the same difference of
Okay,
our
that's a
circumference.
claim. Can you provide the data to prove that?
Well, for that one, yeah,
Because
there is.
what supposedly he calculated the circumference of the Earth at is not what the current paradigm states. Also, he assumed the sun was infinitely distant, if he existed, which I don't think. But anyway, I thought we already discarded this as not proof either way.
He came up with 24,000, right? 24,000 miles.
Yeah,
Okay,
but
prove it. Go
he
ahead.
wasn't saying if the Earth was a globe or not. He was just trying to figure out the circumference, and he assumed the distance from the sun. I'm wondering, how did he even conclude that the sun was far and that the Earth was a globe in doing this? Because I
He
couldn't
was
find any evidence of anybody like doing experiments or proof for a globe before Aristotle.
no, it wasn't that he did it to prove that the Earth was a ball. He already assumed that Earth was a ball. He was already under the belief that it was a ball. He just
Yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to see how big it was. So, using the geometry,
Okay,
that's
but
what he did.
But I've asked you for the data, and you just keep referring to data, but you aren't posting any data.
How did he
Okay.
know it was a
Well,
ball too?
Okay.
he just
Okay.
believed that it was a ball.
Yeah.
Well, I'd really like to move on from this because you did already admit it wasn't proof either way. And no, I don't believe the sun is tricking us to think we're on a ball. So I think we can safely ignore that. So do you have anything more modern
Well,
that we
okay.
can look to prove that the Earth is a sphere of the radius we're told?
Fences
Other than
first. Let me
appealing to somebody who may not have existed, who measured some
hold on.
shadows. Like, that's pretty bad, right? Like,
Fences, hold
do you
on.
think
Because,
that you would send a ship into space based on some shadow measurements from a long time ago?
hold on, Fences, because you don't understand what I meant by the sun is tricking us. Okay, so just for instance, like say the sun was 1,000 miles farther or 1,000 miles closer than where it is now, then the radius value that they would have calculated from that um from the experiment from Alexander de Syene, it would have been like a tiny Earth or a super large Earth. But what
No,
I'm saying is,
but you don't have the data, so this is just an assumption.
don't have what data?
You don't have the data to prove your claim.
There is data about that, because people have recreated that one. We don't need the exact
Okay,
data
so
from.
people can recreate that. You can
Yeah.
have diverging shadows on a spherical surface or on a flat surface. Yay. Okay, can we move on? Because I would really like something more concrete than this, because I don't think that I would be launching rockets into space on that.
Well, I mean, you just said because I don't have the data. Well, there is data on
Well,
that one. So, I mean,
listen, we already established several minutes ago that it's not proof either way. And no one would disagree with that.
all right, you got me there.
Neil deGrasse Tyson would not disagree with that.
That's
Okay?
true.
So we can just discard that and move along. So I would really love to see something modern. I would really love to see a measurement Earth's surface curvature?
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson disregarding or regarding anything doesn't. I disregard him. So
Okay,
that
well,
doesn't.
very well, but you could anybody with who's able to apply logic would discard it. So, can you present something modern? And by modern, I mean, last 150 years or so.
Last 150 years. Let me think. A modern globe proof.
No, a measurement.
A modern measurement of globe.
Yeah, I mean, we've got fantastic technology today. There should be hundreds, thousands of these, right?
What technology would you, if you were, if the federal government asked fences, they were like, hey, fences, what technology do you think we should use to measure, the circumference of the earth? What would you suggest?
Why are you asking me?
Well, because you're the one that's saying, whoa, with all this modern technology, it should be so easy. Okay, well,
Well, we've
what
got
technology?
lasers. We have incredibly advanced optics. But I'm asking, I mean, shouldn't this have been done by now?
Well, Miss Kane, do you
Um,
think that there is any evidence? Do you think there is any evidence for a globe that we can
yeah,
measure and test? Okay. What do you have an example?
yeah, but I mean, I've given two so far. Fences
What
hasn't
is
liked
that?
that.
What were those? You said the sticks in the ground. That's not really an example because we can't confirm the distance of the light source. So what was the other one?
So I went from shadows before shadows. What was I talking about? I can't remember. Fences, you remember the first one?
You brought up Foucault pendulum, but that isn't a measurement of
That's not a
Okay.
the
measurement
surface.
of the curve.
Well,
And I can
Oh,
give you a
hold on.
paper on that where magnetic fields do influence even non-conductive pendulums. But that wouldn't prove globe. That would just, if anything, they claim it proves motion, but
Yeah.
they are influenced by external magnetic fields. Which obviously the Earth has one, and you even have a magnetic field in a Faraday cage. You can't stop the Earth's magnetic field even in a Faraday cage. Just mentioning that as a side note, but that wouldn't prove globe either. That would just claim that proves motion. So, do you have
Well,
one that proves like that we're on a globe?
all right. Well, I take umbrage with some of the things you've said. So
Like what?
let me. Okay, so when Foucault built his pendulum, I think the bob was 100 pounds and made of lead. So yeah, you can't get away from all magnetic forces, but no magnetic forces is going to influence that to a degree that would make the result null.
How do you
So
know that the last part? How do you know that last part is true? You said to a degree where it's gonna make it. It wouldn't be null, but like it's you have to figure out the source of why you're having precession. But your
exactly.
precession can be influenced by a magnetic field. Do you want that paper?
Yeah, you can post the paper, but the precession is at a continuous pace, and it's in line with what the spin would be relative to the stars. And so this is when you go from spin to globe, the way you do it is, so if you have a plane that's spinning on the North Pole, that's going to take 24 hours, right? As that plane moves across the globe, it's going to take longer and longer and longer. When you get to the equator of that globe, the plane's just going to sit there and go straight back and forth. It's not going to precess at all. And then slowly as you
Oh,
cross, it's
do
going
you
to.
have proof of that? Do you have proof that it doesn't precess the equator? Who's tested that?
So that's just physics. So if
Oh
no, there's
well, you
no.
gotta test it to, make that that
So
statement.
yeah. So if somebody were to build one of these things, a Foucault's pendulum, put one on the North Pole, put one at the equator, and put one at the South Pole, and it did what the physics predicts it would do, then I mean that would be proof to
If
me.
well,
Yeah,
you'd have to actually prove it because now you're just killing the possibility.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I
Well,
wish.
I looked for anybody who has tested at the pendulum at the equator and couldn't find any examples.
Yeah.
So
But this is, I think, one of the most feasible ways to prove it is to build a
well,
pendulum.
go right ahead and post. Did somebody do it?
No, nobody's done it.
Oh man. Well then, that's not a good example.
I think it's the best example because it's the only one that we could that like somebody like a private individual could afford. Like a really rich private individual could do that.
Well, maybe you
Yeah,
should
but
find one to do it. That would
yeah,
be
what Taylor's saying. Yeah, Taylor's saying you know, you don't have any actual
we're just
proof of
I
being
can
done.
also
Not a good
say like
example.
hypothetical experiments too. Look, here's your paper right here. I'll post in the chat. Okay. Even non-conductive pendulums are affected by external magnetic fields. You can see that in the paper.
I'm not seeing anything.
It's in the live stream voice text above this room, you know?
Okay. Physics.
Yeah, it's not where the little bubble is.
I'm getting a security verification before it's letting me see this. Have you poisoned my phone now? What is this?
Just a paper.
You sent me
No.
to a globe hack link. Is this your
What?
idea of
What? Globe
getting
hack
back?
link.
Yeah, like you send Globers hacked links.
What are you talking about?
Sounds like projection there.
A hacked link. I thought I just posted a link to a paper.
I just sent me to kind of very thing, but I see it now.
Oh, you might have to verify like a university or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I was just making a joke. Okay, so it says a high Q torsion pendulum suspended by a silica fiber is a very sensitive tool to measure force and torque. Since a torsion pendulum, okay, so a torsion pendulum is a different kind of pendulum, also can be used. But okay, so since a torsion pendulum has a weak remanence, it couples with the ambient magnetic field and introduces an additional dissipation and torque to affect the measurement. Okay, so what this is showing you is that so pendulums are so sensitive. Like you can make these things. A torsion pendulum is different than the kind of pendulum I'm talking about. But these things are so freaking sensitive that they can measure magnetic fields. That's what's going on here. Like the application of pendulums is ridiculous. But like a pendulum to measure acceleration is actually pretty easy to make. Like if you're in your car, right, you could just get a sheet of paper, make a little half moon on it at the bottom, put 0, and then put little tick marks with numbers, and then hold a string with a weight on it. And as you hit the gas, you just made you're measuring with the pendulum. You're measuring acceleration with the pendulum. So obviously, to measure Earth's acceleration, you need a much more engineered pendulum. But this thing that you sent me in the link, that's a torsion pendulum. So I think that's how they first validated gravity. I forgot who did that. Yeah, a torsion pendulum is
You're
different.
thinking of Cavendish. You're a little confused.
That's what Cavendish is. Cavendish is a torsion pendulum. So
And
Foucault's
it didn't prove gravity, but we can get to that later.
Foucault's pendulum is different. And I don't blame you for not knowing. I went through a whole thing with pendulums. Like a clock is a pendulum. Like pendulums are crazy. You can do so. There's so
I
many
think
things.
it works on other pendulums, not just the torsion pendulums.
Well,
What is the pendulum that you're referencing? What is it called?
A Foucault's pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum.
Foucault's pendulum.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the torsion pendulum rotates rather than swings. But you're saying like, okay, a torsion pendulum rotates rather than swings. Are you saying that Foucault's pendulum wouldn't be affected by the same effect? Okay, so magnetic fields can significantly affect pendulums. In this paper, it says pendulums, not even necessarily just Foucault's pendulums. So it seems like multiple types. especially those made by conductive materials, but non-conductive pendulums are also affected. That's why they did this one with the silica. By
But
inducing
the
a phenomenon known as eddy current damping.
yeah. So, but when you're talking like magnetics affecting those pendulums, so those pendulums they're little tiny things in in glass cases that have been vacuumed out. There's hardly anything in there. So a Foucault's pendulum, I mean, you could swing that thing in the open air and it's still going to be pretty accurate. I mean, these things are giant, so any kind of magnetic fields definitely. I mean, even the wind isn't going to affect it that much. So magnetic fields aren't going to affect it that much. But I
Well,
mean,
it says even non-conductive pendulum fibers can still be affected by ambient magnetic fields, like the Earth's magnetic field, resulting
okay,
in additional torque and energy dissipation of sensitive equipment such as torsion pendulums.
yeah,
Such as torsion pendulums. Okay, so Foucault's pendulum says magnetic fields can interact with any magnetic materials or residual in magnetization in the pendulum bob or suspension fiber, causing additional torques that alter pendulum's precession or alteration. An effect called the crane effect uses controlled magnetics to cancel unwanted intrinsic precession in a Foucault's pendulum. Let me give you this paper too.
yeah. I think what you're missing here is just like the scale of the pendulum and what it's trying to measure. Like torsion pendulums are extremely sensitive, but if you're building a pendulum to measure gravity or measure acceleration, I mean, it doesn't have to be like so so what's the word I'm looking for? Like secluded from outside elements. Like that's what I'm saying. You could build one to measure acceleration. I mean, you could just hang a little weight from a string in your car with a sheet of paper. I mean, obviously magnetics aren't affecting that, you know.
How do you know? There's
How do
something
I
called the Faraday effect, where rotating bodies actually produce an internal magnetic field that can then oppose external magnetic fields. There was a study done on this, where they introduced an external magnetic field to I think it was a rotating gyroscope, but any rotating objects actually produce this resonant magnetic and then be repelling magnetic fields that are present in the environment.
yeah, I got you. I see what you're saying. I don't think you see what I'm saying though.
Well, like there should at least be something to compare it to, like maybe one at the equator where you're saying they don't have precession. Like, do you have
Yeah.
any examples of that?
Yeah, I wish, man. I wish somebody would freaking build one. Like, I'm trying to get people to. Like, when I find somebody, like, I found this dude on YouTube, and he was like going for it, and I kept on like trying to comment, like trying to help
Wait,
him out. Like,
Mush, I just have to ask you, if it was this simply done, why are you trying to find some dude on YouTube to do it? Why
He
has
might be
no
at
one
the
done it?
equator.
it's not
He might have
simply.
done it and didn't work. Let's be honest. Maybe that's why he didn't get back to you.
Well,
Well,
no,
you
it
know,
didn't. Did get back to me. We talked about it. It's just the feasibility of what I was suggesting him doing would take too much money and stuff like that. But I would just, suggest. I don't know if he was rich or not, so I was just giving him ideas. But yeah, he abandoned it because it didn't work, obviously.
I told you it didn't work.
Well,
So
yeah.
shouldn't I say something?
Well, it did. It didn't work because he just didn't have the resources to build one.
Oh, he didn't
okay,
try it
No, he tried it.
and it didn't work. Why?
Well, the main reason it didn't work is because the setup was too small. Like he had his bob precision machined, and his pivot point was, I think it had something to do with magnets. It was a decent little setup, but to measure the acceleration of the Earth, I mean, you really scale that for something so huge. You need a giant pendulum, like you need a bob that's like 80 at least 80 pounds. You need the torsion string, or not? It's not a string, but it's I guess you would call it like you'd need like a steel cord, and those have to be annealed a certain way. So when they're swinging, they're not like inducing any kind of twist into the procession. So I mean, all those, it's expensive.
They actually found that introducing external magnets canceled out the precession on pendulums, which is crazy because if it's actually just precessing due to Earth's rotation, then a magnet shouldn't be able to cancel out the effect from the rotation. So this shows the magnetic field's influence. I'll give you the paper. I'm gonna have another paper just reference this paper, but I'm gonna have to request it to get the entire article. I can give you the paper that requested it with the citation, but here's this
Oh,
paper.
you got a lot of
Quickly, I
papers.
just want to say hi to
Yeah, go ahead.
Karma. Karma just came in the room, so glad to have you here. And
Thanks.
ultimately, you know, we're just appealing to the future here, and it's a moot point, regardless, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't really have to do with Earth's curvature or anything, but yeah, it is an interesting thing with the pendulums and like some of the stuff I posted. I
So
can post more.
Mushkin, I pinged you in the text chat.
All right, what did you ping me about?
I just pinged you some quotes from several people that
Well,
all come after Foucault.
well, I mean, the Foucault's pendulum is just, I mean, it's so interesting. So there's been some other things. So I think it's when there's a eclipse or a full moon, that they say that the precession changes direction. So if you're in the north, I believe
Okay,
it's
but you
wide.
said this. You said we don't have one, so why are you saying this?
I think what he's talking about right now, we do have like. What do you think about that effect with the full? I mean, with the eclipse and changing the pendulum directions?
It's what is it called? There's some name for it, but I think it's very mysterious, and if you look into the information on it, it's kind of like I don't know, suspect to me.
Yeah. So then maybe pendulums are a little wishy-washy, huh?
Well, no, pendulums aren't wishy-washy at all. Pendulums are precise measurement tools. I mean, there's pendulums. Grandfather clock is a pendulum. Quartz, they use quartz as pendulums. Quartz, the mineral quartz. I mean, pendulums are extremely useful.
I'm about to give you
But
something right here that, like, yeah, that you can affect precession just by changing external magnetic fields.
yeah, but I mean, that's with all
In a
very
Foucault's pendulum, too, by the way.
misused. So I mean, I'm not saying that people don't attribute things to pendulums that shouldn't be attributed to, but just because somebody makes up a lie or says something, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
This is a peer-reviewed paper. Do you think that they lie? Look up the crane effect. That's with Foucault's pendulums.
So can I just redirect really quickly back? So you saw what I posted, right, Mushkane?
Okay, I'm looking at it now. Michelson,
Okay.
1880. The conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. 1881. This conclusion directly contradicts the explanation, which presupposes that the Earth moves. Well, I mean, what is this quote? What is he talking about, though? What conclusion?
Where's the quote? I want to see.
It's in the side in the text chat.
I was in the debate. What the heck? I can't.
Okay.
It's 57 minutes past the hour. So let's just go through these, and then if you want the sources for each of them, I'm happy to provide that. But this is just a simpler way to go about it. And you can also just Google the quotes and find the source. So can we just go through this, because clearly none of these people thought Foucault's pendulum claim proved what you think it did.
I'm
Um,
confused where this chat is. I want to read what's
You
here.
got to go above. It's not the little bubble. You have to go to the rim above.
I think she's in the right one now, like where you just posted, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a paper
Okay.
published in 1981. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Mush, can you tell me why all these people were confused and just missed the Foucault pendulum somehow?
yeah, okay. So I can explain this. So a lot of these quotes that I see people talking about the motion of the Earth, like for instance Einstein. I don't know if Einstein was in there, but
No, he's not.
okay. Well, what they're referencing is orbital motion, which is a
Okay, can you
concept.
provide the source to prove that? No physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is actually in motion. Can you tell
Yeah,
me
but
how that's ambiguous?
it's not ambiguous. They're referencing the motion that they're referencing in a lot of these. I don't know about every single
Okay,
one.
well that's
The
fine. You'll have to prove that to me.
okay, well you can prove that with physics because
Okay, so how
well,
can the Earth be at rest and also be in motion?
because acceleration is not relative. So two things can be moving. If you're moving at a constant velocity, right? You don't know. You could not know that you're because it's all about your whatever
Okay,
frame of. But
I
if you're
accept that, but that's not what it says. That's not what these people are saying. They're
no,
not
well,
saying what they are
mm,
saying is that there is zero proof that the Earth is actually in motion. You can claim that we cannot detect motion because of X, Y, and Z,
yeah.
but that still lands you right back on there is no detectable motion.
Well, no, not if. But so when they're talking about the detectable motion, they're talking about us relative to the stars. Like, how are
Okay.
we moving at a constant
Okay,
velocity? That's
I'm not sure how. I'm going to say this again, and I hope you hear what I'm saying.
okay.
The Earth is at rest is the same thing as no detectable motion. Do you understand?
The Earth is at rest is the same thing as no detectable motion.
Yes.
That's a
If there is no detectable motion, then we can only be assuming it based on calculations and not through any kind of experiment or anything tangible that we can hold on to. It's just a belief.
well, no acceleration. So if we're spinning, acceleration is not just relative motion. So that is
Okay, if
measurable.
you want to claim any kind of motion, you're going to need to show me the test that proves that the Earth is in motion.
Well, I think Aries' failure. I mean, that pretty much proved that we're not right.
What year was Aries' failure?
I'm gonna guess here. So I'm gonna guess Aries' failure was 1864.
Okay, so are any of these quotes after that?
I don't know. Let me go back and look. Am I right though? Does anybody know Aries' failure when that was?
I don't remember the date.
I think
But
18.
it's irrelevant. I mean, to this day, there has never been anything to conclusively prove that the Earth is in motion. And for you to claim otherwise just shows that you don't know the current scientific understanding of this.
Well, the current scientific understanding is that we are in motion. I mean, you're going.
No. I'm talking about evidence of that. That's the claim, is that we are, but there's nothing that proves that we are. Right? We can claim the sun is a giant gas ball 93 million miles away, but there's no evidence of that. It's just a claim. We can claim that the Earth is curving at the rate of 8 inches per mile squared, but there's no evidence of that claim. And you know, we've gotten way off from that, but your statements about the Earth's surface were, it's too big to measure. Oh, wait, we can measure a small portion. Oh, the evidence is someone measured some shadows, and that's where we ended. Don't you think it's a little strange that you don't have hundreds of measurements of curvature?
No.
No, you don't. You think so. The only people who can measure the Earth are flat earthers.
Well, I mean, an observation is not a measurement, correct?
We can use lasers to measure things. Yes. We are
Oh,
testing for 8 inches per mile squared, and we see it nowhere.
you can use a laser as a reference.
Okay, so show me the globe test with a laser that proves the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. I'd love to see it.
Well, I mean, there's observations that comport with the
No,
8 inch square.
is it using a laser, or is it like a boat's going over the curve kind of argument? Because we're not going to entertain that.
Yeah, the only observations that I'm aware of use sites and landmarks.
Okay, so which is obviously affected by atmospheric conditions. So once again, the only people capable of measuring the Earth are flat earthers. Kind of weird, huh?
I mean, how can you stand on that statement though, that the only person that can make
Because I've never seen it presented and you have nothing. So, you know, if you've got something presented, I'd love to see it. But so far, you've just been waffling.
Well, I mean, there's observations, but then observations are not measurements, right?
I'm just asking for a laser test that proves the Earth is curving at 8 inches per mile squared. You know,
Well,
if we can do it, why can't your side?
I mean, that is true. There are observations that comport with 8 inches,
You
but I
keep
don't
repeating yourself. I'm asking you a specific question.
I don't think
I don't
I've
want to
ever
hear
seen.
about lighthouses or something. I want to know, why are there no laser tests of the Earth curving at 8 inches per mile squared?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen a laser test. That is true. I think I've only ever seen laser tests from the flat Earth. Yeah, so you would be right on that.
So why do you think that is?
Well, yeah. Why is that? Why aren't there some laser tests from the globe side? That's an interesting question. I wonder, maybe
Because
there is.
I've never seen one. No one has ever presented one in, you know, over 10 years of this
I'm gonna do.
server.
I'm gonna do a quick Google search. I'll be back momentarily.
Okay. Yeah. Come back when you find it.
I'm sorry to interject, right? But I feel I need to say this on behalf of the Globers, right? All the laser tests prove the globe because of refraction.
Yeah. And I understand that COPE is coming, but, you know,
Wait, what was that, T-Dub? Say that again? I didn't
no,
quite.
you're finding the laser measurement of the Earth curvature. That's what you're doing right now.
No, I'm asking what Tita just said. That's what I'm
No,
doing right
we'll
now.
get to that later after you present the thing you claimed that you would present.
Yeah, keep searching for your stuff. We've got a few other people that came in, like Kala Man is up there. Welcome. Hello. And Vitron. Dude. Anybody got a
It's probably true
question?
that anyone who does a laser test, they do become a flat earther. So that's why there's only flat earth measurement laser,
Hey,
because once
Alex.
you've done a laser
Alex. Alex, can you get a little closer to your mic? It's a little echoey.
You sounded perfect before. Yeah, that last thing was just a little hard to hear. Say it again, please.
Oh, sorry, I was just saying anyone who does a laser test becomes a flat earther. That's why we only have flat earth laser tests.
Good point.
They just don't get to that point.
All
You
right.
know?
I've asked Google AI, and it's giving me an answer. Do you want me to tell you what it says?
Is it a cited measurement of Earth's surface curvature, or is it just a statement or a claim?
I literally haven't read it yet.
Well, then why are you presenting it and wasting our time?
You asked me to go get it. I Googled it. It's giving me an answer. You want me to read
But
it?
you haven't even looked at it, so you don't even know what it is. I asked for a laser measurement of curvature.
Yeah, that's what I asked Google. It gave me
But you don't
some.
even okay. Okay.
It's a
Do
long
you realize how
thing.
intellectually dishonest you're being right now?
That's the most honest. I'm not. I'm not trying to figure
Okay.
out. I'm just.
Well,
It gave me.
take a moment and read, and then you can come back and we can discuss. Okay?
I'm just right now. Okay, so the answer it gave me says 1. Behind the curve experiment. One of the most famous modern tests occurred during the filming of Netflix documentary Behind the Curve. A group attempting to prove that was a
That
flash.
wasn't a laser test.
Okay, yeah, that
So
was a flash.
moving on.
Google fails on that one. So the second answer it gives.
That's why
The
you should
ring.
read things before you present them.
This is much more entertaining to just do it as it comes. Okay, so
Well,
the
you know
ring
what?
laser.
Not for all of us. Okay.
All right, Fences. Can I proceed?
If it is a laser test. Yep. Read it first. Because I
Okay.
don't just feel like entertaining whatever AI slop came up.
All right. So the second answer is the ring laser gyroscope test in the same okay, so that's the same documentary. Moving on, that one wasn't good. Okay, number 3, the Rainy Lake experiment. This seems more promising. 2022. With an advanced version of historical tests, the Rainy Lake experiment used a 10-kilometer, 6.2 miles arrangement of targets and modern laser equipment. Key finding. By meticulously accounting for terrestrial refraction, the bending of light due to air density, the experiment concluded that the surface followed a curve consistent with a globe having a radius of approximately 6,371 kilometers. So what about that?
Well, I noticed a few keywords in there.
Okay.
They took a test and then they assumed refraction, correct?
They took a test and then they said they meticulously accounted for terrestrial refraction.
Okay, so I would like to see the proof that refraction can cause a laser to bend down in the atmosphere. Because otherwise you're just claim stacking. But I do want to take a moment because some new people are in the room and see if anyone else has anything they want to contribute, because we have been talking quite a while. And if any of the ladies want to talk, please speak up. But we've got Rusty P. We've got who else is here? Invitron. If you also want to say a few words or offer up some globe proof, that would be great. And like I said, other ladies, feel free to hop in at any time. Alex, did you fix your mic?
Yeah, temporarily. I'll get back to a better space.
Okay. Okay, great. So, Mush, the point is that you can't just take a flat Earth observation and then claim that it's actually a globe Earth based on something that cannot be proven. Otherwise, that just makes the globe completely unfalsifiable.
What's that, Fences? Say that again.
I said if you want to claim that a laser measurement of flat Earth is actually proof, so they measured flat and then they assumed globe by applying a formula and an assumption of atmospheric conditions causing a laser to bend down when there is no evidence that that can happen.
Well, I mean, as light passes through the atmosphere, it does change direction. I mean that's not under contention, right?
Did you
That
hear
does.
what I said specifically though? Did I say light can't change direction in the atmosphere? Did I
Well, you
say
just said
that?
that there's no proof it can't bend down. Then bending
There
down.
is no proof that a laser will bend down in the atmosphere.
You've
Over
reached
the
Okay.
the
surface of
first
water.
denying refraction part. This is a dead end, dude. They just deny refraction.
I'm
They
not
deny it.
denying refraction. That's a
You just did.
you're putting
Bending
words
down.
in my mouth, aren't you? I don't deny
No.
refraction. I'm saying downward, a laser going downward is something that is yet to be proven, and I've never seen any evidence for that claim. So if you want to pipe up and say things about what we believe or don't believe or what we accept as true, then you need to, first of all,
Yeah. Who is this that is?
refract down. What? Sorry.
Who is this challenger?
Oh,
Announce
it's
yourself.
Invitron. Yeah,
Your
Invitron.
mic completely
So,
cut out, Fences.
okay. Well, open your mic, Invitron.
Open.
Okay, cool. So, when you're going to have to tell me when we have denied that refraction can occur.
I didn't say we, I said you.
I said we.
Now you're putting words in my mouth?
Okay, let me say it again very slowly for you. You said that we, as in flat earthers, deny refraction. Correct? Okay. When have I or anyone else on this channel denied that refraction can occur?
When you said that there's no proof that light would bend down through the atmosphere.
Okay,
To,
is there only
8
one
feet.
type of is there only one type of refraction? Is refraction only mean light bends down?
No.
Okay. So did I deny refraction occurs?
Yes. You're assuming the light goes straight. Which the
No, I
laser
don't
is
think the light
light.
always goes straight. I know the light can also go up.
Well, if in your tests you're assuming it
No,
goes
I'm not
straight
talking
to
about
make
my
a flat Earth.
Okay, so if your
You're assuming no
claim
refraction, which is the same as denying it, because you know that the air is not uniform density. So you're not accounting for it and calling it a measurement.
Okay, so I would like you to show me a test that proves that light can bend down, can be refracted downward in the atmosphere. Because that's your claim. I don't deny refraction entirely. I just deny your claim about refraction.
Well, if you don't deny refraction and you're not accounting for it and assuming your laser goes straight to prove the Earth is flat,
I didn't say anything about that. I said
I did.
provide the evidence that
That's what I'm
proves
saying.
that a laser can refract downwards in the environment, in the atmosphere. Do you have that evidence?
Does it have to be a laser or can it be other light?
Well, we're talking about lasers, right?
We're talking about lasers, yes. Could you
Okay, so
say how lasers behave differently than other light?
can you just present evidence to support your claim?
As long as it's quiet, I'd like to weigh in on the refraction here. As far as the Globers saying that we get perfect refraction every time we try to measure Earth curvature with no other distortions in the sky is just laughable. I believe that if, say, the Earth, say the light was bending 50,000 feet, there would have to be a distortion in the sky somewhere to compensate for that. Say a bird disappearing and showing up 10 minutes later in the same spot, or there would have to be something there. So I, for one, as far as that perfect refraction that the Globers claim, deny it totally 100%. So thank you for letting me speak.
And if any of the other ladies would like to address this, please feel free. I know Dandelion's taking it easy today.
If I'm not mistaken, we've got flat Earth laser tests that are done over a huge distance where there's also been another view taken from the side at 90 degrees. I don't know if any flat earthers know what one I'm talking about, but I remember seeing that, and you can see that the laser is flat as from the 90
DJ
degree
has
view.
that.
Yeah, I think that's a
DJ,
really great show.
Yeah, he's not in here. Let me find it.
I mean, wouldn't you start getting suspicious when every single proof you try to bring up to prove your case backfires to this level? And now we're talking about 10 years of collection of these so-called pieces of evidence. And in every case, I mean, wouldn't people start to get suspicious and start to doubt their own side? That's what I don't see enough of. It's crazy.
Because you guys keep not accounting for refraction, and then we call it out, and you just say, "Okay,
No,
tell me how to
you
account
haven't
for it," and
called
we're like,
anything
"You
out.
can't," and it's
You,
just that's where it's
you,
stuck. There's
you,
no
you
accounting
haven't.
for refraction, and you keep calling it a measurement.
You haven't you haven't accounted for refraction either. You haven't even shown us that what you claim is happening is
Yeah,
possible.
we're not measuring the Earth and trying to prove that it's curved. You guys are the ones
Okay.
measuring it flat and saying that your measurement is good, and we're saying here's why it's
Okay,
not.
but I asked you to show proof that a laser can refract down in the atmosphere. Why are you back
I
talking
don't.
again? Don't you have that evidence?
I could only infer because
Okay, because what?
because we know refraction is a thing. Light refracts through different gradients
Refraction
of
is a
density.
thing. Doesn't sound very technical now, does it?
That's fine. That's okay. I haven't tested this. No one has tested this thing.
Yes, they have.
Yeah,
They've
yes,
tested
they
it.
have.
Who's tested whether or not lasers are vulnerable to refraction?
Can I interrupt quickly?
Yeah.
Not asking you, I'm asking over fences. Over fences, can I speak?
Yeah, that's fine. I'm looking for the side view of the laser,
Cool.
so please do.
People who use lasers to target things and blow them up, like the military, for example, right? Lasers are used every day for targeting and surveillance. Those are the people who are going to want to understand what happens when they pass the laser through the medium of the air. They measure refraction. Duh.
Yeah, but they just need to hit the thing with the laser. That's what the targeting system is going
Depending
for.
on
The
what colour
laser.
laser light they use, you'll understand different wavelengths of light have a different refractive index. They measure the difference between the difference of wavelengths of light. So you said no one measured this. I'm pointing out that they do. I don't need to speak anymore.
It doesn't seem like that is what they're measuring. They're measuring how different wavelengths get
You
refracted
said no
differently.
one measures the refraction of light, and now you're saying it sounds like they're measuring different wave. Yeah. So whilst you're trying not to agree with me, you are agreeing with me, and you're making it right back. Agree that they're definitely measuring the different wavelengths of light and how they react through the medium that they're passing that light through. So let's just agree, shall we?
No, I don't agree. I'm talking about, has someone measured whether or not a laser is arcing? You're talking about someone differentiating between how refractive indexes are different for different
If
wavelengths.
offence is back to you, it's probably best you speak to
Good counter.
This whatever it is.
All right, so I'm hearing a lot of beliefs from you. So we just like to back everything up with
What?
empirical
Name one
evidence.
belief. What's a belief?
You believe that refraction is occurring as you think it is. This is in your mind, but yet you cannot provide any evidence that it's doing what you claim it's doing.
Well, if you're not going to challenge me, if you're not going to say that light doesn't bend towards denser mediums, then
No,
I'm
I
not
don't think
arguing
you're
you.
going to reverse the burden on me. Your claim
If you're
is
not
that
countering me, there's no argument.
okay, your claim is that the laser is bending downward. So you're going to need to prove that's true.
I'm okay with not proving my claim. My real claim is that you don't have a measurement.
We
So
have hundreds of measurements.
I concede.
We
I
have
can't prove
hundreds
that
of
the light is bending
measurements.
downward.
We have hundreds of measurements. And you just don't want to believe in them because you have created holy refraction that accounts for everything, proving that the Earth is a globe, yet you cannot provide evidence that this is actually occurring, as you claim.
I disagree. You have a laser on one end and a target on the other, and you have the point that it hits, but you're not accounting for the path in between. That's my contention.
Okay, so back that up with proof.
Back up that you're not accounting for refraction?
No, back up that a refraction, as you say it is happening. We'll account for it if you can prove that it's happening. And I posted in the live stream side text a side view of the laser.
You're
From
misunderstanding my argument.
Lanolin Ice Lake at 29 minutes past the hour. That is a side view of the laser.
My argument is that you don't have a measurement. It's
No,
whether
your
or not
argument
refraction is
is that
happening, you're not accounting for it.
okay, but you have to show you have to prove that we need to account for refraction doing what you say. Do
Only
you
if
not
you're
understand
denying
this?
atmospheric refraction exists do I have to do that. And you're not.
I'm not sure what's exactly going on with you, but I feel like I have been very clear. You need to provide evidence that lasers are refracting downwards in the atmosphere.
No, I don't have to do that.
Okay, so then you can just, that's fine, you can just
If
keep your
I had a
beliefs.
measurement for
And
you
we'll
to attack,
acknowledge
I would
that
have to
it,
do that.
okay,
I'm not the
well,
one
you can
saying I have the
acknowledge
measurement.
that it's just a belief because you've made that clear to everyone here. And
I'm not
maybe we
acknowledging
can
that.
talk to somebody else, right?
Yeah. Come back with.
Okay. So is there anyone else in the room that would like to ask a question of any of the other women here, hopefully. But or is it just we just got that?
You were amazing though, by the way.
Thanks. He was starting to frustrate me a bit, and I don't want to go there. Noeha, if you have anything to ask, any comments on the topic?
Yeah, let's say if you had 3 minutes to prove the Earth's flat, how would you do it?
It's quite simple. Earth, the water is flat at rest. Earth is 72% water.
Water
Can't have a
remains water, correct?
72% flat ball.
It's
And
a snow globe.
pardon?
Snow globe.
Well, there's no evidence of a globe.
Snow globe.
A snow globe?
Yeah, firmament.
Well, I don't claim a firmament.
Yeah, well.
I mean, I can't empirically prove that. I know that gas pressure requires containment.
And you can't really have air inside a vacuum.
Right. Well, you can't have air pressure adjacent to a vacuum without
Yeah,
it
that's
without containment. Yeah. Karma, you want to say anything?
I know what to say here.
I don't. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay. Though I probably won't talk much because I'm actually just home, not going to work for like a few months because I'm trying to fix my lungs. So I'm taking all kinds of inhalers and steroid pills and can't keep a thought for more than a minute.
Oh,
So
I'm sorry
do
to
not
hear that.
expect me to do well in any debates today.
Okay.
But I'm very much enjoying your presence.
Oh, well, I'm glad you're here. It's good to hear your voice, and I hope you get well soon. Sounds like a struggle.
It's been a pain in the ass, but it's
Yeah.
going well.
Oh, good. So, y'all, what do you think? Think I should unmute the chanter or no? Any votes?
I mean, he brought some discussion and it was,
Yeah, I was hoping for
something.
something more. I was hoping it was something we'd get something more intelligent than I just believe. I just believe, It gets old.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't mind,
well, I
and
mean,
I
we don't
just believe
gotta,
as long as
knock
they
anybody for
acknowledge
their
that
beliefs or
that's their.
whatever.
Yeah, as long as they acknowledge it's a belief, that's fine. But when they try to pretend like they're the ones on the side of science, then it's a little bit tedious. But I mean, yeah, we could try again. I mean, maybe he's got some other topic where he actually has some evidence for it. I don't know.
What about you, Rusty P? I know you have a lot to say. You want to open your mic? Guess not. Okay, I'll unmute him and I give him to you, Dandelion.
Oh boy, what a gift!
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's the full moon tonight, so bound to have some crazy world believers
Yeah, I
out
was just
here.
looking outside and the sun looked really close. A lot of clouds covering it up too.
Yeah, if anybody's got a question about flat Earth, feel free to speak up. That's Ladies' Night is a long-standing tradition that's been on hiatus in recent times, but Lower Fences has revived it
Oh,
for
I got
us.
unmuted. You guys hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yes.
Do you have any evidence of your globe there?
I didn't say anything about beliefs, by the way.
But
mistaken
you don't have
attribution in
anything
my
to back up
argument.
but you have nothing to back up your claim, so that's
What's
why
my
it's
claim?
being characterized as a belief. Well, I believe your claim was something about refraction, wasn't it? But if
Yes.
you have some actual globe evidence, by all means present it.
Well, if you heard me, I conceded that I can't prove that the light bends downward due to refraction.
Yeah, all right. So
And
let's
that my
move on
claim is
to
that
what is it that
there's no
makes
measurement
you
without accounting for it. Either you
what
prove
makes
refraction
you
doesn't exist in the atmosphere, or you account for it in your measurement, or you don't have a measurement. But you don't have all three simultaneously.
So do you believe in a globe or
Not even air, in effect. ERROR. You're not accounting for air. Air is like lack of precision in your machinery and methodology. You're just not accounting for effect, atmospheric refraction. That's why I contend there's no argument, there's no measurement.
There's many
Earth's only measured
measurements.
flat if you don't account for factors.
Can I ask him something, if I may? Mr. Evitron, prove your refraction now. What is behind the mountain? Can you show me that? You have anything to prove to us, or just crap talk? You cannot
The
show me
model?
what is behind the mountain. Nothing.
Well,
What is on a valley? Can I see that?
Miguel, hey
Your refraction
Miguel,
is just bullshit.
Miguel,
Go
I've
on.
already asked him
I
for that
can't see the
evidence.
chat.
Yeah,
I
I've
don't know
already
what
asked
mountain
him
you're
for that
talking about.
evidence, and he's unable to provide it. So
Yeah, it's
I can't
we
pointless
see
we
the
don't
talking
need
to
chat.
to
this
we
guy.
don't need to ask him again.
Yeah, it's pointless talking to this guy. He's not here to prove anything.
Yeah, we're
You
aware.
still don't
Yeah,
have a
I know.
measurement unless you're accounting for all
No,
your
you don't have
factors.
nothing to prove, man. You have
I never
empty
claimed to
words.
have a
Empty
measurement.
words. You have nothing
Hey,
to
buddy.
prove. Your problem, you have nothing to
Here
prove.
we go.
This is lackluster, brother.
You have nothing to prove.
Hey Miguel.
Say it 3 more
J-
times.
Miguel, just quickly, it's ladies' night, so I mean, I appreciate
Okay,
you.
go on.
Yeah, cool.
We've got Dovi Das here. You've been in the server for a while, since 2021. Welcome back.
I'm just listening while I'm eating something, so I'm not really interested in speaking right now.
Okay, yeah, no pressure. If you end up wanting to speak, feel free. But thanks for saying hello. We appreciate it.
At about 31 minutes past, I post a video with a PhD physicist who explains that the most refraction that you could possibly account for would be around 10, maybe 15%. And he's pretty adamant about that. It's quite a refreshing conversation. And I think it's about 18-minute mark, but I've posted the whole debate there. It's very interesting, even though it's Flat Earth Dave and he makes lots of the usual guffs. But yeah, it's a good one to listen to, and it's certainly a good argument for the refraction.
So I'm just curious, have any of you had any real life conversations with anyone about flat Earth?
Yeah, I have.
Yeah, how does it go?
Oh my gosh. I mean, it depends on the person. I used to have them a
So
lot more at the beginning. Lately, I mean, I went to a couple Flat Earth meetups and definitely talked about it there. But you mean just like people I encounter in my everyday life?
yes, in the wild.
Yeah, I guess when I, first got into flat Earth, I thought, and I had this in real life, and I had the same thought here in Discord, that as long as you came up with an amazing argument, well backed up, researched with plenty of examples, and demonstrated conclusively through multiple counterexamples that the mathematical geometric claim of the Earth being a sphere can easily be debunked, that as long as I could explain it clearly enough, with enough examples and explanation, then I would be able to get through to people. But, just like we learn here, it's just not possible. Like, there's just many people who, I think it's just belief in authority. I think, was that Alex earlier that said something along those lines of why people don't abandon this clearly failed globe toy. I try to avoid calling it a model because it doesn't really rise to that level. I mean, it's been debunked as a model, so it's not a model. I guess we can call it a failed model. I can still call it that. But yeah, I mean, there's like an emotional, psychological, maybe spiritual block that keeps some people from being able to accept the reality. And it's mainly people who I think just have the habit of trusting authority, and I guess they've found that to be a successful life path, so they're just going to stay on it, and they just, they don't want to really examine the evidence. So I don't know. I guess mixed results. I would say some people are more open to it than others. I mean, some people just claim to not care one way or another, right?
Long ago when we
I feel
were
like
out
that's
on
the
a
most
boat.
common one. What?
Oh, sorry. I was
No,
just
that's
saying, my
okay.
husband, not long ago when we were out on a boat, he pointed out a shipping container, and he goes, "Look, there you go. There's a shipping container." Because I've been trying to soft disclosure to him, but it's a slow process. And yeah, and he pointed out to the shipping container, and how the bottom half of it was missing. And then I got out my trusty marine tracker, worked out how far it was, did a Google Earth measurement, figured out it was about, I think, 18 kilometers. And then I was like, oh, let's find out how high that shipping container is. So I looked it up, and I was like, oh, it's 50 meters. So 30 meters should be covered by the curve. So then maybe you're right. It is disappearing there. And then I was like, and then he admitted, oh, well, the 50 meters includes the mast. So that doesn't actually work. And so he kind of like went silent. And then I pointed out, look, darling, you're on the side of the people that have just published, and this was before Artemis. I had noticed that they'd published a photo of a diamond ring eclipse pictured from the moon of the Earth with the sun behind it. And I was like, you're on the side of the people that think this is a legitimate image. And he was like, well, what's wrong with that? And I was like, well, if you're at the moon, the Earth is huge compared to the moon, to the sun. It's 6 times bigger. How could it possibly work? And he sort of went silent again. So it was kind of refreshing, but I don't know if I've got through yet. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I think that's good. Little things at a time, especially if you're like out in the world actually looking at something. That's a good example.
In fact, it didn't really matter which way you looked, because even from a completely different direction from that same boat, from that same moment, I pointed out that the lighthouse, Pincarra Lighthouse from Wellington Harbour, should be so far away that it should be at least half hidden on the beach, because it's right down on the shore. It's like everywhere. Once you start looking, everywhere you look actually proves it, how we got so fooled, eh?
Yeah, I'm going to try to go to Lake Michigan more this summer. I've been there, but I haven't really been doing any serious observations for a while, so maybe I'll have some conversations this summer out there. I mean, people talk about seeing Chicago. That's not unusual, but I don't know if people realize that they shouldn't see it. I don't know what percentage of people realize they shouldn't see it. I guess I could do a poll when we're there and you can see it.
Yeah, when we were on holiday in the South Island of New Zealand, we went to a place called Hokitika Beach. Before the drive was actually go up a lighthouse on a 70-meter high peninsula way up at Westport on the South Island coast. And I could see that peninsula 117 kilometers away. Now, I couldn't really make out the lighthouse, but I took a photo from the beach, and I guess I might have been 5 meters above the sea level max. And I could quite clearly see the entire peninsula. And the reason I knew it was that peninsula where that lighthouse was is because everywhere else along that entire coastline, it's very steep mountain down into the sea. There's nowhere where you get a peninsula sticking out and there's a sort of depression before it goes up into the mountain. So it's actually really obviously Falwen Lighthouse from Hokitika. If anyone wants to look it up, I think it was 117 kilometers. It was incredible.
Nice. Did you take a picture?
Yep, I posted it in 24/7 back in the day. It was quite a few months ago. I'll see if I can find it. I'll post it
Okay,
in the
yeah,
chat.
I'd like to see it.
I've got the Google Map bit as well, I think. Hang
Oh,
on, let me
good.
just
Oh,
look.
I can't wait to see it.
Cool.
Yeah, so if anybody else has got a question or comment about flat Earth, feel free to speak up, especially our globe believer friends. Over Fences had to go, but she is going to try to come back later. She's kind of started this event, but we'll carry it on if there's some globe believers here to tell us all about their fantasy globe.
It's in the chat now. You've got the photo where you can see there's what looks like an island, but there are no islands there if you look on the map. It is the peninsula at Falwind, way 117 kilometers up the coast, and Hokitika Beach is where I'm at, where you can see the picture. So I've just posted those two for you guys.
Oh, nice. Wow. That's really just beautiful scene in general. Like people are making like shelters on the beach. I'm distracted by that. Ah. Okay, so the island is there.
Yeah, it's a
I see
peninsula.
it.
The land just goes very, very down to sea level and then back up to the mountain height
Oh,
again.
okay.
But
Wow.
the only place, if you look along there and you can look at the contours, that it's the only place where you would get such a landform all the way up the coast. And I came from there myself, having just been up that lighthouse. And the elevation of it is 17 meters. So it should be way, 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 way under the curve.
Oh, that's great. Oh, I love this.
Yeah, and as for the structures on the beach, yeah, that's a real Kiwi pastime. We get a lot because there's a lot of logging. So there's a lot of driftwood on the beaches everywhere.
Mhm.
And so typically they get made into beautiful sculptures. And at Hokitika, they've actually written the word Hokitika on very large on the beachfront. It's beautiful out of driftwood. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like what people make here when they're doing like survivalist practice. That's what it looks like to me. Like you would, I guess some of them don't. They don't look like maybe that they have a door, but you know, we make them here where you have like a little door in the front so you can put branches on it or you know something and sleep under it. Do they make fires? Do they set them on fire? The driftwood?
Yeah, well, we do have like a really amazing full moon drumming party that has been going for years here in Wellington, and I think they're all over the country. There's a tradition of, you know, having fires on the beach. It's not quite like Australia where you have the massive bushfire problem. So we don't have any of the creepy crawlies that they have in Australia, and we also don't have as much of the fire problem. I mean, there's a small one, but not major. So yeah, it's a big pastime is sitting on the beach and you know, swimming in freezing cold water. It's way colder than the Med or the Mediterranean, or I mean, I don't know. The Pacific Ocean's probably pretty chilly too in California. So I don't know. I don't know what it's like, but yeah, the water temperature here. Most people swim with wetsuits apart from about 1 month a year. It's so cold.
Yeah, we should put that in our long distance observation channel. Wonder if anybody put it in there.
I actually am probably going to go on a course soon to go sea swimming or ocean swimming. Except it's pretty cold around Iceland. So I'm going to do that once I heal up in my lungs. But I won that in the thing, so that should be fun.
You won the ability to swim in the ocean?
No, I mean, I won like a thing for a course for sea swimming because there's like a I don't know what to call it, a thing where you go and they teach you all the best ways to get used to how ice cold the ocean is.
Oh, okay. So they teach a class. That's nice.
Yeah, I don't know yet. I haven't gone to it yet. I'm waiting for my lungs to heal up, and then I'm gonna go to this thing with my friend who I won this from in a lot of things she was doing. I'm just realizing I have no way of explaining this in English without it sounding retarded, because a lot of the words I would use for this are used in Icelandic, and my brain is half dead right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. I understand. Yeah. I've had a tough week, plus full moons happening, so low expectations from my end. I'm gonna put
Not
that
to interrupt
observation.
ladies'
Oh,
night. Sorry to interrupt you, Dandelion, but
oh
there's
no,
been
you're.
like 20 people that have added me in messages. I can
Oh
see them
my, you're so
notifying me, but
popular.
I can't read these. So you guys are wasting your
What
time.
do
I
you mean? Why
cannot read
can't you
these
read
texts.
them?
If I click on the chat, it says done reading. Check out debate text. I can't see what you guys are saying, so please
I'll give you
refrain from
you're a
wasting your
globe.
time.
I'll just give you the globe earther role. I mean, you're clearly a globe
You're in the
earther. I'll give
wrong
you
channel. You need to
qualified.
click on the live stream voice text chat, not the little bubble.
Oh, he's just not looking in the right place. Okay, I thought maybe he like literally couldn't see it.
Oh, okay. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. Thank you.
Okay, good. But that's cool, Karma. You got to give us an update when you take that class.
Yeah, I've always been not great with the cold, despite being an Icelander, like by Icelandic standards. So this is my challenge to get over that. We call it being a kuldaskræfa, which literally means cold coward.
How cold is the ocean usually up there?
Actually, let me Google that because I'm not sure. I know it's very cold because just going into your knees and you're shaking.
Yeah, very cold, I believe.
What, ice and glaciers and shit doesn't give it away how cold it is.
Okay, according to what Trace Googled, the warmest it can get is like 11 Celsius. But it can be a lot lower than that. It's usually not freezing though. I mean, there have been moments in the past where the fjords froze over, but that's like rare occurrences. And the Gulf Stream's pretty kind to us recently, so it's not like atrocious, but it's pretty fucking cold.
Yeah.
I just know that in the summer, when we go to the beach with the kids, I always wade in the sea and I can't feel my toes after 5 to 10 minutes. So it's cold. And that's during summer, so.
Yeah, because like Lake Michigan, you know, it will often freeze over in the winter, but yeah, in the summer it gets real nice. Like will sometimes be in the 70s. It's, you know, like you can just easily go into it. But not all the Great Lakes. I like that. Like Lake Superior is never
Did
really
your lake
warm.
freeze this year?
That's a good question because I used to work over there, but I don't work over there anymore, so I don't go there very much in the winter.
Ours was, they said 100% ice. That
Oh,
means the
okay.
whole thing, all the way to Michigan, Canada, New York, all iced. So if you could be on a snowmobile, you could be out all over the place.
I mean, I was over there at Christmas time. Yeah, and it was definitely not even close to being freezing. I mean, it's like, you know, it's not, I don't even know if you can see, you know, like as far as you can see, there's ice, not necessarily the whole thing. That's how it'll be often in like January, February. But up north, like routinely, it'll be frozen over like Lake Huron, Lake Superior. Like for example, people used to snowmobile to Mackinac Island, Drummond Island, you know, from the mainland in the winter, but of course, it's not recommended.
People have tried to drive their cars on it.
Oh yeah, yeah. My uncle, who used to live up there on Drummond Island, he actually drew. He wrote this. Well, I won't give too much information. Let's say. Anyway, he drew a really nice artist rendition of a car driving across Lake Huron in the 1950s. Yeah, it was like routine because they didn't have all the bridges and ferries. I mean, they didn't have the Mackinac Bridge until the 50s, and the ferries, I'm sure, didn't run as much as they do now. Yeah, and Vitron, if you want to be the globe champion, I mean, feel free to unmute. I mean, you're so popular. I'm glad you found your audience there in the live stream voice text.
I mean, I was, seems like I still stand, you know, the subject was changed. Seems that's how it happens.
Well,
You
no,
can go
no.
on pretending you have a
I
measurement.
think you conceded that you didn't have any proof of your claim. I mean, I'd rather hear what makes you believe in the
No,
globe. Like, you know,
I
if you had to
I
convince
did
someone.
I did concede that, but
Yeah.
my the real claim is that I deny Earth measures flat. I deny your measurement.
Oh,
If
okay.
you want to not, if you'd rather ask me why I think the Earth is a globe, I could talk about that. I don't want to
Yeah,
intrude
I've been
on
trying to ask
ladies'
you for
night.
a while now. Yeah, if you no, but see,
Doesn't seem like
believers. That's
you
what
you haven't
ladies
been
want.
asking me that for a while. That's not
I've
true.
been
It's
trying
the
to. I
first
didn't
time you've
say I
asked me that.
succeeded. Oh no, I'm not saying I got it
You've been
out. I
trying by
just,
not even
yeah,
hinting at it, not even
multiply.
hinting at a question.
Anyway, in Vitron, you don't have to be so
Well,
I was about to.
lies.
They do this all the time.
I was trying to ask you, and I failed. What do you want me to do? Flagellate myself?
No.
Okay, thank you.
No.
They can hear
Be
us,
honest
right?
with yourself. Do the opposite.
Okay. Oh, thank you, sunglasses man. Ladies' Night is made for globe believers to talk to the flat earth ladies about their beliefs. That's pretty much the theme of Ladies' Night. So, yeah, unless you want sunglasses to take over, I would like you to answer the question, what makes you believe in the globe on Vitron?
Hey, Dandelion,
Honestly.
The fact that you can see it.
Yeah, he can go. That's fine.
Oh, I assumed this was a channel we were muted in.
no, you're not muted. Hey, Dandelion, can you guys hear me over there?
Yes.
Hey, Crit, you want to tell them everything I just said?
Well, you're here. We can hear you. How about you tell everyone what you said?
Yeah, heads up. This is like a bunch. This guy here, he's afraid to talk to flat earthers. But so now we set it up where he can hear you guys and you guys can hear him. So cause he won't leave a space where he doesn't have full mod perms. He'll only
By the way,
talk
that's
about
what
flat
Crit
earthers.
sounds like. If you didn't know what I
Well,
sound like.
that's excellent, guys. How about we let the ladies have a chat with Mark Dice? Ladies, he's
Yeah,
yours.
I'll try to introduce him just so you guys knew why I was coming through his mic.
Yes, thank you for
Okay.
explaining because it was all very confusing. Yeah, now I think we got the message. Yeah, so tell us about your globe beliefs, Mark.
Okay. When did I give up flat Earth? It was probably the point I remembered light bends.
You did what now?
I remembered I could bend light with my finger between I would do that between the ages of 5 to 8. I mean, of course, I did it when I bored them, but yeah.
You got superpowers?
Bend light around my finger, then why shouldn't it be round?
You got some kind of superpowers?
It's you could do it very easily. You just
Okay.
need to make the space right, of course.
I need to do what to the space? Make it hot?
I don't know how to send my picture.
I need to make it hot? I need to change the temperature. Is that what you said?
I don't know what's going on with Mark. Is he talking?
No, he's
Lights are
talking
on,
on
but no
their
one's
side.
home.
He thinks he got muted or something.
Oh, okay.
But he didn't. I'm trying to tell him he's not muted. He can still talk. You can hear me through his mic. I don't know why he's acting weird about it.
We can hear him. Dandelion, can you hear him?
Yeah, just fine. Yeah.
Yep, the pictures are posted.
You okay, Mark? The Earth's a globe. You're not alone, man. These are friendly peoples.
Well, that was enough for me.
All right, so the Earth is a ball because you distorted shit with that heat from your finger. Congratulations.
So if light can bend around my finger,
Yeah, it's right at the tip. Just like you see the
so-
shimmer on the road when you're driving in the middle of winter time, like it looks like it's water, but it's just not. It's a temperature difference. That's what you're seeing. That little.
Hey, Professor Triangle.
Yeah.
This guy's a flat earther, and I can tell that because he has hands. Sorry.
so temperature exists, is what you're telling me, around my finger.
Yeah. Yep. Whatever your temperature is, it's different than the air temperature.
Okay, so you agree light is bending because of temperature, right?
You can bend light because of temperature.
What is the temperature of Earth?
3.
Right, it doesn't matter. You agree light bends and temperature exists.
What's that got to do with a ball?
Why?
I could get a hot plate and make it wavy over that surface too. Does that mean a hot plate is now a ball plate? A hot ball?
Does it mean the plate is Earth?
Wow.
No.
You all right, dude?
The plate, the hot ball.
Hey guys, just want to let you know to keep an eye out for new people joining. We're trying to redirect people from other text chats into the VC. Just letting you guys know.
Jump in anytime.
So
I'm just,
that
I'm like a kitten.
people
I'm like
may
a kitten batting around the cotton
need
ball right now.
voice.
Don't worry about me.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Yeah, so they join.
Does light have color?
No.
Not when I take photos.
Photos? That's all I heard.
Hey, did you know all light looks round from a distance?
Yeah, and dirt in my eye I can't see. It's
Oh man, where'd you guys pick this one up at?
I was a flat earther for 2 months. That's how I know what to say.
Oh, were ya?
You're not even related to a flat earther. We can tell that.
Yeah, don't tell my wife that. She'll beat you up.
Are the ladies having
So does light have color?
having a break?
Yeah, we're having a ladies' night intermission. Yeah, you guys can take the stage, and then Over Fences might come back later. We have another lady. Yeah, we have another lady, Roxanne, might show up later. So yeah, why don't we have a Flat Earth ladies' night intermission where you guys can take over with our Mark Dice character.
So what we've got
Alright,
out of
just yell-
Mark
just
so
yell it
far
out.
is light bends, heat makes light bend, and he thinks he lives on a globe because light has the capability of bending. Nowhere
ground
has
gets
anything he
warm,
said.
and the
Oh,
ground
there you
gets
go
warm.
too. Forgot
The
about
ground
that
gets
one.
hot
The ground
and
gets warm.
cold.
I know.
It gets cold too.
So from this, he's concluded that he lives on a ball where none of the things he's put forward actually necessitate a sphere or a ball. Please continue, Mark.
Does light have color?
I don't know how that has anything to do with the shape of the ground.
Because you're gonna say it doesn't if I make the
No,
argument.
no,
You want
that'd be a straw man. I'm trying to get you to understand that light having color or not having color has nothing to
I'm trying
do
to
with the
get you
shape
to
of the ground.
understand the sunset will
No,
never
thank you for
not
talking
born.
through me. Okay, let's try it the other way around. Does light having color or not having color have
Let's try the
anything
other way
to do with the... Why are
the
you talking? I haven't
sunset
finished my
green?
question. That's exceptionally rude. Let's try again for the kids at the back of the bus. Does light having color and or not having color have anything to do with the shape of the ground? That's your turn to talk now, bro.
A hard question.
Why is answering does light have color a hard yes or no?
Oh my God! Why can't? Does that equal a ball or not a ball? That's what we were
You
asking,
already
and then
started
we'll answer.
claiming
And then
that
we'll
you
answer
knew
light color
that.
questions.
I only asked you. Does
This is why he doesn't
color
learn
create
anything.
the
Hey,
sun?
Mark, have you ever considered the reason you don't learn anything is because you spend most of your time yapping through questions? So let's try again. Does light having color and or not having color have anything to do with the shape of the
Yes, I
ground?
can't continue proving the globe because the sunset is orange.
And now he's speaking about something non-related. It's like you're having a conversation with a fifth person.
He said yes, it does.
Please enlighten us. How does light having a specific characteristic prove the shape of the ground?
Because the sunset will never be ultraviolet.
Because the sunset will never be ultraviolet.
Yeah.
So what has the sunset not having ultraviolet in it got to do with the shape of the ground?
So
That's just
you
a
agree
wavelength
that the
characteristic.
sunset. You agree that the sunset is orange, right?
I haven't agreed with anything. I don't have to agree with anything. You're putting forward your data to prove to us or to inform us why sunset's not having ultraviolet through it will
agree
prove
that
the
you
shape of the
can
ground.
prove
I
that.
don't have to agree to anything, Mark. Mark, listen carefully. I don't have to agree. You're putting forward a positive statement which verifies your bullshit claim. Please put it forward. So you've got nothing.
We
And there
perceive
you're
light as
giggling like a
color.
school.
He's giggling now.
Why is it so
He
hard?
realised he's just come to a hard place.
Orange or green? Why is it so hard?
Something is green I got out of that.
So you understand the flat Earth claim was that infrared is the longest wavelength, and that ultraviolet is the shortest, right?
Unfortunately for you, I do photography, infrared photography.
Yeah.
So let's just have a wild guess at what I might know or might not know. Please continue.
So why do you have to use the longest wavelength instead of the one that curves the most?
So what are you saying? Light curves, therefore ground curves? No, that is very false. You're telling us light curves. That's great. I've got no problem with a statement of light curves. I don't think anyone in here does have a problem with light curving due to heating or whatever the causational mechanism is. But what you've got to do, Mark, is you've got to prove to us or yourself that the causational mechanism is the ground being curved.
Well, that's impossible.
So we live on a flat surface. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I totally, dude, I've talked to so many flat earthers. I totally assumed you were going to say that I have to prove the earth is flat. I thought that was your position.
No. Your position is you're claiming you live on a globe because light bends. You just said that's impossible to do, so your theory is out the window. Game over.
It's not. Dude. Not. I'm just trying to make it the most impactful before I say my next point, because you already were denying that light is orange. So
I didn't deny anything about light being orange. You've made up a straw man.
Well, because each flat earther has their own argument. Someone says the moon is.
Okay, here's a nice simple argument for you.
Somebody says
the ground is measured as flat.
How do they call it?
So why the necessity to straw man us?
So, light does not pass through density. There you go. That's what I'm looking for. You agree?
Light does not pass through density. Okay, that's great. How does this prove the shape of the ground?
Is the ground more dense than space? Outer space, sorry. Of course, the ground is space. But airspace.
I don't know. This is a claim you're going to have to validate, verify, or prove. It's got nothing to do with me. And yet again, he won't know what I said because he decided to speak through me. Mark, I don't know if you've got an exceptionally bad lag problem or exceptionally bad manners problem.
So if you can prove that...
And he's not even going to address that.
If light stops at the most dense point, then is that straight?
So light stopping at a dense point. So let's just say I've got a brick wall outside. Light hits brick wall. Some of the light will scatter off of that. Some will be absorbed into it. Different wavelengths will react differently to the materials and or color of said materials.
Yes. Okay, so that
I don't know. So what you're trying to prove, so light hitting a brick wall, therefore we live on a globe. You're trying to prove a globe here, mate.
Yes.
A curved surface.
So therefore, now that you agree the sunset is never going to reflect green.
No, I haven't agreed to that. That's a straw man.
Okay, can
you said infrared earlier. You were talking about infrared and ultraviolet.
Okay.
Nothing to do with green on the spectrum.
I'm a flat earther. No.
I think something else is on the spectrum here, Mark, and it's not the color band.
So
you think you could just say your statement of why you think it's a globe?
Position now.
So, Mark, try again. Have a conversation with me, not the other three people that are in your head.
Is the sunset orange or green? Question mark.
I don't know. You might have eye troubles. What color do you think it is?
Aussie. Holy shit, you're scared to fucking answer a question. Holy fuck, you're a pussy.
And you can go on break for a while. Clown shoes. We'll get back to you later, Envertron, if you don't. Oh, he ran away. He just wanted an excuse.
I got a new question.
Mark, Mark, stop. Please stop. Mark, please stop. Mark, listen. Mark, this is not about you asking me stupid questions to prove your stuff. If you've got proof, lay the data on the table and smack it down, boy. Show us you live on a globetard. You asking random stupid questions, is the colour green not orange? Or does the colour green happen at a sunset? Here's something really interesting. Go and watch a sunset. Sometimes you see a green flash.
Well, do you use magnets to help you prove the Earth is flat? Do you use light bending to help you prove the
I
Earth
don't
is
use
flat?
magnets to prove the Earth is flat. Next question.
You do or don't? Sorry.
I do not use magnets to prove the Earth is flat. Thank you.
Okay, then what makes the aurora borealis?
I don't know what that's in relationship to, but I don't use the aurora borealis to prove the Earth is flat either. Next question.
Why don't you just prove the Earth is flat then, and I'll get back to where we left off on proving the globe is not
easy.
Flat.
Water's flat and level.
Done. There's one.
Wait, what? What?
Oh, explain to him about water. He doesn't understand that water's flat on the surface if like no wind's blowing on it. It's just if it's still perfectly still, it's just flat and level, dude.
Did you just say if no wind is blowing on it?
Correct. Yeah, wind would make waves.
Yeah, if there's no wind blowing over it.
So this is where you're failing to understand the heliocentric model, is that they claim that the water planet Earth is flying through uncontested space. It's bringing.
So we shouldn't have any water at all. Due to entropy and the vacuum created, we shouldn't have any water because that would all just evaporate off.
The ball is flying. How does it pull everything with it? Like, how does it pull all the water?
Take water up into the atmosphere, it evaporates into the atmosphere, right?
So and then how does that get pulled along through the universe?
So only in the denser materials like water that falls to the ground or oxygen that falls to the ground does light bend even more drastically. Like
you can't use falls to the ground on a ball. You have to say goes towards the center.
Hey Glover, you have just one thing to do here. Prove the curve of your ball.
Continuous little fucking
Mark Clown, prove the ball, the curve of your ball head. You have it. Prove it.
So why is it only the full?
No, so why not? Don't just jumping around. It's not. This is not a clown show, man.
Finger.
You are a clown. If you don't have proof,
I'm kind of listening.
Just go away. You shall not. You are doing.
Earth is round. Earth is round.
I want to hear the fucking debate.
You hear them crying, Crit?
Oh, there's a chicken that
talk
was
again?
speaking. Who's the pink chicken? Yeah, the pink chicken's a glober.
Yeah, Miguel, you're gonna have to stop so I can finish talking to this guy. You're going crazy. What's going on?
You guys can go on with him.
Earth is round.
Oh, the pink chicken is a chanter. All right. Well, if you come up with a real question, let us know. Meanwhile, they were. I think you were still talking to the other dude.
Earth is
The other
round.
dude's a waste of
Oh,
time.
he's
Let the ladies cook the
muted.
chicken.
Oh
Cook the
yeah.
chicken.
Yeah. First, we have to take all those pink feathers off. Well, first, I mean, yeah, I won't go into details. Don't want to disturb them too much. Something else happens before we take the feathers off. But you could tell us why you think Earth is a globe, Luqua. I guess they're just a chanter. I mean, like I said earlier, at least if somebody's just acknowledging it's just a belief, they like to chant at their globe church because they're heliocultists. I can go for that. Makes a lot more sense than some of this other nonsense. Belfie's here. Welcome. Flat Cat.
Earth is round.
Was that the chicken again?
It's weird listening to them just chant like that.
That's all you got, guys. That's all you got. It's your
Chanters.
belief and a chant. Yep.
Earth is round.
All right. So to recap, we've got a curvy light finger guy. We've got guy who has nothing to back up his claims about refraction, and we have a chicken that chants Earth is round. So that's the globe performance today.
Earth is round.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
If only we could have someone, I feel like they maybe are out there, maybe they're even in here, who just thinks it's a globe because that's what they were taught. They might have heard some things over the years, or they might have seen some memes about flat earth, so they're vaguely aware that some people claim it's not a globe, but they really don't understand why, or more likely they've heard some muddled, bad explanation why. So they've never actually talked to any genuine flat earthers who have dedicated at least part of their lives to demonstrating the simple truth that there's no verifiable evidence of curvature or rotation. So if you're one of those people who just want to have an honest conversation about, the information, by all means, speak up. We haven't had one of those yet today, at least not since I've been here. In fact, I can't even remember the last time I talked to someone like that. It's pretty bad. Next time it happens, I better put a sticky note on my wall, put the date, so then I'll remember how long it's been.
I gotta say, I do like the idea of having game night, Flat Earth game night at some point. This is an idea that's been floating in the chat now for a second, and I am very much liking this idea.
We totally should do it. We used to have Trivia Tuesdays. Crypto was the host. He was amazing. We did it down in the Trivia Tuesdays channel, which still exists. It was like a regular thing. It was every whatever night, Tuesday, I guess. Every Tuesday at a certain time. It was fun.
Like, I'm tempted to run a game that I often do at work for the kids that's wildly popular, shall we say. It's like a weird hybrid child of like Gauntlet of Death and D&D, I guess.
Yeah, just do it in the trivia channel in Crypto's Corner. He won't mind. Just camp out there. Because if you wanted to have a new channel with the title of what you're actually doing, then you'd have to have 7 levels of administrative approval, fill out 25 forms, come up with a PowerPoint presentation with your proposal, and then you'd still get turned down unless your name's Miggy. So you might as well just use the trivia one. That was my dig. Hope Indio's listening. I bet he is. If not, replay it for him later, please.
I'm just gonna be very diplomatic and say no comment on that, and plan out the games I want to run. But
I hope somebody makes it a
something I think
soundbite
anybody
for
can
the
enjoy.
soundboard.
Yeah, every time somebody proposes something, yeah, just play that soundbite.
I've heard that twice this week. Can you whip together maybe a 7 to 11 page PowerPoint for me? I'm like, oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, making PowerPoints is so fun. DI and Redford Bear made an amazing PowerPoint, although it's legendary. Only I was there, and CJ and me, and CJ, me, CI, Redford Bear. Those are the only people who could be witness to their amazing PowerPoint. Maybe they still have it somewhere. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, use the trivia channel and do it. Yeah, let me know. I'll try to show up. I don't even know anything about the game you're talking about, but you guys could teach me. Once we did an Among Us on the server. That was fun. When Among Us first came out.
Yeah, Among Us is basically something that we used to play at work when it was called Werewolf. So I don't like that one as much as my own game because mine is all about cooperative play. Although I do like the social interactions and things you can get out of Werewolf because that is great for development as well for the kids socially and how to read people and a bunch of different things, bunch of teachable lessons there. But in mine, I usually, because I have like, let's say if I'm running a game and I have like 8 to 12 kids, you can't really give them all individual characters to play because it'll be chaos. But what you can do, and what I have been doing is, they're all playing one character together and they're all different collective thoughts within the mind of the character. So they have to vote and use democracy to decide what to do, which also means that horrible ideas can win out, and they're learning that. And that how important it is to plead your case to convince the rest and a bunch of other things like that. But it's had very interesting playthroughs, shall we say? And I've had some very much fun with this. But basically, I have a map that I make that has all kinds of different rooms, all kinds of different obstacles or challenges or treasure and different things. And there's usually a list of items that you can find. So if you memorize or figure out what item corresponds to what number on the list, you can actually strategically choose certain items when you find a treasure chest if you want a certain item. And it's been very fun. It's like a very simplified version of D&D, but it has complete freedom because I'm the computer you're playing a video game in. That's how I explained to them. But I've also had grown-ups try playing this, and it works just as well. And now this has become one of the games that we usually play around Christmas as well, because mom, grandma, my sister, and my nephew can all play and like on the same level. So it can be really fun, and I can make the difficulty of the caves depending on the audience. If first graders and fourth graders do not get the same caves, or if they do, they have simplified or easier versions of it, so to speak. But it can be really fun. I don't know. I don't know if anybody would actually be interested in this, but this is something I could do if anybody wants to.
Yeah. Are you saying
Okay.
you invented this game?
Oh yeah, I made it up when a coworker of mine that did not last long in the job had decided to do a theatrics club, and then brought in 6 hyperactive kids or 8 kids into an empty room, forgot the script, couldn't control the children, and it was absolute chaos. So I just scribbled up something real quick and made up most of it on the fly, and then eventually established more and more rules as I went, and now we've been playing this game for years. And it's gotten so popular that we've gotten emails from parents that are like, if this game is on, my parent can skip football or athletics and the bus and all that stuff, because he came home crying because he missed out on this club because he had to go to his practice and stuff like that. So it's pretty cute.
Wow. And you're going to let us play?
If you guys want to. I mean, I enjoy doing this stuff. I'm on vacation from work.
Yeah, I want to. But there's other people who would.
I mean, I literally have just a little notebook with like squares in it and scribbles on it, and I can open up a game like this in like 10 minutes. So long as I have players ready to play.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Well, sometime like you think we should do it in like the separate game channel, is that what you're saying? Or like the chill chat, I guess, would work, right?
I mean, we just have to figure out a place and time and just make it happen, I guess.
Yeah,
I
why
don't know.
not?
I would like to make a cave specifically for flat earthers, because I know a lot of people know a lot of things, and I could use that to either assist or fuck you guys up by making devious things, nice rooms. I don't want to say too much, but it is fun to make it challenging when you have smart people. So it would be fun to make a a challenging cave for once. Oh, and if you guys have Drace, I can go all in on that.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. I can't wait. Now I'm excited. Now I'll be disappointed if you don't do it. So I'll be waiting. Let me
You
know.
always go so easy on the kids because they're kids.
Yeah, I know
know.
what you mean. It's like when you have to play chess with children or like people who don't really know the game for a really long time, and then you finally get like a real opponent. It's so exciting. Yeah.
I mean, I've once had it where, okay, I'm gonna let me know if I'm rambling too much off topic, but I just think this is hilarious. There has been this one time where they got eaten by a dragon, and they'd been playing for a while, and they were so disappointed, and they all went into like, oh, it's over, as soon as they got eaten by a dragon. And I'm like, well, they have collected a lot of stuff. Is there any way they can survive this? Is there any way out of this? Because I'm rooting for them. And I'm like, I didn't say he chewed. I said he gobbled you up and swallowed. And they're like, wait, what do you mean? I'm like, you aren't dead yet. Because they had technically created was almost like a scuba suit at this point. They had a boat and a bunch of other weird shit, like a wooden rowboat. So I was like, they land in the stomach acid in the boat, and the boat is starting to get eaten through. What are you guys gonna do? And they're like, wait, shit, we're alive. We're gonna use the giant big stick we found as an oar. And they start like sailing through the stomach acid. And I'm like, okay, you see the hole at the bottom and that leads into the guts, and they end up diving in their sham, this messy mess of a diver suit they created. And they end up trying to swim out the other exit. And I have, of course, okay, I calculate the dragon walks extra far off. They poop him out. Blah, blah, blah. They survive. A bunch of their stuff is ruined. End up escaping the cave that they went in to find treasure in, with less stuff than they came into the cave with. And then, like, they come back to town and they smell so strongly of shit, which has been making the rest of the adventure extremely hard because everybody can smell them coming. Every monster. So their ending was basically like you survived, but you're poorer for it, and you're always going to be known as the guy who smelled like shit. So you guys have a bad nickname now. And they had a really crappy ending, but they were just so relieved to be alive that it was kind of worth it to try to save them at the end. So you can always like make it work if people are doing really badly. But if you want, I can also be ruthless. Like you kind of gotta decide that ahead of time. Like how do you want the difficulty setting?
Yeah, if I couldn't go back out the mouth, I'd just kind of be like, okay, well, see you next time, guys.
I mean, I've had it happen that they die in the second room they go into, and they're like, we're 10 minutes in. Are you serious right now? And I'm like, thankfully you had a twin brother in the village who's going, where the hell's my brother been? It's a week. So they set out again. And I even let them find the corpse of it in the thing if they'd actually just go the same route, but none of them thought to go loot their brother.
Yeah, I like doing the flat Earth theme. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I'll work on making something for that. But yeah, sorry if I'm rambling. I am very easily distracted and easily rambly right now.
No, it was cool. I'm glad you told me about it. I mean, flat Earth people are very creative. I've found that in general, haven't you?
True. Highly intelligent people often are creative.
Because I was thinking about that the other day. Just people who can't see outside the globe. It's really just, they've been programmed a certain way since birth, and they literally can't go outside of that. Like they just can't. They just can't even conceive of something else. So I think sometimes it is just a lack of creativity, because it's not like sometimes we're not even asking them to accept it. We're just asking them to like imagine it. Like could there be possibly another explanation for whatever the thing is? It's just so weird when people are just so stuck.
I think it's almost like a insecurity or fear as well, because when they first kind of realize or sense that they're about to lose an argument or they're about to be wrong and they really, really don't want to be, you'll see the same thing when you have somebody super emotionally invested in a romantic relationship or family relations, and then they're having an argument, and you can kind of tell the person has realized that they're wrong and they are losing the argument, and they start doing all the same tactics that Globers use. It just shows that they're too emotionally invested. A lot of times I'm like, sometimes we need to find some more ways to maybe emotionally disconnect them from this so they don't feel like they need to defend the globe, because it's not something they need to defend. It's something that they've been lied about, and it all comes back to the whole, it's much easier to lie to somebody than convince him he's been lied to. It's the ego and all this stuff. It's always the emotional thing. The emotional connection stands in the way, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Because Wolfgang Hope said that one time that he tries not to call it your globe model, because it's like not really theirs. It's just a thing, that somebody else put on them. Yeah, they're not the ones who originally claimed this. They really not responsible for defending it. Yeah. Hello?
Hi, I had a question.
Yes,
What did
Mr. Mop.
you walk in? Yeah, I was just wondering, what is a Schuler observation or oscillation, sorry, relating to flat Earth?
Is this something that you've seen somewhere that you're asking about? What is this just a random question? What is your interest in this?
Yeah, it was someone that I work with that had asked the question. I'm a flat earther, and I don't have too much information on it. I don't even know what it is, but he was
Oh,
quite
okay.
curious to figure out what it was.
If anybody has the answer, by all means, speak up.
Obviously, doesn't have anything to do with flat Earth.
Okay. Is there a way to disprove it?
You
Disprove
should
what?
probably talk to Yoder about Schuler. There's
Oh,
it has
Schuler
to do with-
tuning?
Yeah.
Schuler oscillation.
No, Schuler oscillation.
Yeah, Yoder will know all about it.
Same thing. Yoder would know about that, but he's not here tonight, so bring it up with him next time you're in here.
Yeah, we could
Sounds
try
good.
pinging him. I don't know if he will be available, but
Okay.
Anyway, it's one of those dumb things that people bring up to see if they can stump us, and then we have people who are experts in the area, and it all falls apart. So
I'm still waiting for the people that are bringing that up to show us where the Earth curve is at, so they can use it, anything.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the surface property, so I can just say that. Forget about it.
So there you go, Mr. Flat Earther.
oh, I see why he's doing that. I just looked it up. There's claiming, that they're using the curvature of the Earth. I mean, yeah, all those kind of things. There's a lot of claims, but since we've already demonstrated that there's no curvature to the Earth geometrically, something claiming that they're using the curvature of the Earth is obviously just that, a claim that they're not actually using that, because how could they be using it since it's not there? If it were there, we would be able to observe and measure it. So, I mean, that's my answer. Have you, Mr. Map, heard about the long distance?
Oh, sorry. I'm still debating with my friend here a little bit more, but he's just a little bit pressed on trying to find an answer to the question.
Oh,
I'm not
well,
really
I
sure
just gave
what.
an answer. You didn't like my answer?
Oh, sorry. Can you say it one more time, please? I wasn't listening.
There are you will hear a lot of people claim erroneously that they take the curvature into account for various things. And since we've already conclusively demonstrated that the Earth can't possibly be a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, because the required necessary curvature that would then follow, which would be increasing at roughly a rate of 8 inches per mile squared as you go further in the distance away from the observer, is never actually observed. We clearly do not live on a sphere. So any of these just kind of side topics where they're claiming to use a curve, it's obviously a false claim, because that curvature has never been measured or demonstrated, and in fact has been debunked thousands of times and could be debunked again tomorrow. We just had Alex in here explain her observation, which is a counterexample to that faulty mathematical conjecture of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles.
So can you explain to me how an inertial navigation system can use Schuller oscillations to dampen the errors and actually navigate accurately along the curve?
If you want to show us something that we could actually comment on, then show it
you guys
to
don't know
us.
what an
Yeah.
inertial navigation system is. I forgot.
Yeah,
It's my bad.
what's it referenced from?
You
Yeah,
need
you
to
go ahead and
show
explain to
us
us.
what you're talking about.
Exactly.
You heard.
You would ask your friend about WES 84, and then you can ask the
Literally
question.
from the Earth. You can
You
use
don't know what
No,
you don't know what that is, do you?
it's not reference from the Earth. The reference
okay.
system is the sky, which has
The
been
sky?
painted onto the Earth, which you know as a
Been
map.
painted with a
What
paint
you've
gun?
got is a celestial navigation system mapped onto
It's
a
not celestial, it's
terrestrial,
inertial.
what you believe that,
You know what
and
the
you don't want to
definition
listen.
of inertial
You're here
means?
just to rattle on with this other shit. Thank you.
You're mad. You're mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm actually quite disappointed that you come in here and ask the question thinking you've got us hand over, and then when someone offers you the answer, you want to talk through them because you don't want the answer. You think you've got us on a gotcha moment. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to wait till Yoda comes in here and he's going to munch you for practice.
What are we mad about?
I don't think we are. I think Mr. Mep needs to show us an example of what he's talking about and show us his evidence that the thing he's claiming actually happens the way he's claiming so that we can then analyze his claim. The live stream voice text is the channel right above this one. I tagged you there. Are you able to see that channel, Mr. Mep?
Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you
Post
very
all
much
your
for your
stuff in
insight.
there. So yeah, post everything in there so I can look at it.
He gave up the chase, but I appreciate all of your insight.
Oh, your debate partner gave up?
Yeah, he gave up as soon as we asked
I
him
did
about
not give up. I just find it
GS84.
useless talking to you guys.
Lost interest a little bit.
No, he doesn't want to listen. That's all. He thought he was going to come and preach, and then when he realised he can't preach because we actually do have answers, it broke him because he doesn't want to listen to answers. That's your typical globe-tard. They've got
As
an
a person
idea
who
set. It
personally
doesn't matter
navigated
what gets
the ocean
questioned
using an
or put out
inertial
there.
navigation
You're just going to
system
try to talk through me again,
that's accurate
just showing
within
that you're not
300
here to
yards,
listen.
I'd say it's pretty accurate.
We
And
don't
Schuler
need the globe.
oscillations exist.
We don't need the
I'm
globe
not
to
gloating. I'm
navigate
literally
those.
telling you from my
I
experience,
didn't say
from
the
my
word
life
globe. I
experiences that
said
I've
globe.
actually done to
That's
You
exist.
don't need a globe to do that, kid.
Yeah.
You think you need a globe?
Do you know what we use to
to...
go out to sea? Like, do you know what a boat
Oh
uses?
my gosh.
You are not proving the curve, man.
Yes, you use angles to objects in the sky.
Angles? What the fuck are you talking about?
You
I'm
don't know
asking
how to
you
do
what a boat
celestial
uses.
navigation?
So nobody does celestial navigation
Remember
since like the
MRM?
1700s.
Remember the not listening part? That's you not listening.
No, that's you guys bringing up random bullshit.
In regards to what?
In regards to what?
Let's crush this dumbass a little bit. INS, do you know what that is? Answer it,
You guys
dumbass.
can tell me whatever the fuck you want. That shit does not affect me whatsoever.
INS, what is it?
Answer the questions.
Inertial navigation system. That's what INS stands for.
Exactly. What's its relation to WGS84?
Say again louder.
You dumbass.
I can't hear you.
We're going to interrogate your knowledge on this area now. What is
You're gonna interrogate me?
WGS84?
You can interrogate me all you want with your AI prompt in front of you. Like that shit's not gonna change anything.
WGS84?
Ask him again. He didn't hear you.
What is WGS84?
A GPS system.
What does it stand for? WGS84.
I don't fucking remember. You think I remember every acronym that exists in the world?
The World Geodetic System from 1984. How does it relate to the INS?
Yeah, actually, no, I do remember. It's the World
How does
Geodetic
it relate
System.
to Schuler tuning, dumbass?
How does it relate to Schuler tuning? That's not the same as a Schuler oscillation. That's two completely different questions.
Schuler tuning is directly implemented using WS84, is it not?
How would you dampen a Schuler oscillation? Explain. Explain the methods.
Is gravity uniform or not?
Say again?
Is gravity uniform or not?
How often does a Schuler oscillation occur?
I would say the frequency would be the square root.
I can literally hear you typing and searching it up.
By R. Dude, you need.
It's 84.4 minutes. 84.4 minutes is how often a Schuler oscillation occurs.
The point here is
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you're just using your computer to try to talk shit.
You don't have Schuler tuning. You don't have WGS84. without the Earth's radius, correct? No? Yes or no?
Okay. Yeah.
You
He's
need the Earth's radius, right?
I'm not sure. He kind of stepped away. I do appreciate your insight, though.
Listen, Schuller tuning is the technique that makes an INS behave like an 84-minute pendulum, right?
I believe so. Like I said, he walked away. He's not listening anymore.
Yeah, he's a dumbass. He doesn't know anything about this. He needs the Earth radius to implement this shit.
I think. Who was the person who didn't stand?
Yeah. Who was the person that knew the most about this again?
His name is Yoder, and he can school you on this.
Okay. Sounds Yoder.
Must have been something.
All right. I'll try to.
You need the Earth. You need the Earth's radius for that. So yeah, you're not going to be able to move on until you get that Earth's radius.
Yeah, proof to us who measure the Earth radius. Then we can talk about INS and WGS 84.
Oh, I appreciate you guys.
All right, I guess that ends it then.
Oh yeah, also old dude found the is that guy still here? Oh, too bad he's gone. He did tag that guy, so if the guy actually cares, which we all know he doesn't. Old dude found the On the Level episode, Schuller tuning, in depth with Yoder, which I haven't heard, but I will listen to it sometime. Yeah, there's such that type of person that comes in. They're just such anti-intellectuals, and I guess they think they sound intellectual, but it's like so against the spirit of any kind of true intellectual. Like, come in, bring up a random topic, don't give any references, don't give anything for anybody to look at, don't give any background of why you're asking it, just like randomly bring up a topic. And, I mean, around here, we do have a lot of people who are experts on random stuff, but and then get all weird and defensive about it and not actually be able to explain what you're talking about or defend it. It's just sad, it's just sad. It's sad because it seems like that was an actual person who could, in theory, use their brain for constructive pursuits, but instead they just are kind of just like stuck in their own little delusional bubble, I guess.
Yeah, to be honest, I've taken a few notes when Yoder has been talking it, but I'm no expert at all in this topic. I just know that those two implementations, the INS and the WGS84, you have to have the Earth's radius, and as soon as you ask them how that was obtained, they're fucked. Excuse my language.
Yeah, I mean, that's, you don't need to know everything about it to know they're making an assumption. Yeah, I mean, they're making an assumption that the Earth is a globe with a radius 3,959 miles. That's why I told him, yeah, anything making that assumption is just making a claim with no evidence to back it up. So, yeah,
That kid
what's
was
the
just
point
here
of
to
just
preach.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
he thought
sure.
he had us on a gotcha. He's got some niche little thing. He thought he had a gotcha. And all of a sudden, just when I asked him, what's it reference to, the backpedaling he did then was enough to indicate that he was out of the game.
The dumb thing is that you can place yourself in a plane above a triangle or a rectangle or I mean anything like that. It doesn't have to be round. It's just that they chose to put themselves above a round ball, right, in the airplane. So it's just dumb. It's one of those affirm and the consequent things. We use the INS, therefore Earth is a ball. Earth is a ball because we can place ourselves above it using the WGS 84 reference frame, right? It's dumb. Sorry if I'm coming through low. My headphones are bad.
It's a little lower than you usually are, but we can understand you. At least I can.
Yeah, so it was ladies' night, so I don't have to. I can use headphones because I wasn't going to talk at all. Also, sorry for breaking in there.
Yeah, you're inspiring me. When I used to be in the server more, I used these amazing, very comfortable headphones. I should get those out. I haven't used those in a long time. Because lately I've just kind of been in and out, so I just use my regular iPhone headphones that you put in your ear, which I don't really like doing. Yeah, I'm going to get out my good headphones later. That's a good idea. It's good to see people back in the home server.
Should probably clarify since we're on YouTube. I should have said reference system since ECEF is the reference frame within WGS 84. I got excited. Anyway, everybody who knows about it knows stuff anyway.
Somebody on YouTube is supporting you or challenging you?
Me?
I thought that's what you were saying, but maybe I misunderstood. Did you say something about a comment on YouTube?
No,
Oh, what did you say about YouTube? I misunderstood.
nothing about YouTube. Someone
Oh,
was
well, then I
asking me
completely
something.
misunderstood you.
Yeah, no, I was just clarifying. I was talking about the WGS reference system, not the frame. The frame is ECEF, Earth Centered, Earth Fixed. Never mind, I'm rambling now. Technical details.
Oh, no, I understand. No, I think that's good. You realized you misspoke about something, so you're going back to correct it. I fully support
Yeah,
that.
I correct it because we are live on YouTube. Someone's going to use that against me if I don't correct it. So, oh, I guess I did say about YouTube then. Okay.
Yeah, I thought you were saying somebody did do that, but you're just doing that so they don't. Yeah, you're being
Yeah,
preemptive. I think that's good. Yeah.
I don't want to be clipped. So now I have clarified.
Does anybody know anything about threads only channels? I'm just wondering why that Trivia Tuesday I sent Karma there. Because now it says it's a thread only channel, which it didn't used to be. It must be because they changed Discord and then some things just got automatically put in some kind of default mode or something. DJ probably knows because he's always making channels. I'll create a thread. Why is this a thread only channel? Maybe that'll get some action going. You guys are going to regret coming back here because now I'm back here. I'm going to start messing around with stuff and they'll get mad at me. You guys will like that though. Oh, I did say your name. Yeah, I just said I referred you to that trivia channel because I thought you could do the game there, but then I saw that channel is a threads only channel, which seems problematic. So I think doing it in chill chat's probably a good idea. People don't really use chill chat that much. Seems like it'd be a good place for a game.
Game.
Yeah, the game you're gonna do. What's it called? The game?
Because basically what to do was a cave. But yeah, it used to just be called my name and then club.
Oh, Karma Club.
Stick with cave
And we
game for
could
now.
sing Karma Chameleon every time we play.
Oh dear God.
You don't like that song?
It was on SingStar. That's the SingStar, and one of the girls in my class would always do. I've heard it a lot.
Dems Colluded is here. Welcome, Dems.
Hello.
Oh, I see you're a flat earther. Oh, and you've been here a really long time. August 25th, 2019. That's the day this server was created after the former server was flushed down the toilet.
Oh, really? I don't know the history.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's amazing that you got here on day one then.
Yeah, I used to be more into flat Earth back in the day.
And now you're not.
No, not really.
But I guess
I
you're
got
a flat
tired of it. 10
earther.
years of it.
Yeah, I hear you. So you like figured that out and then you like moved on to other things or something?
Yeah, pretty much. More into politics these days.
That's surprising because after I got into flat earth, I was like way less into politics. I used to have yard signs and stuff, but I haven't had a yard sign in 14 years now.
Yeah, the way I look at it is flat Earth won't really change anything, whereas politics has a much larger impact on my family's lives. As much as I want to stay out of the political forum, I would love to not have to worry about it or discuss it or know whose policies are what and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I have 4 kids and married, and It's kind of important these days with school, homeschooling, and vaccines and all the stuff.
Yeah, there are some things I agree that, yeah, especially like on a local level, that, it's probably worthwhile paying attention to. I don't even know. Yeah.
Local level is
So,
important, federal or
yeah.
national level is important. It really is all important. But so like I live in a state where they say you have to get vaccinated, but to go to school, to go to like a public school. But then in Texas, all you have to do is fill out a form that says that it goes against your beliefs. And then all of a sudden you don't have to get vaccinated. So, there are options.
Sorry to interrupt. We shouldn't talk about that stuff here. We can get a strike.
Why?
Yeah, we did. It did happen in the past, so we have to stop it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm in other servers that talk about it, but I understand.
It's that we're live on YouTube. That's the problem.
Always live and they talk about it, but again, I get it.
Yeah, tell us about how you've known about Flat Earth for 10 years or more. So tell us about how
Well,
you first came into it.
I got in. Yeah, I literally have like 60 seconds left, so I apologize, but I'll be coming in a little bit more than I used to, but I mean, I got into it 10 years ago, just like the same way everyone else did, probably an Eric Dubay video on YouTube, and that leads down the rabbit hole. I do have to say I'm a little more unsure these days. I used to be like, oh, it's 100% flat and it's 100% not spinning, and I just don't know anymore. I guess is my ultimate answer. I'm sort of agnostic. And the reason is the 24-hour sun in the Antarctic really jostled me. For years, flat earthers had said that, oh, if you go down there, you won't see the 24-hour sun. Like Nathan Oakley said it, other people said it, etc. And I really hinged a lot of my beliefs on that. And so when they go down there and they see it, it's like, oh crap, like what does that mean? Doesn't mean the earth isn't flat, right? I get that. I'm not
Okay,
saying it
so
is
you
because of
didn't,
that.
so you had beliefs about Flat Earth, but you never really understood the arguments. If you really only have 30 more seconds, then you definitely got to come back because you need to learn the actual arguments for Flat Earth and against the globe. Because if you just believed in it and you thought that Antarctica thing proved something, then you don't really know the arguments.
Well, I know the arguments. Like I said,
Really?
I've been in 10 years. I used to
Oh, then
sit in on
explain. Okay.
Nathan Oakley's
Yeah.
panel, et cetera, et
Okay.
cetera. So,
Yeah. So tell me then how the laser tests and long distance observations demonstrate a flat Earth.
well, even if I granted you that lasers demonstrated a flat Earth, the counter to that is there could be variables that you don't know about, such as refraction and things like that, that could present a quote unquote longer Earth than it
Okay, so
really
just
is as far
so
as the
just so you
curve and dip
know,
and stuff.
I'm going to take away the flat Earth rule. I can either put you on the fence or just have you not have an Earth rule at all. Just you're definitely not a flat Earther. You acknowledge that you don't even want to be one. Do you want to be on the fence or globe skeptic
It's up to
or?
you. I don't
I'll call
doesn't
you
give
on the
I don't give a
fence.
shit about that. Like
Yeah,
that's
that's
really
fine. Yeah, it's just
it's
that
kind of
you didn't
childish, but sure.
understand why. Oh, yeah, I understand because you don't understand why we're trying to stick to a really important topic that's way more radical than the ones you want to talk about. And you want to talk about what you want to talk about. So yeah, it's important to us that people who are representing Flat Earth and call themselves Flat Earthers are honest, legitimate, and actually understand the arguments. Aren't globers who claim to be flat earthers and then 10 years later come in and say, oh, I changed my mind because they went to Antarctica. So yeah, that's the reason it's important. But yeah, so I
Well,
just,
you
if
have
it
to be
doesn't
as a
matter to
flat
you and you
earthers.
don't care, then it
As a
doesn't
flat
matter
earther,
that I just changed
I
it
guess if
then. I
we're
can
gonna
make
just
you
yell
into
and
a
talk over
glober
each other, we
then.
can.
Yeah, I'll just change you
As a
right to
flat
a
earther,
glober
you have
then.
to be able to explain the 360 sun and Antarctica as a flat earther. Can you do that?
Oh, okay. I have to explain it as a flat earther. So what I just explained to you about how there's no actual evidence of the globe and that the long distance observations and laser tests conclusively demonstrate that the predicted curvature does not exist. Yeah, you don't deserve on the fence. That's insulting to on the fence people. So we'll get rid
Well,
of that.
laser tests don't prove anything. It's a piece of light going through a medium that can be altered with different temperatures and gradients and refraction and things. So how does that really prove anything?
So you've only got how many seconds do you have? Because before you only had 60. Now you've got more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't like to be questioned about your
No,
religion, do you?
I wouldn't
See, I was in the
know.
religion for the last 10
No.
years, and now that I'm questioning it, you don't like me
Oh,
questioning it.
okay. Yeah, that's
You don't
right.
care what
Yeah.
I know and
Uh-huh.
what I'm into.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So what was
Right.
your question for me? I was asking about your time. I was trying to be respectful of you to know what length of answer I should give you. So could you please repeat the question? Because I was fixing your roles so they're accurate. So when you come in, you don't deceive any other people. So can you please tell
Well,
me
you
what the
gave me an
question is
incorrect
again?
role. You gave me an incorrect role. I don't know what globus hystericus is. I'm not a glober. I
Okay.
said that up front. I said I'm having doubts now about flat Earth, and one of the reasons is the 360 sun. That's all I said. I didn't say I'm a glober. I didn't say I'm not a flat earther. I said I'm
We'll
having
just call
doubts.
you
There's a
VC
lack of
verified
explanation.
then.
What's that?
We'll just give you VC verified. Then you won't have to be worried about it. What was your question
Sure.
for me?
Well, I do have to go, but I'll be back later and we can discuss it. Or not later today, but at another point.
Oh, definitely come back. I can't wait. I'll be counting down the
Sure.
days. Mhm.
Okay. Go get an explanation for the 360 sun for me and I'll be back. Thanks.
Oh, that's what he asked me. Yeah. Oh, he said I have to explain it. That's right. I couldn't remember what he actually asked me because it was so absurd. Yeah. I mean, yeah, to answer it for anybody else that's listening, yeah, I don't have to answer that because we don't have a model for flat Earth. All we're saying is that the heliocentric model is clearly failed. Anything that the sun is doing is irrelevant to the lack of curvature measurements. There's my answer. I just asked the guy how long he had. So, I mean, that was the 30-second answer. I could have just given him the 30-second answer. Next time I'll remember, don't be respectful to that guy. Okay. Comments?
Yes, I'd like to add a comment, Dandelion.
Yes, get. What is it?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I want to point out the fact that he does not have a proof for a 360-degree sun of Antarctica because he never been there.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything. I mean, I don't even know why. I'm sorry. I was probably like rude to him. I'm actually not sorry at all. I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry for saying sorry. That guy just really annoyed me because he came in here pretending to be a flat earther. I mean, that
Yeah.
annoys me. And he had the flat earther rule somehow, but he probably got it in 2019. We were probably less strict back then. I don't even remember.
Oh, wow. Is that how long he had that role for?
Well, I don't know how long he had the role, but he joined the server August 25th, 2019, which is the day that this server was. Actually, I think it might have been established on the 24th. And when we left the old server and made this one.
Well, anyway, he got debunked quick.
Yeah, I'm going to go back and give him Globus Hystericus again, because if he's just got VC verified, people won't know to watch out for him. I got to go find him.
Did you guys listen? Will Duffy is a geostationary earther.
Yeah, give him all the space diseases, because his argument is like saying, I measure my table to be flat, but I don't know what happens after death, so my table cannot be flat. I'm doubting that my table is flat now, because I don't understand something. He doesn't understand how the sky works, therefore he's doubting the measurements of the ground. That is completely incoherent. We completely account for the medium the light is going through. We take measurements at target and at the starting point, and if we can at the middle, we try to get as much data as we can. That's our side. His side just says, oh, it must be refraction, but they have no data. And their claim actually contradicts normal atmospheric conditions because they need to refract the light so much and so uniformly that it basically just violates reality itself.
Exactly. It's just excuses, running away to prove the curve. It's all that.
Yeah, and I find it insulting. There are my read on people, because I've met at Flat Earth meetups, like people in person who were confused by the so-called Antarctica trip, like genuine, just kind of like church lady types. Like those people exist, but like he was just so disingenuous. I mean, there's no way. It's like, oh, but then the 24-hour sun, blah blah blah. I mean, I could just hear it. You could hear it in his voice, right, Karma? You backed me up here. He was just a complete liar from beginning to end. There's no way he used to believe in it and then Antarctica changed his mind. I mean, that's just a complete farce. He's just trying to portray a certain, whatever thing image to the public. But there are people who were fooled by that, or who made them question, et cetera, et cetera. But he's not one of those people.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious. It wasn't that giveaway. I mean, you can see from the obvious. Like what I was thinking the whole time is, buddy, confronted with the whole. I used to believe in the globe. I used to be a part of this religion. I know better now. And then hit a chord with him in a way that he didn't. So now he's trying to reverse it and use it on us. It's just like whenever we be like, oh, if your Verizon method or it's supposed to be not your method, which one do you want? And they always flip flop depending on whichever they think is the stronger argument. But they always flip flop because we win with the actual argument. They start with one thing and they flip to the other. Classic where they try to use what we use, but it doesn't work because they don't have the empirical evidence behind it.
Yeah, it doesn't apply. It's like we use refraction, we show refractive effects hiding things bottom up over tiny lakes. We show that. They don't show anything. They don't test the conditions. It's just ad hoc. It must be because Earth is a globe, not how could we falsify the globe? How could we see if our belief is true or not? Which is like kind of the position we were pushed into with the flat Earth. We were just checking, were we told the truth? Are my beliefs true? And you test that with reality itself, not with imaginations or appeals to some vague authority.
Here he's trying to emulate the way he's been arguing.
It was just me, or Kerba was talking very low.
Yeah, she was a little bit low, Karma.
It was doing like a Doppler effect.
Yeah, lower than you were before. I don't know, something changed.
Oh, it's probably because I have my mic on and I listen a different way.
It's okay.
You know about the low, still low.
How about now?
No, it's okay.
Thanks.
Dandeli, do you know that the time lapse of Witset, it did change it because someone did find the. I'm gonna post it. Some in the Antarctica room below. Additional information I did post it. So the guy did found these black lines forming a right triangle in the sky. Not just this, but like 4 corners in the sky. And Witsit did change his video, just blur it. And there was a global at the politics, and I did show this to him, and I showed the website, and they did went to see that that time lapse from Witsit, and they were saying, that I can still see the 4 corners converging in the sky. And then he did stop it because he was talking about a lot of 24 sun there. Yeah. So why Witsit has to change it? Why the guy has to hide it? That's a problem. Go on, get
Yeah,
to
I
the.
don't know. Yeah, I never really looked into that. I mean, to me, it's just kind of irrelevant either way. I mean,
Yeah, not
whatever
far
they
from the ground.
saw, didn't see, went to, didn't go to. I mean, none of it's relevant to the fact that the curvature's not measured,
Exactly.
and we have the long distance observations and the laser tests. I mean, it's just irrelevant. That's all it is. It's just kind of a distraction. I mean, but it's also been, I guess, I mean, as far as I can tell, it's been a blessing or kind of like a litmus test. Like if anybody actually does take it seriously, like then they didn't, just like I told that guy, oh, you didn't really, I mean, I was willing at the beginning of the conversation, I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, you didn't really understand the arguments to start with. I mean, that's the most generous I could be to someone. And I think for some people that's true. Like the people I told you about that I met that are into like developing models of the flat earth, you know, people who are into that, they got messed up by that because they developed this like fixed model that they were sure was right, you know, or, you know, I don't even know if I would say they were sure, but they were like putting it out there. So yeah, if you are a flat earther who had models, or you even think we have to have a model or that we have to explain everything, then yeah, that could have messed you up, and people could be honestly messed up by that, but that's not us, you know.
Yeah, they are running away from proving the curve to ground. That's it. Looking at the sky.
Remember that guy who was asking you guys if actually making the claim that light has colors?
Yeah, Mark something.
Yeah, I wasn't paying any attention to that guy, but I know who you mean.
Yeah. I wanted to intervene at that time to take away the colors of the light, because light itself doesn't have colors. Only matter, protons, have colors, and this is a wave which is inflicted in the photon. It makes the photon propagate at a certain wavelength. So the light itself doesn't have the color. The light has only speed and luminosity, but not colors. Matter has colors. Even the sky is blue because of the high content of oxygen in the air, and that's why we see the cyan blue. When you make oxygen ice and look at it, you will see the very blue cyan color of the sky itself. And also water vapors, when they are not in the form of clouds, but they are very rarefied water vapors in the air, they have this bluish tint color, just like frozen ice.
Okay, so I just ended the official ladies' night event because I don't. Overfence has been gone for a couple hours. I don't know if she's actually coming back. So, but maybe we'll do it again. Seemed like it went well. I'm glad that she initiated it and led it. I don't know if you guys missed it earlier. Overfences was hosting. She was doing an amazing job.
I'm very happy I caught this ladies' night tonight. It's been so long for me.
Yeah, well, we haven't really done it here in probably really long time. I mean, I would think years. I think it got canned in 2023. Then we did it in politics for a little while, and yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
actually make a big deal about that at the beginning, but now that I think about that, yeah, like 3-year hiatus, that's pretty long. Like most shows don't get back on the schedule after a 3-year hiatus. I don't know, maybe you guys did one here and there in between that time. I don't really know how it went.
Well, I love when all flat Earth gatherings and our shows here in the server or in politics server. But I prefer when they take place here in our flat Earth server.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I'm really happy to see people. Seems like this week I've been really busy at work. I haven't really been in here much, but I've like peeked in here, and then I've seen people in here doing stuff, and I've been happy to see that.
Logic and coherence is what they are lacking, and
Yoder's here. We were looking for you earlier. We had a dude that wanted to talk about whatever it was. What was the thing the guy wanted to talk about with Yoder? Who remembers?
he wanted to talk with me.
No, he wanted to talk with
Oh no,
Yoder about
Yoda, yeah.
gosh,
Some
what was it?
oscillations.
Oh yeah,
I think.
oscillations. That was right. Schuler
Yeah.
oscillation. Yep, that's right. But
Well,
he's
I
gone.
don't know. I don't know that what is about. Um, But it's definitely not something I wouldn't understand easily. If I Google up that Schiller or Schumann's oscillations, I didn't catch very well the name he actually mentioned.
Yeah, they're putting it there in the live stream voice text Schuler oscillation. Yoder says he
Schuller.
can't talk now anyway.
Yeah. I don't want to step into a field I haven't looked. I probably know it under different kind of names.
Yeah, well, I don't think he'd have a real conversation anyway. I don't think that guy knew what he was talking about. He just thought he had a gotcha
Yeah.
with a one-liner or something. I don't know. I didn't get the impression that guy really knew what he was talking about.
Yeah, but oscillations are definitely not something that can prove the shape of
I
the
mean,
Earth.
that's the second guy we've had in recent times that, like, with a straight face is trying to say they need a globe for navigation. It's just like so bizarre. I just don't even understand how people can think that. It's just so weird to me. Like people that, did it without for a really long time and worked out fine. Yeah.
They are desperate. They are desperate because their religion is crumbling down. And um, it's not feeding them truth and coherence. And in our lives, the lack of coherence and truth, it breaks our spine and it makes you live shorter life, literally. Incoherence and lies have a very harmful impact on our life. And they don't realize that following blind beliefs is actually the worst thing a man can do in his lifetime.